Hello, hello. If anyone's here, just let me know how the audio sounds. Hope it is working all right. Um, yeah, I'm gonna wait a couple minutes to see if anyone wants to come in here. I'm gonna send the link to the stream out a little bit if anyone's here. Hmm. All right. Yeah, if anyone's here, feel free to say hello. We'll get into this in a couple minutes. Uh, this stream, I think we're gonna be looking at have the video up right here. I think we're gonna be looking at this video, which is an hour and 15 minutes long. So this is probably going to be a pretty long stream, I'm guessing. Um, yeah, apparently every single anarcho-capitalist argument is going to be refuted here. I watched the first like 3 or 4 minutes, and he talked a little bit about argumentation ethics. And as far as I can tell, he doesn't have a very good grasp on it. So, I'm not surprised he thinks he can refute it. But I'll give him the best chance we can. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt. But yeah, I don't know what's going on here. I don't know what this shit is. Oh, that's what this notification is about, the bit rate. I don't care about that at all. Yeah, I guess I'll wait a few more minutes, see if anyone wants to come in. It says we have 3 viewers right now, but maybe a couple more people will come. So, middle of the day on a Monday. So, it's probably not the best day to stream, but this is when I had some free time. But yeah, I'm guessing a lot of people are probably at work and stuff like that. But you never know. Mm-mm-mm. Spider Coom, how's it going, man? Finally, someone's doing a video on this guy. Yeah, I mean, I think it has to be done. CBGB says, "Hello guys, just a fair warning, I do fart a lot." Well, that's perfectly fine. You know what happens? Yeah, but no, I mean, I was recommended this video by someone. I've seen it going around the libertarian kind of Twitter sphere a little bit. So it seems like, this video is kind of riling some people up. So it seems like a good video to do a reaction to. Yeah. How's it going, IMM? It's nice. We got a few people flowing into chat. Yeah, I'll give it another minute or two, maybe. Yeah, I think this should be interesting. Um, I don't know. This stream seems like it might be pretty freaking long. Just based on I mean, this video is an hour and 15 minutes. So yeah, this might be a long stream. So but yeah, I mean, I have a good amount of time. I have until It's 12:30 right now for me. I'm on EST, and I pretty much have until probably 6 o'clock or so. So yeah, I mean I have tons of time. Hopefully we can get through the whole video. If we can't get through the whole video, I hope we can at least make some decent work and do a pretty decent job. But yeah, you know what? I think I'm just gonna get started. I think we're just gonna head into this video. So yeah, let's go. I think I'm gonna put it on 1.25 speed. Seems to be the best speed for this kind of thing.
Libertarianism continues to be a relevant.
Oh yeah, before we get going too far, just let me know how the audio of this video sounds. I did do a quick little like recording. It sounded okay to me, but if it's too loud or too, quiet, just let me know, okay?
Force on YouTube, even if it has largely escaped the political zeitgeist in which cultural and demographic concerns have outweighed economic beliefs. Mintus Wave, Liquid Zulu, Text Brass, and a small channel which is rapidly growing called Libertas have all found a place to successfully promote their ideology. Given that so many have accepted the libertarian creed, I think it's more important
Sounds good. Okay, good to know. Thank you.
than ever to ensure that it faces criticism. For that reason, I've decided to refute every anarcho-capitalist argument.
Yeah, I mean this video is an hour and 15 minutes long, so I mean I'm expecting to see a lot of anarcho-capitalist arguments. I'd like to see though if he actually presents them in their strongest case, or if he just doesn't know what the proper ANCAP arguments to be making are. We'll have to see. I mean, a lot of ANCAP arguments are pretty good. Some of them are kind of from people who don't really know how to be arguing for ANCAP, so other people can see these arguments and take care of them pretty quickly because they're not good arguments. But hopefully, he attacks the strongest arguments, the most fundamental ones.
Before I begin, I want to explain where I'm coming from in case you're new to the channel. I am a former Ancap who was introduced to the ideology and arguments by Stefan Molyneux back in 2016. I remained an Ancap until 2019, and during that period, I read a lot of libertarian literature. However, after becoming more well-versed in history and political theory, I began to
Yeah, so yeah, like the title of this video says, this guy is a former ANCAP. So again, like I hopefully that means he's relatively, he knows what arguments to be making. He knows what cases to be presenting. Greetings, Yunk. Yeah, how's it going, Raptionis? Good seeing you in the stream. Yeah, this is gonna be a long one, so strap in. But yeah, let's keep going.
see the flaws in libertarian thought. It got human anthropology completely wrong. Its rosy description of free market economics does not match the historical reality of capitalism. Its moral philosophy is blind to the assumptions behind an econocentric worldview. And ultimately, it is just as materialistic as Marxism.
So this is a really interesting claim. Libertarianism is just as materialistic as Marxism. Well, Marx claims that everything is just matter in motion. Um, Yeah, he thinks this matter follows the dialectic process, but nonetheless, he's still a determinist. He thinks communism is inevitable. And this seems to me to be in complete opposition to the libertarian position, which is specifically that people have free will. And in fact, libertarianism rests upon people having free will. Mises's action axiom only works or only is meaningful insofar as people can actually make actions. I even look at like the non-aggression principle. It's like don't aggress. What is aggression? Initiation of conflict. What is conflict? Mutually exclusive actions, right? So you need action, which requires volition for the non-aggression principle. Without free will, the non-aggression principle is meaningless. So it appears to me that Marxism, at least in terms of its metaphysics, is diametrically opposed to libertarianism. So this is a very weird claim, but I don't know. Maybe he'll justify it at some point in the video.
My political position is an idiosyncratic one called national monarchism, which I've made both a video and book about on this channel.
And of course, he just turns into a statist. This is typically a good sign that people don't really know what's going on with ANCAP, but maybe I'm wrong. But yeah, normally when people are like ANCAPs and they just turn into like some sort of statist, it's not a good sign.
Basically, I'm a monarchist, I'm a nationalist, and I believe in third way economics, even on the pain of being nearly against markets entirely. I've read some Marx, Lenin, and Engels. I've seen both
I don't know. I don't know how you go from being a fucking Ancap, reading like presumably like Rothbard and Hoppe, to being convinced by Lenin and like Marx and Engels. That seems pretty fantastical. I don't know how you could read that stuff and be convinced in the slightest, but at least if you have a prior philosophical and economic background. Because I think the way Marx gets a lot of people is that it's like he kind of just appeals to their ignorance. It's like, oh, these class structure, you're being oppressed, and a lot of people in their jobs, they just feel like they're it's hard for them to find any success, and so they just kind of buy into it. But they buy into it specifically because they don't have a background. Once you have like a libertarian with like a strong background, I think that you can easily just read through Marx and be like, and to be honest, I haven't actually read very much Marx at all, but you can read through it. I'm very certain because I know what he has to say, and be like, yeah, this is nonsense. So I don't know.
the arguments for and against capitalism, and I think I am qualified to make a survey of the most foundational arguments that libertarians make. So without further ado, let's get started. First, let's tackle the NAP, or non-aggression principle. It means you can't step on the snake.
Yeah, I mean, so this is good. In the last video I was talking about anarcho-capitalism. The NAP was at the absolute bottom of the or end of the video. Like the NAP was like the last thing he talked about in the video. So at least this guy's getting to the NAP in the first 2 minutes, which is the way it should be. This is a good approach from this guy. So I like that. Um, what are we watching this time? We're watching. Oh yeah, how's it going? We're watching this video, which is I've seen going around a lot. Yeah. So this is gonna be a long one. Does he not know of the economic calculation problem? Yeah, I mean, I feel like if you know anything about libertarian literature, you would have heard about the economic calculation problem. So then, or a little earlier in the video, he made the claim that he's almost completely against markets, which sounds like, I mean, if you have heard of the economic calculation problem, you know how disastrous that is. I mean, a lot of socialists try to say, like, oh no, uh, to solve the ECP, we're just going to have like some sort of market socialism. But they actually accept the framework of the ECP. And of course, market socialism is a contradiction in terms, but they at least try to reconcile the ECP with their philosophy. But if this guy knows about the ECP and is just rejecting markets, that seems very I mean, I don't even know how he would attempt to argue for that, but whatever. We'll keep going.
There are basically three formulations of it. Hoppe's argument
Uh, we were on the Discord, watched one of his videos before. He was nuts in it. Was it this specific video or was it a different one of his? I know he has a lot of. He's really not a big fan of libertarianism. He has. Yeah, just so you guys know, this guy for a little bit of background, he doesn't have too many subscribers, but this video is kind of going around. Um, it specifically is interesting to me because he has like Liquid Zulu in here, and Liquid Zulu is actually like a thought leader in terms of libertarian philosophy. So he's not just like straw manning some random people, but he's talking a lot about libertarianism. Like, libertarianism is apparently like communism of the bourgeois. Libertarianism cannot be conservative. He's like just loving talking about libertarianism. So yeah,
the snake. There are basically three formulations of it. Hoppe's argumentation ethics, the estoppel argument, and Molyneux's universally profitable behavior.
yeah. So I mean, in terms of these three arguments for the NAP, indeed, argumentation ethics is an argument for the NAP. But as far as I can tell, estoppel doesn't seem to be an argument for the NAP. Estoppel is an argument which already accepts the framework of the NAP and then goes in and tries to justify retribution, which is, that's a whole nother thing. Completely just a different section of libertarian philosophy. So I don't think estoppel, maybe there's a different formulation that I'm not aware of, but estoppel in the way it's usually talked about from Kinsella is specifically talking about retribution. So I don't really know, like it's not, it accepts the framework of the NAP already, but we'll see what he has to say when we get there.
These are all actually kind of related to each other because at least two of them are attempts to solve philosophy, and they're very similar, but they're formulated in ever so slightly different.
So I don't think any of these are trying to solve philosophy. What they are trying to do is specifically trying to solve law. They're trying to justify the libertarian legal theory, but legal theory is a domain of philosophy. It's not philosophy as the whole. What's up, Zafari? Just woke up. How are we doing? I'm doing pretty good. I woke up a little while ago, and yeah, we're getting into this video. It's gonna be a long one. And rent-free, yeah, we clearly are living rent-free in this guy's head. I mean, normally people like this kind of talk about the more like neoliberal philosophies and stuff like that, but this guy's just going straight for like he's picking on the little dogs. But it's funny.
different ways, so I'll have to address each one individually. These are all pretty asinine, so this won't take long. Argumentation.
Apparently, our arguments for the NAP are asinine. And I also forgot to add, he forgot the what is typically accepted in libertarian circles for people who are really deep into the philosophy, which is Zulu's argument for the NAP. Liquid Zulu has a whole nother argument for the NAP. So even if he was able to successfully refute all of these, are all three of these arguments, being estoppel, mutually profitable action, and argumentation ethics, he still wouldn't have refuted the NAP. And he would also have to refute it from Ayn Rand's perspective. Because Ayn Rand essentially has the non-initiation of force principle, and as us libertarians know, she didn't correctly dig down to the right root. So if you read Rand and interpret Rand correctly, really, Ayn Rand argues for the NAP on her own objectivist philosophical basis. So that's a whole nother argument for the NAP. Which, of course, I mean, these are all interrelated. They're very, like, connected together, but it is a different approach that you would have to look at for this guy. Ayn Rand saw philosophy when she discovered that 2 plus 2 equals 4. Indeed, she was the first one to truly understand that 2 plus 2 equals 4.
Ethics is laid out in the following way. 1. All actions are preceded by norms. 2. Acting presupposes the norm that it is just to act in that way. 3. Engaging in argumentation establishes normatively that argumentation is a just way to resolve disputes.
Yeah, it does. So if I engage in an argument with someone, and again, to do all of this, we're presupposing a couple of philosophical things. Argumentation, first of all, it doesn't exist in a normative void, but it doesn't exist in a philosophical void either, right? To even have argumentation ethics, we need to have an entire philosophy that actually goes into the fact that there's free will and the fact that like facts can be known and like the fact that there are multiple people because these are actually contentious issues in philosophy somehow. So argumentation ethics has a lot of philosophical presuppositions for it to be valid as well. Left-wing bread tuber says, hi, how's it going, man? If Ayn Rand personally wasn't an anarchist, why are so many people who are anarcho-capitalist Randians? Well, specifically, they're Randians because objectivism integrates with anarcho-capitalism incredibly well. And Ayn Rand, so in her conception, and in mine as well, and many other people's, philosophy is composed of metaphysics, epistemology, ethics, and aesthetics. And Ayn Rand has a beautiful metaphysics and epistemology, and a really great ethics, except when she gets into the domain of law. When she messes up a little bit in law, she errs slightly, and that all of that error leads to her thinking that there needs to be a state. And so but once you get rid of that though, her error can actually just be replaced by libertarian legal theory, and it completely just reconciles every problem that she had. So they integrate together perfectly. Yeah, objectivism is compatible with Ancap. She just didn't take it far enough. Yeah, she made small mistakes, and they you know, gradually got bigger and bigger as she started tackling bigger questions. Unfortunately.
4. Refuting the norm of argumentation requires argumentation. 5.
Uh, I mean, yeah, pretty much. I'd say really just to engage in an argument, because argumentation ethics is all about justification. Well, since it's about justification, that's really what you're doing. When Halpe establishes his argumentation ethics, he's saying that insofar as you're trying to justify an action, the only actions you can justify are the ones which are in libertarian legal theory. At least the only actions with respect to conflict. Like the only solution to the problem of conflict that you can justify is libertarian legal theory. So that's what Hoppe's really saying.
Therefore, all rejection of argumentation is invalid, i.e., violence, coercion, etc.
But this guy, I don't think he's really formulating it correctly. I don't think that's really. It's not all rejection of argumentation is violence and coercion. Like, you can reject argumentation as a valid means of solving disputes while not being coercive or violent. You can just be a whim worshiper and happen to not actually engage in any violence or coercion. Hoppe's argument is that insofar as you actually try to justify your arguments, though, you must do so throughout the course of an argument, and in an argument, the norms presupposed are exactly those of libertarian property and legal theory. So that's what he's saying.
Now, an anarchist named ThoughtBat did an excellent video refuting argumentation ethics, which I will not reproduce here. But to sum it up, Hoppe does not defeat non-cognitivism, and the claim.
Yeah, so let's just pretty much really go like what is argumentation ethics? Well, this is what Hoppe has to say. Argumentation exists in a normative void. I mean, doesn't exist. Sorry, argumentation does not exist in a normative void, and so there's some norms presupposed by argumentation. Well, first of all, we have to understand what argumentation actually is as well. So, argumentation is specifically an act. It's an action using scarce means, namely the bodies of two people, wherein both people are trying to justify and come to the truth value of some specific claim. So they're trying to find the truth with respect to some certain proposition. Now, when we look at like the norms that are presupposed in argumentation, one of them is self-ownership, right? Let's say A and B are arguing. Well, it can only be an argument insofar as A and B are actually in control of their bodies, right? If A is actually controlling B, then it's not an argument at all. It's just B talking to himself with like an extension of his body. It's like talking to a ventriloquist doll. It's not like actually an argument. So both people have to be in control of each other to have an argument. And the other norm that's incredibly important is that neither people can be being violent against each other. Right? For example, two people, like if you have A and B again in an argument, and A is like bashing B's head, saying like, "You will accept my argument. You will accept my argument." He's like bashing B's head with like a bludgeon. That's not an argument. Um, because specifically because you can't force someone to believe certain things. Insofar as you have an argument, most people must be free to actually express their values and their beliefs. And Ayn Rand has a great point with this, where she says force is diametrically opposed to value. What she means by this is that when we have certain values, you can't force values on other people. So, a good analogy for this is if someone believes that 2 plus 2 equals 4, I can't point a gun to their head and tell them that 2 plus 2 equals 5. I can't make them believe that. I can get them to profess it, but I can't make them believe it. So, insofar as one person is coercing the other person with violence or aggression to believe and profess some certain argument, it's not an argument. So, to have this argumentation, you must be essentially in a non-aggressive state with respect to this conflict. And so with these norms, we can essentially put them all together and say, hey, in an argument, you have to presuppose self-ownership and conflict non-initiation, which is just the NAP, right? We have to presuppose the NAP before we can have an argument. Let's see some of these comments. Um, Hello, what would be the currency used in a libertarian state? Well, I don't think there's a libertarian state, but if you mean a libertarian society, I'm guessing probably some sort of gold or precious metal is normally what would happen. Um, yeah, what's an example of artificial scarcity? I don't know. I've only heard these arguments from Marxists. Yeah. So scarcity, when we say scarcity as libertarians, we don't mean like something's rare. When I say this good is scarce, like let's say I have a stick, I say this stick is scarce. What that means specifically is that it can only be in one place at one time, right? It is one finite thing. If a stick was not scarce, for example, that would mean that like you could make a fire with it and I could go fishing with it, like make a fishing rod out of it. But since we live in the world of where things have identity, aka A is A, everything is limited. Exactly. In fact, it's limited to what it is, right? So the law of identity implies that every good is scarce because everything is limited. You can't have an unlimited stick that can be used for like 10 different things at once. At least, I think you guys get what I'm picking up. Pick up what I'm putting down. That's what it means to say scarce. So there is no such thing as artificial scarcity. It's at least in our libertarian conception of it. Now, if argue, sorry, if artificial scarcity just means companies not producing certain goods and making them rarer than they otherwise would have been, that's a whole nother thing. I don't think that's a very good I don't think that's a very good like really argument for the Marxist because it's like if the company isn't making some sort of resource, that's like who cares, right? They don't have to be making this. Why do you think that you should be able to coerce them into making this resource? What's a good way to argue against the government owning rare resources like oil? Well, essentially, I'd say just using the non-aggression principle, right? Like, the government can't actually, insofar as the government isn't actually homesteading some oil, It's essentially just taking it from people aggressively, right? It's being an aggressor. It is stealing oil from people, which is very bad, right? You're centrally planning the use of oil and you're aggressing against people. So I think that's pretty much how we'd handle that.
That acting presupposes norms violates Hume's Zot gap.
Oh yeah, so okay, in this video he said non-cognitivism, which as far as I can tell is somewhat of like a rejection of like free will, which is like, yeah, argumentation ethics doesn't exist in a philosophical void, right? There's philosophical um, steps that need to be established before we can have argumentation ethics, right? We don't just go in argumentation ethics and then expect that to be perfectly compatible with like Hume's philosophy. Like, of course, argumentation ethics won't be compatible with Hume's philosophy. It's a completely different thing. It's very compatible with objectivism, and objectivism rejects the is-ought gap. So I don't care about Hume's is-ought gap. That is irrelevant to me because objectivism rejects the is-ought gap. Hume gets this idea from the fact that, well, the quote-unquote fact that you can't get necessity from experience. But that just rejects the law of causality, and objectivism establishes the law of causality. So Hume is, you know, this is not a good argument here because Hume is not a good base to start with your philosophy. Hume made a massive error.
The rest of the argument then falls apart, and to top it all off,
Yeah, again, of course the rest of the argument falls apart because you presupposed something that contradicted it, right? But if we properly integrate argumentation ethics into an entire philosophy that actually makes sense and is rational, then it makes perfect sense.
there's not an obvious or necessary line through from the conclusion of argumentation ethics to private property.
There's not an obvious conclusion from argumentation ethics to private property. Well, no, that's false. So what did we say in argumentation ethics? Hoppe says that, if we take argumentation ethics for a second, grant argumentation ethics. Argumentation ethics says that essentially the NAP is true. That's what Hoppe claims to have proved with argumentation ethics. Now, if you grant that, then we can easily establish property rights. Because what is property right? Well, it's the right to exclude someone from using something, and we can get homesteading from the NAP as well, right? How do we do this? Well, let's say that, first of all, the NAP is true, so you shouldn't initiate conflicts. And let's say if Crusoe and Friday are on the island. Now, Crusoe, excuse me, sorry, Crusoe comes up to a stick, and he's using the stick. And then now Friday wants to come up and use the stick. If Friday comes up and tries to wrestle the stick off of Crusoe, he's initiating a conflict. So he should not be doing that, right? Because that violates the NAP, and that's how we get property rights. Property rights are conflict avoiding norms, meaning that if you have property in something, it's specifically because you've homesteaded this by being the first appropriator of this resource, meaning that if anyone else comes in and tries to wrestle this stick off of you or this resource, they'd be starting a conflict and thereby violating the NAP. So there's a very direct link from argumentation ethics to property rights. So this is just false.
Rights. Second, let's take a look at estoppel. Now, estoppel is a legal principle by which a party can dismiss a motion by the other party if it relies on a claim which that other party has rejected.
Yeah, I mean, so estoppel, Kinsella essentially just says that if you have an aggressor, and again, this isn't really an argument for the NAP. This is a argument specifically for retributive force. Estoppel essentially just says that if you have an aggressor, if he tries to reject or not consent to some sort of aggression against him, he'd be dialogically estopped, meaning he'd find himself in contradiction dialectically when doing so, which is, if you're finding yourself in a contradiction, it can't be true. So he has to consent to it. That's estoppel.
In other words, if I claim that my client didn't eat a salad on Sunday, but then I make a motion that hinges on my client having eaten a salad on Sunday, the other party could object on the grounds of estoppel and dismiss my motion. Now, instead of having eaten a salad on Sunday, imagine we're talking about the use of force. The estoppel formulation of the NAP goes, if I can claim that it is just to use force against the other person, I cannot then...
I've always thought anarcho-communism was one large reification fallacy. Yeah, it definitely is a reification fallacy that definitely reifies the collective.
claim that it is not just for him to use force against me. If I am the state, then it is clear that my monopoly on violence is invalid, and so we must have a stateless society.
Sorry, I was trying to read the comments. I gotta go back a few seconds. Yeah, I don't even think I've heard this argument for the NAP. He's trying to like mold estoppel into it. Maybe Kinsella does this. I don't know. Maybe he does do this.
If I can claim that it is just to use force against the other person, I cannot then claim that it is not just for him to use force against me. If
Oh, well, yeah, that's pretty much just what it means to be biologically
I am
stoppable.
the state, then it is clear that my monopoly on violence is invalid, and so we must have a stateless society.
Um, I mean, yeah, you can kind of just, I mean, that's like seems like a very primitive formulation of that, but I mean, in terms of like aggression, um, estoppel doesn't itself establish that you should not be engaged in aggression. It just establishes that insofar as someone engages in aggression, they couldn't justify opposing that aggression done back to themselves. So it doesn't actually. The NAP is a normative claim, right? The NAP is making a claim that you should not do something. Estoppel says that someone cannot do something, aka not consent to some sort of force being used against them after they aggressed on someone. So estoppel itself isn't trying to establish the NAP. So this guy is trying to fit estoppel into a hole that it doesn't fit in, right? He's trying to square the circle. It's of course it's not going to work. Of course you're not going to be able to make a normative claim with a factual claim. Um, well, not I don't mean it in Hume's guillotine sense, but estoppel isn't even trying to make a normative claim, right? It's just making a factual claim. Like the factual claim itself, you can't just contort it into some sort of normative claim. So that's the problem.
Now, the estoppel argument is very uncharitable regarding the state's actual justification for its violent monopoly. States do not claim, without qualifications, that it is just to use violence against citizens.
Um, what's the actual difference between simple Rothbardianism and Hoppianism? Um, well, it seems to me like Hoppe kind of just went a little farther than Rothbard and said, like, okay, this is specifically what the Rothbardian society may look like. Because Hoppe just goes in and like formulates his covenant community world based on like insurance companies enforcing certain norms. And Rothbardianism is simply, I think it's kind of just like the legal framework to get there. So, but in terms of like ethics, I don't think there's any real difference between Rothbardianism and Hoppianism. I think it's pretty much just the same thing, except Hoppe says, okay, this is what this might look like.
Instead, they usually ground their right to use force in the rules of law, and that law derives its legitimacy either from a divine mandate or from popular consent.
Yeah, okay, so this is the problem. He's trying to, like I said earlier, fill he's trying to claim that estoppel does something it's not trying to do. Now, where does estoppel fall? Estoppel, first you have the NAP, right? You have the NAP, and then you have estoppel. Estoppel works perfectly in libertarian legal theory because it works under the domain of the NAP. You have law, which is the NAP, and then you have retributive force, and estoppel's justifying retributive force. But you can't just skip the entire law and then go with estoppel, because of course, if you don't have a valid legal framework before you can establish what retributive force is justified, you're going to get ridiculous answers. So again, this guy doesn't understand the role of estoppel. And maybe someone made the wrong estoppel argument to him or didn't tell him specifically where estoppel falls in. But again, estoppel does not make a normative claim. The NAP does make a normative claim. And the NAP actually is proving the normative claim. Estoppel is just proving that you cannot not consent to some aggression done to you after you have aggressed on someone. And I would argue that it isn't actually aggression at that point, the retributive force. So, yeah, again, if you claim that estoppel is invalid because somebody could appeal to like divine command or like social contracts or some shit like that, that's just not understanding where estoppel falls in terms of like the legal system. Right? Again, it's justifying retributive force.
In other words, the state's use of force is contingent upon state legitimacy derived from popular consent or from God. Thus, the state's actual claim is not, it is just to use force against you, but not against me. Rather, it is just to use force against you under the parameters of the law that you.
Again, yeah, under the parameters of the law. And if you had already previously established the NAP as objective law, then we would see that this would be an invalid law that they were trying to assert. And then estoppel could come in and say, actually, now it's okay to use retributive force against any would-be state because this would-be state is breaking these objective laws which we have discovered. Right? That's what estoppel does. Um, so I feel like I'm just restating the same thing over and over again. But it's because I am, right? I mean, he's not understanding the proper where estoppel fits into like this hierarchy of libertarian ideas. Estoppel is not the fundamental thing. Estoppel comes afterwards, after he's already established the subjective law.
You have assented to, or which all humans must assent to because it is objective. But if popular assent to the law no longer exists, or if I violate the divine mandate, then my use of force is unjustified. Of course,
Yeah, of course. If you are violating the law, your use of force is unjustified. And if the law comes from fucking divine commandment, and that divine commandment is somehow objectively true, then yeah, the state can do its thing, I guess, if they have divine command. But unfortunately, they don't, right? Because God isn't real, and there is no divine command. But again, we have to establish these things first before we can do estoppel.
it would be absurd to expect the state to just dissolve itself if the masses turned against it. But there are real examples of states not being simple monopolies on violence. All the way from
What is the state who isn't a monopoly on violence? Find me the state. Maybe he's going to give it to me.
antiquity up through the feudal Middle Ages, there was a customary right of rebellion vassals held against the crown. If the crown violated customs or acted in discordance with his divine investiture, he could legitimately be deposed by his vassals and then replaced.
I mean, in that case, I would say it's not really even a government anymore. It's more of just like a Hoppian covenant, if what he's saying is actually true. It sounds like he's just describing anarcho-capitalism. One thing I find funny is like when these people try to like conceive of some sort of voluntary state that isn't like violating people's consent, they always just end up describing some sort of Hoppian covenant because you pretty quickly realize that a voluntary state goes against everything that a state actually is. You really can't have one. So what he's done is he's pretty much described the Hoppian covenant, which is pretty much just, oh yeah, if the covenant or this quote unquote state, this monarchy or whatever, violates what people consented to in like a contract or whatever, they can go overthrow it. That sounds exactly like a fucking Hoppian covenant. So yeah, this is not a very good example of this voluntary state.
In ancient China, the concept of the mandate of heaven was utilized both by the masses and by dissident nobles to justify rebellions against the emperor. If the emperor was replaced, it was customarily agreed that it was the will of heaven and thus was legitimate. In Iberia,
I mean, that doesn't sound very legitimate to me. I'm sure there's a lot of people who didn't consent to that, but again, I mean, this is really just off topic. None of this really matters towards libertarianism anymore. We've already dismissed his claim about what Estoppel's doing.
there possibly existed the charters of Rebarbe, which stated, if he, the king, should hereafter tyrannize the kingdom against the fueros or
How's it going, Rion? Oh, you've caught this stream much earlier, which is probably good. Yeah, we haven't gotten very far into this video. To give you some context, he's trying to like debunk the NAP right now, and he's misunderstanding Estoppel. And he tried to debunk argumentation ethics, and he did not do that. So that's where we are. And yeah, I'm just gonna keep going though.
liberties, the kingdom should be free to choose another king, even if he were a pagan. Additionally, the Magna Carta enabled barons to overrule the right of the king. There was also the Hungarian
This guy is 100% a legal positivist. LOL. Yeah, I think he is. I think he'd probably proudly say that though. I think he's some sort of like national monarchist. I don't know exactly what he believes, but it seems like he's definitely like on the side of like whatever the king says goes. So he's definitely a positivist. Um, and I guess I don't know how he would justify his positivism. But whatever. I mean, I guess the criticism's on us for now, so we don't have to ask him any questions. Those people just believe they are justified. Yeah, they just believe they can do whatever they want. They're just whim worshippers, really. It's really ridiculous.
Golden Bull of 1222, which enabled noblemen to resist the king if he acted contrary to law. Finally, Thomas Aquinas more or less inverted the meaning of sedition, writing that it was really the tyrant who was seditious against the people, not the people against the tyrant. In the early modern era, and of course goes without saying that the United States was founded to a certain extent upon a right of rebellion. As Thomas Jefferson
Yeah, so one thing, again, like I said this earlier, but whenever these people try to describe their like voluntary states that supposedly don't have a monopoly on force, they always end up just either describing a Hoppian covenant or like using some sort of collectivist terms. So like this guy has said the people so many times in this segment. It's like, oh, if the people wanted to rebel against it, it's like, what if like is it still voluntary if like what if there's 1,000 people living here and like 99% of people are happy and then one guy is really unhappy? Like is that guy's consent not being violated? It seems to me that it is. Even if the people, the average majority opinion is still in favor of the emperor or the ruler, that doesn't mean that every individual person is in favor of the emperor. This is like I mean, this doesn't establish what he thinks it's establishing. Like, I mean, this is just like democracy, right? Like, if nine people vote to rape a woman on an island, does the woman now consent to this? Like, no, fucking course not. So even though in that scenario, I could easily just say like, oh, well, on this island, the people clearly thought this was a justified rape. It's like, does that now qualify as a justified rape? Like, clearly not. That's ridiculous. Um, so these arguments aren't establishing what he thinks they are, and insofar as they actually are describing a completely voluntary society, they're describing anarchy. So that's what I think I think this is a really nice point that we have here, because it's like whenever these people try to describe the voluntary state and they get rid of all of the non-voluntary aspects, they just describe our society. So it's very much like we have them in a bind. It's either they bite the bullet and say, "Yeah, I don't care about people's consent," or they just describe our society and pretend like they're not.
Anderson said, the tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants. We might also reference Jean-Jacques Rousseau's proposition that the people have the right.
I'm sort of blackpilled on if we can ever repeal the welfare state. Off topic, it builds itself a massive defender base. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, um, I mean, I think really the way we're gonna do this is eventually just the cycle of empires. Essentially, one state or government or whatever just gets too big. Eventually, it collapses, and from the ashes. And I'm not saying this in like an accelerationist way, but I'm saying this in a way that's like, yeah, it's inevitable that the U.S. government will collapse. And so by that point, all I can say is that I hope the libertarian base has gotten big enough that we can kind of go off somewhere else and just form our own voluntary, libertarian, objectivist, whatever society, and start being incredibly productive. And once we do that, I think once if we establish like an objectivist, libertarian, like just area, I mean, I think we all in this chat know how incredibly productive it would be. But I think that would kind of start turning people over, right? Once they saw the amount of success and just amazing things that we can do if you actually have the correct philosophy, I think people would start, accepting that. But I don't know. I mean, unfortunately though, you are right. Like getting rid of the welfare state is very challenging because of all the dependents. And that was the state's strategy all along.
To depose an unworthy government by withdrawing their consent. We can clearly see that the estoppel argument is based on an oversimplified straw man of the.
Again, the estoppel argument is not meant to establish the NAP. It's meant to establish what retribution is justified. So once you abstract away from any particular legal theory, then of course you don't get the NAP anymore. Wow. You just proved that when you don't talk about the NAP, you just proved that when you don't look at a justification for the NAP, you won't get a justification for the NAP. Beautiful.
The state itself.
Did I just skip forwards?
If we could declare anything to be unjust, then it would be an explicit tyranny, not the state itself. Lastly, we must confront Stefan Molyneux's UPB. Again, I won't spend much time on it. You can watch Rationality.
I don't even really know what this is, and honestly, I don't really care about it. I care about the true arguments for the NAP, not a bunch of like the subjectivist, like, oh, I think it's like he said it's like mutually profitable action. But like again, this guy can just be like, oh, I don't think it's profitable on the subjectivist terms, and there you go. Now it's gone. And that is a perfectly valid argument on his point, because if you have a subjectivist argument, I think it's perfectly valid to just dismiss it with another subjectivist argument. So again, this isn't a good argument for the NAP.
Rules' video on UPB if you want a deep dive. But the most serious problem is that Molyneux presupposes the question of universally preferable behavior in the definition of universally preferable behavior. It's a circular argument. He also, like Hoppe, violates the is-ought gap for basically the same.
Yeah, I mean, there's no such thing as the is-ought gap. It's complete bullshit. I don't care about Hume. So there you go.
Same reason. It shouldn't surprise you that no philosopher who is actually worth his salt hasn't found a way to conclude that his, and only his, moral argument is correct.
So what is your philosophy then? Like, this guy clearly believes in something. He believes in national monarchy. So, suppose, like, I would guess that he probably believes his law is correct. Do you not believe your law is correct? Like, does he just believe that his system is incorrect? Because on his terms, he has to see that his system cannot be correct. So this is a weird argument coming from someone who does believe in a specific legal societal structure. We do not slander Hoppe around here. This is blasphemy. Yeah, I mean, I think argumentation ethics is brilliant. So, yeah, Hoppe's a great. Unfortunately, he's very Kantian. But again, I mean, I'll let it slide because he doesn't really go into it very much, and argumentation ethics is a very useful argument for us. I mean, with a little bit of Ayn Rand, you can easily establish that the NAP is true with argumentation ethics. Like you just say, okay, if if insofar as we try to justify an action, it has to be libertarian property theory, and then someone can go on and say, oh, well, what if I don't care about justifying actions? And then Ayn Rand comes in with like the slam dunk, like Hoppe passes the ball. Ayn Rand comes in with the slam dunk and says, oh, well, insofar as a man wants to live as a man, by the specific nature of men as such, they must use their reason. They must justify their actions and be rational. A man cannot live as a lower animal. Like a man cannot live just on his whims and subjective preferences. He must use his reason insofar as he wants to live as a man. And that's a very beautiful argument. And it fills the gap that Hoppe leaves open. So it's a very, like, they work perfectly together.
No one has solved philosophy, and Molyneux's arrogant attempt is the most
No one has solved philosophy. So I guess this guy believes that his philosophy is incorrect. Because if no one has solved philosophy, that means you clearly don't believe Mr. What's this guy's what's this guy's channel name? Natty Bud Light, Mr. Natty Bud Light. You don't think your philosophy is correct either. This is very weird. Um, Anarcho-capitalism is pasta, where an Ayn Rand is a sauce. Rigatoni is Rothbard, and Parmesan is Hoffa. Yeah, I mean, I think that's pretty good. I'd say, I would say Ayn Rand is the pasta, Rothbard is the sauce, and Hoppe is the cheese, though, right? Because the pasta is the base, and Ayn Rand provides the metaphysical and epistemological base. Rothbard provides the base in terms of law, and Hoppe provides the sprinkling on top of what would this what would this society look like, and how do we justify the society? But yeah, I mean, fair enough. I agree with that, Mr. Suss.
laughable of all of them. Now let's go on to the next one, which is voluntary employment. An important
Voluntary was
cornerstone of
the voluntary unemployment or employment.
capitalist theory is voluntarism, which is the
Oh yeah, I mean yeah, we should probably be consenting to things. Sounds pretty good to me.
proposition that the only just actions or relationships are between mutually consenting parties.
I mean, the only relationships, yes, between two people, but there's plenty of actions that aren't between mutually consenting parties. That's a bit of like a technical thing there, where it's like oh yeah, I know I didn't say much on his last argument about like Stefan Molyneux. Again, I don't care about that argument. I'm just gonna say he's correct on that. I don't know. Because that's not my argument or one that I believe in. Again, he didn't even talk about the Liquid Zulu argument. So yeah, I'll let him have that one. I don't really care about that one. But yeah, let's see him justify non-voluntary interactions. Bro, he is in the chat. Who's in the chat right now?
In other words, the use of unilateral force, which is not justified prior by consensual agreement on terms, or the application of force to compel non-consenting parties to perform or abstain from actions, is immoral. Voluntarism originates in the work of Auberon Herbert, whose philosophy differs in some details from anarcho-capitalism, insofar as he proposes the creation of a voluntarily funded state to keep order and enforce contracts. But nonetheless, the basic moral principles of voluntarism are part of the basis for anarcho-capitalist moral arguments.
I mean, the basis for the oh, left-wing bread tuber. I mean, I don't think that's this guy, but it is his same profile picture. So yeah, how's it going, man? Um, yeah, I will say, um, shit, sorry, the point has just lost my head. I'm a little scattered today. Yeah, no, I will say, no, the foundation for anarcho-capitalist moral arguments is the non-aggression principle. And so, considering that this guy thinks he's, invalidated the non-aggression principle, yeah, I mean, of course, our arguments aren't gonna stand very much, interrogation because he thinks he's already invalidated all of them. So, I mean, there you go, right? That's not like a very good, if you're arguing against this, though, it's like, I don't know, there's not much to say if the NAP isn't true, right? If the NAP isn't true, then yeah, I guess it doesn't matter if things are voluntary or not. But it is true, right? So that's our argument, really.
Libertarians claim that employment contracts are, under free market conditions, completely voluntary. As such,
Oh, is he going to go into some sort of like Marxist thing where like nature is coercing you into like buying a job or whatever, or getting a job? I'm not sure. We'll see.
the claim made by Marxists that employers exploit the labor power of employees to make profit by extracting surplus labor value is apparently refuted. The employee agreed to such and such a wage, and he agreed to perform such and such labor for a certain
Yeah, he did. Again, I don't care if nature is like coercing him into getting a job. Like, oh, the evil capitalist system's coercing him into getting a job. It's like, yes, under any system, somebody does have to work. So someone is coerced into working. Now, if we're accepting the terms like that, we shouldn't have this labor exploitation. Oh, how's it going, left-wing bread tuber? You are Natty? Well, if you are him, hello. Um, yeah, we're gonna be reacting to your video. Um, I'm not sure if you actually are this guy, then I mean that's great. Thank you for stopping by. And if you want to clarify any points that you're making, then go ahead. Now, I will say I don't think I'm going to get into any huge debates with you in the comments. If you are this guy, but if I'm completely misinterpreting your point or I hear it wrong, then go ahead and tell me. So yeah, fair enough. Anarcho-capitalism is the communism of the bourgeois. Holy oxy. Yeah, I mean I don't know what he says in that. I'll just let you go off, King. Well, thank you. Um, yeah, again, but if we're accepting like these Marxist terms that there shouldn't be exploitation, well, since in any system there will be someone who has to work, which is apparently coercion, then wouldn't you rather just have it voluntary? Like, I don't know, if we are accepting these terms. Now, again, and even if we get rid of the NAP, it still doesn't even seem like it seems like a non sequitur to me. But again, if we have the NAP established, then yeah, I mean, it seems pretty obvious to me that there's no NAP violation in terms of a employment contract. How does anarcho capitalism handle constipation? I guess we can get the voluntary constipation firms to unconstipate you. But yeah.
Certain number of hours. Therefore, if he feels he is underpaid relative to his productive output, he is simply projecting an entitlement to which he never consented in the first place, and therefore he is not exploited.
I mean, yeah, I'm not maybe he was going to go into the entire like surplus labor value thing here. I'm not sure. We'll see. I mean, I'm he Bud Light or left-wing bread tuber. You did say that earlier in the video you are kind of against markets and you've read some Marx. So I don't know how influenced you are by that, but I guess we'll see.
Marxists give the most obvious rebuttal to this argument, which
Okay, so the Marxist rebuttal, we're about to hear.
is that the circumstances which compel a person to seek employment are not consensual, such as the threat of starvation or homelessness.
So well, you can't really say they're non-consensual either, though. Like, it's just nature. It's just the way it is, right? It's not like nature is aggressing against you. It's not like nature is forcing you to die. It's just the fact that as a man, as a living creature, you must engage in certain actions in order to survive. Like, that's just a fact of nature. If you had this socialist commune or this big welfare state or whatever, someone still has to provide it, right? If everyone, let's say you have like a socialist commune where apparently no one has to work if they don't want to, so working is completely a choice. Let's say that everyone in this commune decides not to work. Well, they're going to starve to death unless someone gets off of their ass. And then this argument applies too, because it's like, oh, well, starving to death, they didn't consent to that. So even in this perfect communist commune or whatever society, it really doesn't matter what you imagine, some sort of welfare system, someone has to work, and someone on this argument, I don't agree with this, is being coerced and not consenting to starving. So this is like this just doesn't really apply. And if we're going to accept the Marxist terms, then now we have to get into the whole problem that on Marx, you have materialism. And you have the dialectic process, which already has determined everything. So the term exploitation is completely meaningless. It's a volitional term. A rock can't exploit another rock. It's just not possible, right? So as soon as we get rid of all of these free will like terms, exploitation's meaningless. You can't have any exploitation at all. So if we're accepting that Marxist framework, maybe he won't accept that Marxist framework. I don't know. But if we are, then exploitation's meaningless. Nature has forced me to shit. It has aggressed against me. Yeah, I mean, and that means that you can use estoppel against nature, and therefore nature is unjustified, apparently.
And as such, employers are practicing an implicit form of coercion against employees who have no ability to determine the conditions under which they work.
Yeah, it's like employees have no way to determine the conditions under which they work. Well, I don't know. Go work for yourself, right? I mean, people back in the Middle Ages did it all the time. They would go be a blacksmith. They'd open a blacksmith shop. Like, like you absolutely can choose the conditions under which you work. And at the end of the day, like I said, this argument falls flat because someone has to be quote unquote coerced into working. Someone has to be. That's just the way it is, right? So the natural state of nature is abject poverty. So this argument will apply equally to any system. It will. So I don't know. It just seems like a complete like non-starter here. You absolutely can choose to starve, and people have absolutely died from that choice. Now, it would suck to have made that choice, but it doesn't prove it wrong. Yeah, people, and again, people choose poverty as well. Like, this is a big point us libertarians like to make, is that people choose poverty when they adopt a bad philosophy. So it's like, yeah, you actually are choosing to be poor. Like, you are consenting to doing this. Now, whether or not you actually can make the connection between you having a bad philosophy and you being poor, that's irrelevant, because at the end of the day, by your own volition, you chose to be poor. That is your fault.
This argument is rather weak because in prosperous Western countries where food is in abundance, and in which there are, at least in socially democratic countries, vast and easily accessible welfare states, the possibility that an unemployed person of sound mental health would literally starve to death or die from exposure is scant. Even in the United States,
And again, I mean, I don't know. This is just kind of this whole argument. He is saying like, yeah, it's not a very good argument. I don't even think it's not a good argument because there's welfare states. I think it's just not a good argument in principle. But another thing here is like it's taking this not starving as an intrinsic value. It's saying, like, intrinsically, if someone starves, something wrong has been done. And I disagree with that. I certainly think that some people should starve to death. Namely, who should starve to death? The people who don't do anything, right? Or the evil people, right? Adolf Hitler, I would be very happy if he starved to death. Or, like, some other very evil person, I would be very happy if they starved to death. So, taking as an intrinsic value that you should not starve to death, or if someone starves to death, something inherently wrong has been done. I disagree with that. And it seems completely arbitrary. Like, and this is what you see is these people keep on like upping the goalpost for what counts as exploitation. It's like, oh, when you don't have Wi-Fi and like internet, now that's exploitation apparently. And it's like because it's taking these things as like intrinsic values. It's like, no, I don't agree that everyone should have internet. I don't agree that everyone should not starve. I don't agree that everyone should not be poor.
depending on where you live, there are usually homeless shelters that offer free food and lodging. If you don't live in a city, there's nevertheless enough food available, such that it would be rather difficult to actually starve to death. Most people would probably buy a hamburger for someone if they were really in such a bad situation. And above all, the employer did not actually create these conditions. So
Yeah, again, that's a good argument. Actually, leftwood right tuber, I agree with you. The employer did not actually create these conditions. The employer is just giving you an option to fulfill these conditions. And if we reframe this whole argument, um, it's like, would all of this potential for productivity, would this potential for food exist without the employer? Well, the answer is no, right? The natural state of nature is being impoverished and starving to death, and then this employer managed to grapple themselves out of complete abject poverty and create opportunities for other people. And so we're supposed to demonize them for extending an olive branch to other people and saying, hey, would you like to work for me and help me to also uplift yourself out of poverty? Right? So if we reframe the argument, it completely changes. You are a moron. Well, thank you. I take pride in my moronity. Um, all right.
just scarcity of resources, the physical needs of your body, and so forth. So it would be rather absurd to hold him responsible for coercing people. So we might
Indeed.
grant that in the West, at least no one is going to starve to death if they can't get or refuse to get a job. That being said, the second part of the argument elucidates what is really problematic with voluntarism. The employee has no bargaining power.
Yes, they do. If I take Jeff Bezos and Amazon, and every single worker quits right now, Jeff Bezos has nothing. Right? His company will fall flat very quickly if everyone stops working. So, I mean, yes, you do have bargaining power. Labor unions existed without the state. Again, just say, hey, I won't work for you anymore, and I can produce a lot of value, and I'm not being compensated with accordingly. So, I can produce $20 an hour, and you're only paying me 10, so how about you give me 15? That seems more fair, and that's a lot of bargaining power. So, I mean, again, this is not true. Why is there 20 people watching the stream? I don't know. I guess it's pretty popular. It's definitely cool though. We have a lot of people in chat.
Contract an employee enters with an employer is biased in favor of the employer, who gets to determine the terms and conditions of that employment.
Yeah, and the employee gets to determine the terms and conditions of their work. They get to say, "Hey, I won't work if I don't have these specific terms and conditions." I mean, why is it always in favor of the employee? Like we always look at these things biased in favor of the employee. And like, oh, the employee is so exploited. Who's to say the worker isn't being exploited? Who's to say the worker isn't paying the employees too much? Again, this is the problem with like looking at these like kind of like subjective interpretations of things. It's like I don't really think this is a good argument. I don't think it's a good argument to say like, oh, the contract is in favor of the employer. It's like, well, the employee doesn't have to sign the contract. And this guy in the video already refuted the fact that it's not coercion if this guy starves to death by the fact that he doesn't sign the contract. Right? The employer didn't produce the conditions upon which he would starve to death if he doesn't sign the contract. So it's completely voluntary to do go ahead and sign the contract. And then, he doesn't have to sign the contract unless it meets specific terms. I mean, you see people bargaining all the time with jobs. They say, "Oh, how about $100,000 a year?" Nope, I'll only work if you give me 110. There you go. Right? That's so clearly this is just it's just not the case.
Even to such an extent that the requirements of the job might outstrip the ability for the employee to meet, and frequently will fall
Okay, so don't work the job then. Very simple.
below the employee's actual financial requirements in terms
I mean, if we just look at supply and demand, you'll tend on a free market to have all these metrics approach each other. Like so, employees will tend to be producing as much as they can create in value. That's what happens. That's why businesses run such small profit margins, because the amount that the employees are working, the wages tend to approach the amount that they're making and the amount that they're producing in terms of value. So it's like these things just approach equilibrium.
of wages and benefits. The ultimate problem with voluntarism, and this is where the obvious argument fails to actually hit the right target, is that the voluntariness of a relationship is not binary, but rather it lies on a spectrum depending on how much power, both in terms of economy and authority, one party leverages over.
Again, this is just looking at like the like anarcho-communist interpretations like, oh well, we're against hierarchies. Well, it's like, yeah, it so happens that every interaction you could conceive of has some sort of hierarchy. So if our standard is that one party has more like sway or more leverage in a situation, well, you're gonna have that in every single interaction. And so if you're actually consistently applying that, then you're going to end up with the conclusion that there should be no interactions among people. Like there should be zero interactions among people at all. Because every interaction is by definition unequal by the fact that each person is an individual. There's not like a collective of like people. It's like each person is a singular person who's different than the other. So there's some sort of hierarchy between the two of them. So yeah, this is I don't think this is a good argument.
The other. We can imagine two very different kinds of relationship to illustrate why consent alone is not enough to render a relationship completely voluntary.
And I think it is, right? That now if your definition of consent is simply just the word yes, then that's incorrect. But insofar as you're having the proper libertarian definition of this, which is like in terms of aggression, then I think it is. That's all you need, right? But like like let's say a robber goes up to you and puts a gun to your head and says, "Can I take your wallet?" And you say, "Yes, yes, fine, you can take my wallet." Like, okay, that's not consent. I agree with that. But the reason that's not consent is because there's some aggression against you. Now, if it's just two people, let's take a big CEO boss who has a lot of sway in town, and then some little measly worker, well, there's clearly a massive power imbalance between the two of them, potentially an even bigger power imbalance than between the robber and the person having their wallet stolen. But there's no aggression being used against the other person. So there you go. That's why it's not actually a bad thing. This relationship is still good. I thought it was a bunch of tarded fans on the YouTuber Anarchy account is reacting to, but if that was the case, I assume there would be more annoying messages in chat. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it seems like most people are just reacting to the stream, so that's nice. Yeah, it's also it's not too late. It's not too early. I thought there might not be too many viewers because people might be at work or something like that, but I don't know. I mean, not everyone has work every day and stuff like that, so.
First is a friendship. Friends are generally, if not always, equal in terms of their power vis-a-vis each other.
again, this isn't true at all, right? There's plenty of friends where one person's really short and one person's really tall, one person's really weak and one person's really strong, one person's really rich and one person isn't, right? So this just isn't the case at all. But I assume this guy won't come out like against friendship. Maybe he will. Maybe he'll say all friendships are bad because there's an imbalance in power. But I like what is the actual standard being used here in terms of like power imbalance? It's like, oh, this is um this is not justice because there's a power imbalance. Like, what is the standard? Like, let's say two people are exactly the same in every metric except one person's like can lift like 10 more pounds than them. Well, that is a power imbalance. Like one person is objectively stronger than the other person, so there is some sort of power imbalance. But can these two people like can one person consent to the other person? Because there is a power imbalance. So the person, but these people will probably just say no, like that's perfectly fine. But then if you take another situation, like one person, has like a trillion guns and like is super powerful and rich, and the other person's like really poor and weak, then these same people will probably say no, you can't have consent. So like, where's the cutoff? Um, Here it seems completely just arbitrary and subjective, which is why we need to build up actual objective legal standards and frame these things in terms of aggression. Employer, I consent. Employee, I consent. Shit libs, I don't. Isn't there someone you forgot to ask? Yeah, didn't you forget to ask Karl Marx? It's 9 p.m. for you right now. Wow. Terran. Um, by the way, Anarchicon, I love your content. I was just hearing your videos. Yeah, thank you, man. I hope you have a great day as well. I'm glad you stopped by in the stream. Appreciate it.
A forced friendship is an absurdity and obviously not a friendship. If one person is using his fame or wealth to secure the affection of another person, we can hardly consider that a friendship. In the classical world, writers like Aristotle remarked that the fundamental basis of friendship is equality in power.
I think Aristotle was completely incorrect there. The fundamental basis of friendship is that both people have a value in each other. That's what it means. And it's a specific type of value, but it's that both people are mutually benefiting from this relationship and both people are valuing the other person's company and time and whatnot. That's what the fundament. It's not that there's an equal amount of power. I mean, this is just such a ridiculous notion. I mean, just go outside and look at like friends. Like you will see people who are from vastly different parts of life and whatnot. You'll see like rich people friends with poor people, like because like they were friends in high school. They like did different jobs, and one person had a better career, but they're still friends. Like that's not the essence of friendship. Equal power is not the essence of friendship.
Said verbatim that friends have all things in common, something that would not be possible if friends differ.
And again, this is certainly not the case. I mean, Aristotle was not completely correct here. That was not the case.
And their leverage over one another. As such, the friendship is sort of an ideal type of relationship, completely equal in terms of power.
And it's not. Again, like you can keep breaking this kind of thing down. You can, if you're really trying to be consistent, you're really being logically consistent, you can find power imbalances. You can always find power imbalances between two people. There is a power imbalance between every single person on Earth. But is that a problem? Why does it matter if there's a power imbalance between two people? If both people are mutually benefiting, right? Like every single job, right? Every single job, pretty much. Like the CEO boss guy, he's gonna have way more power than most of the workers. But the workers are mutually benefiting from this job by the fact that they're doing this job. So is this job bad? Should we abolish this? I mean, that seems completely absurd to me. And again, this is all just based on a subjective interpretation of like, oh, this, like, why is a power imbalance bad? Like, this is just goes back to the fundamental idea of like inequality being bad, like the leftist talking point, like, oh, there's so much inequality here. It's like, well, you have to actually justify why inequality is bad, because I think inequality is good, right? I think the people who are the most productive and are just the best people, I think it's good if they have the most stuff, because they deserve it. Um, and if you take what is the argument against that? It's completely. I don't think there is one. I think it's just like, oh, it's unfair. That's not an argument. 7:30 for you right now, and you're voluntarily working. Nice. Yeah, keep on voluntarily having your wages expropriated from you.
And thus completely and unambiguously voluntary. You can enter into or leave a friendship at will without material fear of deprivation or coercion. And before anyone brings it up, yes, romantic relationships are kind of like friendships.
And again, if this so romantic relationships are like friendships. I mean, I can think of plenty of romantic relationships where there's a huge power imbalance. But what I was gonna say is, if this idea, this guy's, he said, is the ideal relationship is a friendship. I mean, it seems to me that you should just be a complete communist. I mean, maybe his idea of national monarchy is just communism. I haven't heard him make the positive case for that. But it does seem to me like he should just be a complete communist that believes that everyone should just, there should be no private property, everyone should share everything. And maybe he will bite that bullet. I don't know. Maybe he will bite that bullet. But that doesn't seem like a bullet anyone would want to bite. Oh, you're a tourist. Yeah, fair enough. Um, New Mentis Way video coming soon. Interesting. Hi, I loved your video refuting that commie. I'm glad you enjoyed it. That I thought that stream went really well. Let's keep going though.
If they aren't, that's usually kind of a problem, and you should probably go to therapy. The second type
Well, no, like this is just, it's subjectively looking at one kind of power, which I mean I don't even really know which one it is, but it's just completely forgetting about all the other kinds of power. I mean, in what world is like physical strength not power? Right? I mean, pretty much every single man I know is a lot stronger than like every single woman I know for the most part, right? So can men and women not be friends anymore? Like in what world is strength not a form of power? Right? So this is just, it's so subjective. It's killing me.
of relationship is slavery. Under slavery, there is a massive power imbalance between the master and the slave, to such an extent that the slave possesses no influence over the master.
But that is that why slavery is bad? I don't think so. I think slavery is bad specifically because it's an aggression. Right? It's an objective legal violation. That's why slavery is bad. And, not everything that isn't an aggression is good. But if we're looking legally speaking, slavery is very bad because it's an aggression, right? It's forcing someone, it's breaking their property rights, and it's making them do something they don't want to do. It's evil. It's like the textbook definition of evil. It's using force and stopping someone from attaining their values. So and it's living as a brute, right? It's foregoing all of your rational self-interest, even as the slave master, and just living as a complete brute. That's just being a whim worshiper. That's evil. Please make video essays. I mean, I make videos that are around like 15 to 20 minutes long, so I think they kind of count as video essays.
And the master possesses complete influence over the slave. One may enter into a slave relationship, in which case it is called indentured servitude, but one cannot voluntarily leave it.
Like again, like I don't see, like, where is the cutoff point? Give me the objective legal standard for when a relationship is acceptable and not. Right? Because if we don't have any objective standard, then I can just completely dismiss this argument on grounds of subjectivism. I can just say, oh well, I don't think it matters at all, right? And that's a refutation of your argument if you don't provide me any principle. You need to give me some sort of principle. Give me some sort of like objective standard by which I can say, okay, this relationship's okay, but this one isn't. Right? This guy mugging this woman is okay, or this is not okay, and this friendship is okay. Like how can I actually make that distinction?
As such, the slave, or the indentured servant, because he is not equal to his master, has no right nor power to determine the conditions of that relationship. He can be compelled to work, he can be starved or punished, and he can be the victim of force applied in any way which is convenient to the master. Between slavery and friendship,
So force is bad. It almost sounds like aggression is the problem here. Like aggression is bad. I don't know. It just seems like we're just using completely arbitrary standards here. And I know this guy, he thinks he's refuted the NAP. I don't think he has, right? And if the NAP stands, then we can just do an objective legal analysis here, right? I think that's a much, much more efficient way to do this instead of looking at this in terms of like how much force has been used against someone. Like, why don't we just say any aggression is used against someone's bad? It is mandate of heaven, of course. Yeah, exactly. I mean, the objective standard is what God says is okay. And God said it's okay. So yeah, that's okay.
there's a whole panoply of different kinds of relationship that we encounter in society, such as business partnerships in which
Yeah, and how do I tell which ones are okay and which ones
the
aren't?
financial resources commanded or represented by either party function as a basis for bargaining. And then
Yeah, right. How is he a monarchist? How do you justify the king's relationship? Does he just say divine command? I don't know. I don't see how else you would get from the king's relationship, because from the what seems to be legal basis that he's building up now, which is like any relationship which has a certain arbitrary standard of power imbalance is illegal. It seems like you would have to arise some sort of communist society from that.
which the balance can tilt toward either end depending on that end's economic situation. The same is true, mutatis mutandis, of political
You never said force is wrong? Well, fair enough. It seems like you were implying it, but I guess I won't take you out of context there. Force is okay.
relationships such as those between the leaders of different countries. But the most important type of relationship for us in this middle zone is the employment contract. Employees suffer a great degree of deprivation of power vis-a-vis the employer. On the
Are they? Maybe the employer is being deprived of the power to do whatever he wants with his contract. I mean, this we can just completely just reframe this and say, yeah, the employee is making many demands of the employer, which is depriving him of power. Like the employees, they want like lunch breaks and shit, right? What if the employer doesn't want to give him lunch breaks? That's depriving him of some power. So I mean, this all of this is just completely arbitrary.
lower end of the wage scale, there is no room for bargaining over wages whatsoever, since one is easily replaceable, and there is what Marx called the reserve army of laborers, ready and waiting to replace him. If
Yeah, but can the reserve army of laborers? What if they all just come together and say, "Hey, we won't be your reserve army of laborers anymore unless you give us lunch breaks." Now the employer is being deprived of some power, and like, see, I can just easily just like flip this around and just make it go the other direction. Again, this is the problem with using arbitrary standards for our analyses. Just the amount of like sway that someone has in a relationship. I don't see why that matters at all.
he proves to be a hard bargainer. On the higher end of the wage scale, once we start getting into positions which provide a salary, we are dealing mostly with skilled labor, which is either difficult to replace in the case of technicians, programmers, engineers, and so forth, or irreplaceable, such as actors, craftsmen, or artists. Here, employees actually do have some bargaining power, since they are less likely to have the reserve army at their back, waiting to swoop in to accept a lower wage. However,
Yeah, I mean, and it seems like what would the solution to this supposed problem even be? Like, how would you actually go about like solving this? It's like so these higher up workers, like with the more money, like more like irreplaceable kind of people, it seems like he's kind of arguing that like these people, these employment contracts actually are valid because it's like that both the worker and the employee have relatively large amounts of sway. So it's like, okay, these relationships can stay, presumably. But like we have to get rid of like all of these replaceable worker relationships, and what do we do with them? Like we just somehow they have to be replaced. So I don't know how you're going to replace them without just having another situation like that. Like if you just say, "Oh well, the state is just going to give all these people jobs," it's like, how is that not the same kind of coercive relationship, except even worse, right? I don't see how that isn't just the same thing, but even worse. So I don't know. What is the solution to this?
in either case, the employee is always at a disadvantage in terms of power vis-a-vis the employer. He will not get to determine the type of work he will do. He will not get to determine the pace of the production, nor the terms of his benefits, hours, or commitments. Ultimately, his position is
Yeah, you probably can a little bit. Mm, And if it's so bad, then go out and work on your own, right? That's the solution. If all these jobs are fucking you over and you can't get all the benefits you want, you can't get all the employee treats you like, then I don't know, go find another job or go make your own job, right? Or go find another way to be productive. Go find something you're better at. This doesn't seem to be a problem to me, right?
not too dissimilar from the unskilled proletariat, except that he is a relative aristocrat with regard to the compensation for his labor power, which, according to the labor theory of value, is worth a multiple of that of an unskilled laborer.
So yeah, so I mean, I can't tell. But it seems like he's kind of just going off of the labor theory of value, which I mean, I have two videos on the labor theory of value. I think I pretty much haven't I think I pretty much have completely debunked it, right? Obviously it's not completely my debunking, it's other people's arguments and some of my own put together, but I don't think the labor theory of value stands for 1 second. Value is clearly subjective, and again, the point of this stream isn't to really go through and actually debunk the labor theory of value. I have videos on that, but I think all of us here can recognize the labor theory of values is not correct, right? Value is subjective. What is it even like? Are there intrinsic values? Is that the argument? Like labor is an intrinsic value? Like I think value clearly implies some sort of volition, some sort of like action. And if there's intrinsic values, that implies some sort of determinism. Because people just will value things. You just intrinsically value this, and you just intrinsically act on your values. You might be right. I haven't really figured it out yet. Maybe I am a communist. Yeah, I mean, I do think left-wing bread tuber. I think it would be much more efficient for you to just be a communist. Really, I think just skip through all of this, like monarcho, nationalist, king, like skip through all of that and just be a communist, right? I mean, I don't know. That seems like a much more efficient thing. And once you're actually a communist, right, it's a lot easier to have discussion, right? Because when you adopt some sort of like nationalist monarchist ideology or something like that, then it's like I don't know where the fuck you're coming from, But if you're a communist, I know exactly what you're talking about, and then we can actually talk about it. National anarchism, it is then. There you go. Contradictions are true.
But what does it mean to say that such an imbalanced relationship is not meaningfully consensual? If you agree to imbalanced terms, isn't that agreement simply consent?
Yeah. It is actually. It does. There is no aggression in these contracts.
And thus the terms of the contract are completely just.
And again, it's mutually beneficial. Like if you take the Coconut Island, which is the stereotypical like communist example of like the capitalist relationship in the worker, where if you don't know, I'm sure everyone knows, but you have some guy has hoarded all the coconuts on an island, and you have like someone with no coconuts, and the guy comes in and says, "Well, I'll give you a coconut, of course, but only if you suck my dick." Right? That's a clearly example of a power imbalance. But it seems to me that if person with no coconut sucks the other guy's dick, this would be perfectly voluntary because it's a mutually beneficial relationship wherein the guy with no coconuts, he didn't want to starve. Um, he didn't want to starve, and so after he sucks this dick, which was supposedly, I mean, presumably, not as bad as starving to death, he's in a improved state. And the other guy, presumably he liked having his dick sucked more than the coconut that he gave the other guy, so he's in an improved state. It seems like this is a very good thing that this happened. I'm glad that this voluntary trade happened. Um, don't worry, you'll get some Coconut Island later. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, great.
And the relationship therefore entirely voluntary. This view of consent is entirely too simplistic and binary. To say that one consents.
Yeah, exactly. It is a binary consent. To simplify it down to just sorry, I lost my train. It is very simplistic to just simplify it down to how much sway one person has, right? Because again, in the reductio case, it's completely just it's completely just every voluntary trade or interaction will have some sort of power imbalance. So we need some sort of standard. What's our standard? Well, of course, our standard is whether or not there's aggression, whether or not one person's actually aggressing against the other person. That's our power imbalance. That's our standard for whether or not a power imbalance actually matters, right? It's not the power imbalance that is the fundamental thing, right? All of us are okay with some amount of power imbalance. I mean, left-wing bread tubers okay with some sort of like monarchy. I'm okay with some sort of CEOs. Communists are okay with some sort of collective directing the goals of the individual. So everyone's okay with some amount of power imbalance. It just matters who it is. And to determine who should have this, where this power imbalance should be, the correct standard is to create some sort of legal code, right? We need some sort of objective legal code, and we need to build that legal code up and actually, you know, um, apply that to these power imbalance situations. Being happy about the interaction that happens in the Coconut Island scenario is pure bullet biting, principled Ancap W. Yeah, I mean, it is good, right? And if this person truly was just so distraught that they had to suck this dick, then maybe it's better if they starve, right? Maybe they just really don't want to do that, and that's okay. Now, do I suspect that that actually would happen? Like, no, probably both people would work together, but even in the scenario that's supposed to debunk Ancap, I still don't think it does that. But anyways, yeah, let's keep going.
To something is to say that by an autonomous act, he has agreed to the terms of that thing. But if consent originates in autonomy, wouldn't we have a problem if a person's individual autonomy were curtailed by a power imbalance? Would
Um, well, I don't think consent is really, it's about aggression. Again, I mean, these are like the wrong standards, and this isn't the libertarian argument. Like the libertarian argument is specifically, or the ANCAP argument is specifically that aggression entails what is consent and what's not consent. So if a worker is being like aggressed upon and forced into working via some sort of aggression, then that's not voluntary. But if there's no aggression and they're going forth with the action, then it is voluntary. So like that's why I don't like these terms on voluntarism, because when you have voluntarism, it's like, okay, voluntary with respect to who and with respect to what standard, right? I think we just need to refer back to the NAP and realize that if we're doing any sort of legal analysis, we need a legal principle, right? We need some sort of legal standard. Now, if I was going to try to ascertain what this guy's legal standard is, I think it would be something along the lines of like inequality is bad. And, left wing bread tuber, if you want to, what's it called? If you want to correct me there and tell me what your legal standard is, go ahead. But from this video, it seems like your standard is something along the lines of inequality bad. But that's a completely arbitrary legal standard. I don't think you've presented any argument for that. The Coconut Island only debunks monopolies as a positive role. Yeah, I mean it is a comment on monopoly, certainly, but it doesn't comment on voluntary trade because the trade between like the dick sucking and the coconut, that is a good trade. I don't aim for absolute human autonomy in my system. Um, okay, so presumably you have some sort of power imbalance in your system. Um, so I guess I guess you would try to justify that by saying it falls into like this specific category of power imbalances that's like supposedly justifiable. I don't know.
Consent that originates out of dysautonomy still be consent? No. If a person cannot determine all the parameters of his contract, he is not in any meaningful sense autonomous with regard to the other employer and his relationship with him. The wage contract is fundamentally a relationship of subordination, and that subordination pre-exists the actual employment relationship by virtue of the fact that the capitalist holds the keys to economic power and the employee does not.
I mean, I think we pretty much already went over the fact that it doesn't really matter that the capitalist holds the keys to economic power, right? The capitalist isn't the one creating the scenario by which this worker will starve to death if he doesn't get a job. It's not the capitalist's creation. So quite frankly, it doesn't matter. I don't really care. If the employee wants to starve to death because he doesn't want to get a job or he doesn't want to be productive by himself, that's his choice, and he can make that choice. He has the free will to do so. I don't think any of this is really that relevant though. And again, I think it's very useful to look at this reframing. It's like, okay, the natural state of nature is poverty. The capitalist has produced enough wealth to be able to actually help other people in his production of wealth and actually be able to hand out some of this wealth to other people. So why am I meant to demonize the person who's actually been productive and created the conditions upon which the worker can actually avoid starvation? Right? Without the capitalist, the worker would be impotent. The worker would starve to death no matter what. So it's only because the capitalist exists, it's specifically because the capitalist exists and is extending this offer to work that any starvation can be avoided. That's so I think the capitalist is the hero in this situation, even if he's demanding unjust quote unquote terms. No absolute autonomy implies no meaningfully justifiable standard of autonomy equals no autonomy with no action allowed. Yeah, I mean you're not gonna have no action at all. I don't think the standard is absolute autonomy. I think, and we can kind of see this when we look at other things. um when we look at like other things like the rights of children, I think we kind of see this problem coming out. It's like, can we infer that this person understands what is entailed by their signing of this contract? It doesn't mean that they understand specifically like if this rock will fall down at 2 p.m. on a Tuesday after they sign this contract. It's like, no, it doesn't mean that they need to be completely omniscient. It just means that, do they understand that this property will be transferred, or do we understand that this action will take place after this contract has been signed? You don't need to be omniscient before any voluntary action can take place. I don't fault anyone for not understanding my position. It's pretty idiosyncratic. Well, I mean, if I'm misunderstanding it, let me know, but fair enough. I mean, it seems like you haven't actually, in this video, made a positive case for your position yet, so I don't think there's much for me to misunderstand so far. Now there is a standard for autonomy ending, that being when you are infringing on another's autonomy. Yeah, I mean, fair enough.
If one wishes to engage with the economy and to get out of the market what the market exists for, presumably, which is the provision of human wants and needs, he must engage with the capitalist from a relationship of economic subordination. That pre-existent subordination.
Again, why isn't the capitalist being subordinated? I mean, this poor capitalist has to give all these Oh, you're talking to chat. Fair enough. This poor capitalist has to give all these workers wages, or else his factory won't work. I mean, what a poor guy. He's just being subordinated, and the market's forcing him to do this because I mean the workers won't work for nothing. So this poor capitalist, like, see, I can just easily invert this. It's completely, and the fact is the fact of the matter is these employment interactions are mutually beneficial and they specifically cater to the time preference levels of each party, right? The employer has a relatively lower time preference and wants to forego present consumption and present investment or in make an investment, and the worker wants his money now. He has a higher time preference, relatively speaking. And so this relationship caters perfectly to the time preference levels of each party. And neither the worker making money or the capitalist, running his machines, it can't happen without either party. You need both parties. So I can easily just, if you're solely focused on the worker, I can just flip it to the fact that the capitalist needs the worker too. And the workers are now apparently coercing the capitalist.
Renders the question of the employee's autonomy moot. He, in reality, does not actually have meaningful autonomy. The other question is whether one can legitimately.
Again, how does the employee not have autonomy? He can choose to work. He can choose to work under specific conditions, or he can choose to starve. This is a decision. This is a decision like all others. The employee has free will, and he can make this decision if he so chooses. It's his prerogative. If he chooses to starve, that's a valid decision. He can make that decision. I wouldn't, but he can. That's autonomy. Autonomy doesn't mean that you get everything you want, right? Autonomy doesn't mean that the boss just gives you whatever you want. It doesn't mean that there's no power imbalance or that everyone's perfectly equal. Autonomy simply just means you can control your actions.
Surrender his natural rights via contract. I will once again bring up indentured servitude because in such a contract, one is giving up one's right to free movement and bodily autonomy for the sake of either a wage or the provision of his physical needs.
I don't think you're giving up the right to free movement. Like I mean, in some sort of like indentured servitude, um, I'm not exactly sure how these always historically worked, but I mean, I thought, it's just like any other job. It's like saying I'm going to work for you for this specific amount of time, and with respect to the actual property of your body, you're a self owner. And so because you're a self owner, if the slave owner, quote unquote, is trying to make you like do something you don't want to do with your body anymore, you have the right to control that and withdraw that part of that contract. But if you've transferred some property, now the other person actually does own the property. So I mean, I don't know. This point doesn't seem all that important to me.
Anarcho-capitalists would, according to the logic of voluntarist philosophy, conceive of such a relationship as voluntary slavery, which in the final
I'm honestly, I'll give my personal opinion here. I'm kind of conflicted on the issue of voluntary slavery. Now, it does seem to me like, um, obviously by default, people are self owners. Um, But it seems to me that self-ownership is essentially just a right to control your body. But I don't see exactly why you wouldn't be able to transfer this right from one person to another. So, I mean, maybe you could have a voluntary slavery situation. I haven't really completely thought this out, but um, if you did, I wouldn't call that slavery anymore. Right? I don't think that's slavery. I think that's just you transferring the right to exclude people from your body from one person to the other. Is that a good decision? No. Should you be making that decision? No. But I mean, can you? I think the answer is yes, as far as I can tell. But I could be convinced on that point of voluntary slavery. But it seems to me that you could make yourself a slave.
analysis, because the contract is fundamentally consensual,
Although it might be something that you can't control because fundamentally no one else can control your body. So that's the argument against that. It's like, well, not all contracts are valid, right? There's like invalid contracts, and so you can't. Not everything is transferable under the title transfer theory of property contracts, theory of contracts, right? Not every contract is valid. So just because you say you will transfer this doesn't mean you actually will. And I could see that being that could potentially be a counter argument to that. So I'm not 100% sold, but I don't know.
would not actually be slavery and thus would not violate self-ownership nor the NAP. However, if natural rights are a consequence of our ability to reason, and if we cannot surrender our ability to reason, we also cannot legitimately surrender our bodily autonomy.
Yeah, I mean that's a decent argument. Yeah, no one else can think for you, no one else can digest for you. So yeah, I mean, I it does seem to me like, yeah, maybe you can't do that, but fundamentally, none of this disproves the NAP or Ancap. It's just it's a specific caveat of not caveat, specific application of Ancap legal theory. You know, Zulu has a good stance on voluntary slavery on his website. Uh, I'm not exactly sure what his stance was, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was the you cannot actually have true like slavery because yeah, now that I'm thinking about it more, it does seem like you probably can't really transfer the right of self-ownership. That does seem like yeah, it's well yeah, voluntary slavery itself isn't possible because that's an oxymoron. But the question is can you transfer the right of self-ownership? And now that I'm thinking about it more, it seems like you probably wouldn't be able to. That seems like an invalid contract. Um my guy, the voluntary slavery is invalid because you can't exclude yourself from your body, brain at least, so if you can exclude yeah, no, I'm definitely thinking about that more. It it definitely seems like um you wouldn't be able to transfer the right of self-ownership because it's just an invalid contract.
Plus, there are some contracts which, even from within the boundaries of liberty,
But again, all of this is just we're taking the NAP and what it means to have property, and then we're applying it to a specific issue. So none of this is disproving libertarianism. It's applying libertarianism on some specific issue, which is what we need to do as jurists, right? Or as no, as jurists we give the position, and as a judge, right, we take this specific issue and apply it. That's what we need to do. But this isn't commenting on anarcho-capitalism as such.
libertarian philosophy, which are impermissible even if they may be, in a rather simplistic and literal sense, consensual. It may seem like I'm just reading the phone book, because a lot of more intelligent Ancaps will probably be nodding along or shouting, yes, that's what we argue. But hold on for a second. The capitalist workplace is not ran like a voluntarist organization where each employee is free to work and negotiate as he sees fit. It is instead what Mark Fisher
I mean, you are. You're free to negotiate and work as you see fit. If you don't want to work, you can choose not to work. And if you don't want to negotiate or you do, you can choose to do so. Now, whether or not your boss actually goes along with your negotiation and actually listens to you and says oh, I will raise your wage or not, that's not relevant to the libertarian analysis of this.
called capitalist Stalinism. You produce based on quotas for bonuses. What you make and how you make it is essentially determined by CEOs, product leads, and managers. The rules you must follow in the workplace, the dress code, code of conduct, sexual harassment policies, DEI.
Yeah, I'm so sorry that to work somewhere you have to actually do what people want you to do. I'm so sorry that you can't just make mud pies. I mean, just seems like a communist argument. It's like, oh, labor theory of value. Labor just makes things intrinsically valued. So it's like, no, like not everything's intrinsically valued. Um, and only particular things are valued, and who determines which things are valued? Well, we let the market do that, and typically the CEOs are best at doing that, so it makes perfect sense that they're the ones determining what you should be producing, because the CEOs want to be profitable as well. And I'll tell you one thing, you won't have any job at all if the CEOs aren't controlling this anymore. Because now you're going to be producing shit that no one wants, and you won't make any money, so you won't be able to have any money for yourself. Renegotiating contracts actually wouldn't exist in ANCAP, don't you know? Well, by renegotiate, I meant not like a job, for example. You can make a new contract. You can be like, oh, I agree to work for $19 an hour, and then the employees say, okay, I want to stop working this job unless you pay me $20 an hour. Like you can obviously negotiate this kind of thing. It's not completely binding. Now, if it was like a property thing, it's like I agree to sell you this chair for $19 an hour. I mean $19. Then you can't come around and be like, "Oh, actually, I wanted $20 for that chair," of course. But since work specifically pertains to your body and you're a self-owner, the working contract hasn't actually transferred ownership of your body. It's just saying, "Hey, if you do this specific task that I want you to do with your body that you still own, then I will give you this much money. But if you no longer want to do this task, the employer can't force you to keep doing this task because you are self-owner. A decent bit of DEI is also involuntary for businesses because of yeah, I mean, certainly. DEI isn't really the best thing to bring up here.
Policies and discrimination policies and so on are essentially mandated. Everything takes place in a rigid hierarchy of power, authority, and command.
Yeah, and there's a good reason for that. Again, because not everyone is very good at determining what should be produced and how they should produce it. This is just the economic calculation problem. It's like, it's very good that there's this hierarchy of command, because if the market has actually figured out that this is the best way to produce this, well, then you're going to be satisfying the most demands with that rigid hierarchy of command. What's the counter to this? Well, you have like a sort of a communist society where there's no hierarchy of command. and people are just all the workers are just like fucking voting on what to create and stuff like that. But that doesn't seem to me to be a good option because then you have the economic calculation problem, right? I mean, you don't have any division of labor anymore. It's a very bad situation. Um, the division of labor exists specifically to have the best people for certain jobs be performing those jobs. As soon as you get rid of the division of labor with respect to these interworking hierarchies, like the hierarchies within a company, you're going to destroy the productivity of that company because the CEO he's a lot more profitable just making his CEO decisions and not working the factories and the machines in the factories and the workers they're not as good at making the CEO decisions. So they're gonna be a lot more profitable working the machines. This is just basic division of labor stuff.
What is in fact happening is that the employee is contracting to give up his right to act, reason, and speak freely for the sake of earning a wage through.
And again, no, he's not. This is for the point I kind of just talked about. It's like the employee, the contract specifically, it's not a contract signing over um the right to your body. It's a contract saying it's essentially a contract saying, do this task for me, and if you do this task, then I will give you this much money. It's what the employer contract is saying. The employer contract isn't saying that the worker will be a slave to the employer. That's not what the contract says. The specific reason why workers can leave workplaces and go to a different workplace is because the contract is not binding on their body. The contract is binding on the products of their labor. Excuse me, it's like using someone as an extension of you. It's like, hey, Friday and Crusoe on the island. Crusoe says, "Hey, Friday, I'll give you this fish if you go pick that stick off this tree for me." It's like Crusoe's using Friday as almost like an extension of his body and saying, "Hey, Friday, if you help me with this, I'll give you this fish." But that doesn't mean that Friday, has to actually perform this action. It's a title transfer. It's saying, okay, as soon as Friday picks this stick, now it's Crusoe's, and now the fish is Friday's. But if Friday does not actually go forth with this action, then there's no transfer of property, right? We have to look at this in terms of title transfer, right? And this is just a contract with a condition. The condition is that the job gets fulfilled. It's okay, Crusoe performs this action, and the millisecond, the picosecond, whatever, that Crusoe performs this action, now this property has been transferred from Crusoe to Friday. That's what's going on in this contract. It's not. It's not like this. I don't know. I don't know how else you would really conceive of it, but any other way of conceiving of it is incorrect. It's not. I guess the other way of conceiving of it would be almost like a slavery contract, where it's like Friday must go forth with this action. Um, like Friday must go forth with this action, and if he doesn't go forth with this action, then he literally gets enslaved by Crusoe. Like that's not what the contract is. It's a title transfer property contract. Since you can't own another person's body with the current human knowledge and technology, you can't sell your own body. Yeah, I mean that seems pretty reasonable. I don't mean to misrepresent this guy, but isn't he a monarchist? How is hierarchy a good argument then? Yeah, I think he was saying a little earlier in the chat that maybe he's actually a communist and he needs to rethink some of these things because he's making very communist-like arguments against capitalism. These are all essentially just Marxist arguments.
Producing for the company. Other than the fact that outside of special circumstances, you can choose to quit your job if you disagree with his policies.
Oh, you can always choose to quit your job. You can always choose because again, it's a title transfer theory of it's a title transfer contract. It's saying upon the event that you produce this item with this machine, this item's the property title is transferred to the boss, and uh, the title of this money is transferred to the employee, or something of that nature. On the event that the employee manipulates this property of the boss in a certain respect, in a certain way, then the money will be transferred to the employee. Like that's what it's not binding over the person's body. I'm making very contextual arguments based on the revealed desiderae, I don't know what that means, from libertarians, not endorsing them. Well, yeah, I mean, I guess if you're not endorsing certain arguments, then fair enough, but I don't know why you would make an argument that you don't endorse. Um, if you don't agree with this argument, then I mean, fair enough. I guess it does not an application. It doesn't criticize you, but then again, if you don't agree with that argument, you think it means you think it's an incorrect argument, so we can just dismiss it. But I don't know. I don't know why you would make an argument you don't agree with.
The wage contract is virtually identical to indentured servitude in terms of its requirement that you surrender your intellectual and bodily autonomy to an
Again, that's not what it's doing. You're not surrendering your intellectual and bodily autonomy. It's just a transfer of property. That's all it is.
employer. I won't even get to the aforementioned
This is just a misunderstanding of what contract theory is. It's not a slavery contract that says one person's like a slave to the other, and then if this slave completes this task, then the master gives him this much. It's that's not what we're saying. I'm just saying, given voluntarism, such and such counter argument applies if we accept voluntarism. Um, well, I mean, I don't think the argument applies, but fair enough. I guess you're saying like if granted your premise, then this is the case. But uh, yeah, I don't think your argument stands. But either way, yeah, I guess that is a better way to frame it.
special circumstances, such as contract work, which requires you to stay in the job for a specified period, non-compete clauses, and other such things, which materially restrict your economic autonomy.
I mean, yeah, again, and if you don't think these clauses are valid, don't do the job. I mean, this seems pretty freaking simple to me. Just don't do it, right? If it's just too much of a restriction for your liking, you want to go have other jobs, then go do that. Again, we've already gone over the fact that your employer is not creating the conditions upon which you will starve if you don't have a job. The employer is actually doing the opposite. The employer is creating the conditions upon which you may uplift yourself from poverty. The employer is the reason why you might have the chance to not starve. So the employer is the hero in this relationship.
It should be obvious enough how voluntary such things are. Now let's get on to the question of whether capitalism is compatible with liberty.
Is capitalism compatible with liberty? Let's see what's going on here. I mean, this is going to depend very specifically on what liberty means, right? I mean, as far as anarcho-capitalists are concerned, liberty means not having your property aggressed against. But if you change the definition of the word liberty, or from what we understand it to be, then of course it's not going to be compatible. But insofar as capitalism and liberty essentially just mean, you know, obeying by the non-aggression principle, then the two go together perfectly. In fact, capitalism is a corollary of the non-aggression principle. The non-aggression principle implies that the only just system of, you know, the only just system is capitalism.
Obviously, libertarians claim that their philosophy is based upon the principle of liberty, which in their view simply means negative liberty or freedom from coercion.
I mean, freedom from aggression, you'd say.
We can obviously question this premise that liberty ought to be defined in purely negative terms, which I will not get into here.
Yeah, I don't think that's worth it because everyone has a different definition of liberty, right? If you look at like Hegel, freedom is like, you know, being able to serve the collective, and slavery is being bound up by your own selfish desires. So, like, if you go across the philosophical and political spectrum, you're gonna have tons of different definitions of these terms. But if you grant us that liberty essentially just means not having your property aggressed against, then I don't see any argument you could possibly make that capitalism which is the system that upholds private property, is not compatible with not having private property aggressed against. So, I mean, we'll see.
I've discussed this problem in other videos, and this one is long enough as it is. So let's suppose that we accept that liberty means freedom.
Also, indentured servitude isn't necessarily the same thing as slavery. Rather, you're agreeing to use your body to do these things through the contract or a set period of time. Not yeah, I think that's kind of what I was trying to kind of get at that before. I was like, because I didn't know exactly what indentured servitude you know historically applied to. But yeah, that seems like a lot more of like a reasonable way to conceive of it. It's not slavery. It's just, you're saying I'm going to be your servant, which normally implies like, oh, I'll make your food, I'll do the crops in your field, I'll, fix your shed, I'll do all of this stuff for you. And in the event that I do that, the property title to this like area you can sleep or whatever is transferred to you. Um, that seems like a much easier to conceive of definition of indentured servitude. I'm gonna use the bathroom really quick though. I'm gonna go in MS Paint and just make a nice little BRB. I will be right back though. But yeah, I mean, fundamentally, I don't think he's really pointed at any like contradiction here or any real argument against voluntarism because it's again it depends on what you mean by voluntarism. But if insofar as you mean voluntarism is just obeying the NAP in terms of what we define as consent, then I don't think he's really argued against that. I think he's argued using a bunch of Marxist kinds of definitions of these things, and we just reject the Marxist definitions because I guess the problem with this is since he thinks he's debunked the NAP at the start of the video, all of our later conclusions depend on the NAP. But anyways, I'm gonna use the bathroom. All right, hello, hello. Um, hopefully this is working again. Looks like we're talking about indentured servitude. We have mm, historically indentured servitude wasn't bad or was bad, but that's because it was used against illiterate black people who can actually consent to a contract. Yeah. That doesn't actually count as consent. Like that's we wouldn't consider that consent. Yeah, it's just an agreement. Personally, I think indentured servitude could actually be very good for things like homeless people and criminals, right? Like if you're homeless, it's actually it sounds like a pretty good bargaining way to say, hey, I'll do like all of these like chores for you if you let me like sleep in your shed. Or if you're like a criminal, like, hey, I messed up in the past, but hey, I'll like pretty much do like everything you need. If you just like let me sleep in this shed. Um, any consensual action could hypothetically be argued to taking advantage of someone else, So it comes back to the meaningful distinction. Yeah, I mean, certainly, yeah. Any of these can be just said, oh, well, you're taking advantage of this other person. If you reframe it like that, that's why it's the incorrect framing. And of course, the correct framing is aggression.
From coercion? Is the system represented by voluntarist capitalism compatible with freedom from coercion? To begin to survey this question, it's helpful to consider what actually counts as coercion.
Well, again, libertarians, we're not going to say coercion. We're going to say aggression. And so if he comes in and he just redefines, well, I guess not redefines, but builds up his own definition of coercion that's apart from aggression, and he's probably going to use the labor theory of value or something like that for this, then I don't think that's a good criticism because it's like, that's not what we mean when we say that, right? It's not what we're saying. We're saying freedom from aggression, and capitalism is certainly compatible with freedom from aggression.
Coercion is the non-consensual use of force to compel a person to act or compel them to refrain from acting. Already,
Yeah, I mean, that's a decent definition of coercion, but I don't know. I think the fundamental thing, a libertarian, we're gonna say it's about aggression, right? You're coercing someone via the use of aggression. So the mugger with like taking a woman's purse, he's coercing her via the use of aggression. I don't think these like non-aggressive acts against people are really like coercion. I mean, I don't know. You can argue they are, but that's just like that's getting in these like kind of side chains, and we're not really talking about the fundamental thing anymore, which is the fundamental is aggression. We're talking about aggression.
concluded that the wage contracts under capitalism are not entirely consensual and instead sit somewhere
Yeah, the entire point of using the term aggression is literally to avoid what commies mean as coercion, which is hierarchy. Exactly. We use aggression, and we're very specific with our language. Mutually exclusive action is conflict. Initiation of conflict is aggression. Non-aggression principle says you shouldn't initiate aggression. Right? It's like that, we're very specific with our words, and we don't just say these just like vague terms, right? We mean something specific when we say things.
toward the slavery end of the spectrum without fully reaching it, since it entails the pre-existing economic subordination of the employee to the capitalist as
And again, that's not the case. It's not the economic subordination of the employee to the capitalist. The employee still has bodily autonomy. They can still say, "Hey, I don't like the terms of this contract. I don't I'm going to stop working for you." Like they can do all these
well as
things.
the fact that the company reserves the right to use force after the employee has signed on. Since such
And no, the company can't just use force once the employee is signed on. Like let's say you have an employee who's he's at the widget factory and he signed the contract saying, if you make this widget, we'll give make this widget for us and we'll give you $15 an hour. If this employee stops making widgets, the company can't like just beat him up and force him to make widgets. Like he can just stop making widgets, and then the company can say, well, yeah, well, we're not going to pay you the $15 an hour anymore. They can easily say that, but they're not. They can't just beat him up and force him into making widgets now. That's invalid.
relationships are not entirely consensual, we can therefore conclude that the wage relationship is, in fact, a form of coercion. Although
And again, it's not. This is just the same argument from before, just reskinning the same argument, putting a new color on it, repainting it. It's the same thing. If you This is why we don't talk about coercion, we talk about aggression. Aggression is the meaningful term. Aggression is what matters. I don't care about coercion because people are going to define it in 1,000 different ways. I care about aggression. That is the fundamental. And the non-aggression principle is pretty clear about this. Aggression, no, no.
one that is mitigated by the possibilities of negotiation, and without going too far afield, the freedom of association such that one can leave the contract at will. One problem that communists frequently raise is that private property, as a whole, is foundational on coercion.
No. Uh, Again, if you define coercion as like some sort of hierarchical relationship, then yeah, of course, someone with a lot of private property is probably in a higher stance in the hierarchy. But if you have a libertarian understanding of coercion, which means non-aggression, well, private property is a corollary of non-aggression. The point of property is that it's a conflict-avoiding norm. Like that's the only reason we even need property. So this is just false.
The most intuitive way to illustrate this is the island analogy, which demonstrates the fact that private property is foundational on enclosure, which itself requires coercion to maintain.
Well, yeah, private enclosure, yeah. I mean, he actually has a pretty decent understanding, it seems like, of property. Property is the right to exclude people from something, and to actually homestead something, you need to erect some sort of objective border around it that's differentiatable from nature. So that is the case, right? Property is founded on exclusion, and Yeah, it's that's what it's founded. It's founded on exclusion. So if you define exclusion as coercion, then yeah, I guess they're not compatible. But that's not what we're saying. And we don't define capitalism and liberty as a system that's free from hierarchy. We define it as capitalism as a system wherein people are abiding by property rights, right? A system where people are respecting each other's property rights. And liberty would be the freedom from aggression on libertarian terms. So you can't just use your own Marxist definition for something and then say apparently that it's not compatible. Because yeah, no shit, Marx isn't compatible with anarchy or anarcho-capitalism. Yeah, of course it doesn't work. No shit. Um, yeah, I think we're about to do Coconut Island.
The first use of the island analogy can perhaps be attributed to John A. Hobson, but you probably know it from Vauch, who came up with a rather vulgar version of it. If you haven't heard it before, basically it goes like this. Imagine you and another person, we'll call him Dr. Pavel, are the only survivors of a plane crash. Clearly Bane wasn't involved, since if he were, the plane would have crashed with no survivors. Anyway, Dr. Pavel wakes up before you do, and he gathers all the coconuts on the island, which are the only source of food. You wake up, you're hungry, and you'll eventually find Dr. Pavel, who has hoarded all the coconuts.
Yeah, and good for him. I'm glad he woke up first and he was able to homestead all of his property.
He says he will only split them with you if you do whatever he asks you to do. If you refuse, then you will starve. If you accept,
Yeah. But is nature coercing you? Like, no, you were just in the natural state of nature. This other guy, he homesteaded all this property. You don't have a right to it. It's not your property. He homesteaded it.
then you are under his thumb. Would Dr. Pavel gather up all the
Now, you can choose to starve or you can choose to do everything he says, and that's your choice. You still have your volition here. There's no force being used against you. Now, you can argue that this is coercion. Maybe it is, but that's not what we care about if that's your definition of coercion. You can't just use Marxist definitions and then claim that these Marxist definitions aren't compatible with our system. Of course they're not, because we have our own definitions.
coconuts? This is called enclosure, securing exclusive access to a resource. This is what happens under capitalism when a company stakes a claim on a coal deposit or when it purchases.
Yeah, so yeah, I don't understand. Yeah, left-wing breadtuber, I think you should just come out as a full communist, because if you have a system that allows for any private property, we can just use this same argument against you, and you should just be a communist, right? I mean, if you truly believe this, then go be a communist. I mean, seriously, be more intellectually consistent, right? Just do it. Because you're not going to be able to have any sort of monarchy without the same argument being able to be thrown right back at you, right? Like, um, how dare he use his labor to be productive? I should be a parasite and steal from him with no consequences. Exactly. He homesteaded these coconuts. He embroidered them before you. Stop fucking complaining. Get off your ass. Go be productive. Go work for him. Go make him a raft. Go do all these things, right? It's his property now.
The land on which a river or aquifer rests, and so on. Now, Mentiswave did a whole video where he attempted to respond to the island analogy, in which he was basically shadowboxing the concept of enclosure without realizing it. He made a rather simplistic Lockean argument, which is that private property arises from mixing labor with the land.
Yeah, and we don't agree with that, actually. I don't know if, I don't accept any, yeah, I know you don't accept any sort of non-aggression principle, but what you're doing, remember, the specific point of contention in this section of the video is that capitalism is incompatible with liberty. That's your claim. Now, if we accept our definition of capitalism, right, you have to let us define the terms of what capitalism is. You don't get to come in and say what capitalism is. We define capitalism. Now, what do we say capitalism is? We say capitalism is specifically a system or a state in which everyone is respecting each other's private property rights. Now, you have to, then what do we say liberty is? We say liberty is being free from aggression. So is respecting private property rights compatible with being free from aggression? You have to establish that this isn't the case. You can't come in here and make different definitions for us. Now, if your argument was specifically that capitalism is a bad system because the non-aggression principle isn't true, then you could appeal to the fact that you don't agree with the non-aggression principle. But if you're arguing that our system is incompatible within its own framework, then you have to accept our definitions. And again, I know you don't accept the non-aggression principle, but you didn't dispute it. You didn't disprove it. So, I mean, there you go.
Dr. Pavel exerted himself gathering up the coconuts, so he has mixed his labor with the land. Now, to respond to Mantis Wave, I have to first explain various theories of ownership within private property theory and then rebut them individually. I could just rebut Locke, but obviously the philosophy of libertarian.
And again, from ownership, we get private property from the non-aggression principle. So if you want to have a successful critique of us, you have to work within the framework of the non-aggression principle. So that's what I'm expecting you to do here. If you go in and say, oh, well, blah, 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 and forget about the non-aggression principle, then of course your argument's going to flow through. But that's because you forgot that the fundamental thing in libertarian theory is the non-aggression principle. So if you want to critique us, give an internal critique of our system, you have to work within the bounds of that. We're very particular about what we mean by homesteading to avoid many situations like this. Yeah.
Is a lot broader than just Locke, and some anarcho-capitalists actually disagree with Locke.
Yeah, we pretty much all disagree with him. I doubt Mentis Wave even agrees with him. I'm guessing Mentis Wave probably just didn't even want to go into like the whole like non-aggression principle and property as a conflict avoiding norm and like Lockean things implying like retroactive slavery. I bet he just didn't want to go into that. And Mentis Wave just did like a simplified version. Because if I remember, his video was like 10 minutes long or something like that. So he probably just didn't want to get into it too much. So I bet Mentis Wave doesn't even really agree with Locke here. I don't want to speak for him. Maybe he does, but I from what I can tell Mentis Wave believes, I doubt he agrees with Locke here.
Locke's theory is a form of labor or theory of ownership, which supposes that labor is a kind of property which can be imbued into other objects. The labor,
and we disagree.
A person must be capable of initiating actions, and thus his act of laboring belongs to him. Therefore, to use an object in the process of
yeah, and I'm just gonna reject all of this, so I'm not gonna argue against this. Maybe he'll critique the Locke's theory properly, maybe he won't, but it's not the theory we subscribe to, so I'll just let this
labor, such as let's say by picking a coconut, the act of labor becomes imminent in the object, and thus the object becomes an extension of that person and his acts.
Mentis is kind of lazy philosophically. Yeah, maybe a little bit. I don't know. I wouldn't say lazy. I'd more say like it's not really his domain that he really talks about, and so he works with a lot of philosophical presuppositions. But then again, I mean like pretty much everyone does. Like, I wouldn't really fault Mentis Wave for that. It's just like unless you want literally every video he makes to be like 3 hours long because he has to like go into his entire theory of like ethics and metaphysics. It's like I wouldn't really fault him for that. I wouldn't really fault anything. It's just if you're making like relatively short videos that are meant to like just address a specific topic, you really just don't have the time to go into that kind of thing, you know? Simplified lies for children. Yeah, I mean, and to be fair to him though, Mentis Wave, he keeps most of the stuff that we believe in there. Like he doesn't really like throw it apart too much. He keeps it together pretty well.
An obvious problem with the labor theory of ownership is that it rests on a category error. An act is not the same type as an object, therefore there cannot possibly be a mixing of labor with an object such that the object can become an extension of a person.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I mean, can you pour a cup of labor and make a labor cake? Like, is the labor in the room with us? Like, it's completely, yeah. It's almost not fair to continue to react because of how far off libertarian principles has become. I mean, I don't know. It is a criticism of something. Me too. I'm not reading analytical philosophy to understand Hop. Yeah, LOL. Yeah.
Another problem is what I might call the fetishization of labor, which is a form of reification.
Yeah, and this is what Karl Marx does, by the way.
There is, in reality, no real object called labor that can become imbued in an object. Instead, what actually concretely exists is the labor relationship. Marx wrote about the same problem regarding value in his...
Yeah, I agree, Phantom Cool. It's definitely, his argument was definitely talking about monopolies, and that's really what, so I'm guessing he probably just wanted to gloss over, like, the fact that, like, yeah, we have, like, the homesteading principle is, you know, it's established on other grounds than, like, John Locke, but, yeah, his argument was definitely correct, though, insofar as it was, like, an argument against monopolies, because yeah, it is a pretty good argument against monopolies. You're gonna have if this situation is bad, where one person's hoarding all the wealth, which it isn't necessarily, but if we grant that it's bad, then it's a better argument against monopolies than communism. But I mean, I think the better thing to do is just bite the bullet and say, yeah, go suck his dick and get the coconut. It's really not a philosophical argument when you're arguing against utility. Yeah, yeah.
theory of commodity fetishism. Basically, there's no actual entity called value that resides in a commodity, and so the discourse...
When questioned, do you disagree with Locke over ownership? I don't know where the one correction is supposed to fit in there. Um, One question do you one question? I don't know what the message is supposed to be. Sorry, I blew L.
Of value serves to obscure the concrete labor relationships that underlie commodity production. Here we are basically dealing with the same thing, but with labor instead of value. There's no such thing as labor within an object. The labor theory of ownership serves to obscure the real relationship of persons and objects, which is bound up with the physical necessities of the body and the motivations of people seeking access and use of those objects. In essence, what the labor theory of ownership obscures is that there is a meaningful difference between acquisition of an object for use value and acquisition of an object for exchange value. To acquire an object for use value is simply to acquire it for the sake
Yeah, we love biting bullets. Just tell it straight to their face. Go suck his dick and get the coconut or go starve.
of one's needs, and as such, one will not acquire more than one needs or will need within a reasonable period of time. However, to acquire an object for exchange value, such as what was done by Dr. Pavel when he gathered up all the coconuts, is to acquire the object extraneously. Dr. Pavel doesn't need to eat all the coconuts at once.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think this is a valid distinction. It's like distinction between, oh, whether you need it or whether you're like getting it like apart from your needs. Like, how do you define what your needs are? Like, I think you could pretty easily argue that like your needs expend, uh, go beyond directly what is just your body needs to continue functioning. Um, so I don't know. And if it is like your needs are literally only what your body needs to continue functioning, then I mean, how can you justify anyone having anything more than just food? Like, why should we even have Wi-Fi, right? Like, how do you justify the creation of Wi-Fi, like on this theory, right? It's like no one needs Wi-Fi. All we need is food. So we should no everyone should stop doing all of this stuff, and you should simply just eat food and drink water. That's all we should do. How do you homestead anything without labor being involved? Well, it's not the fact that labor is involved that makes Locke's theory erroneous. It's the fact that labor is not the root of property ownership. The root of property ownership is conflict avoidance, right? So if we have the NAP, like grant for a second that the NAP is true and you shouldn't initiate conflicts. Now let's say one person is using something, right? They're not mixing their labor with it. They're just using it, right? Crusoe's going fishing with something. It Yes, there is labor involved here, but he doesn't own it because he's going fishing with it. He owns it specifically because he's not initiating a conflict with anyone in doing so, so he could justify his use of this. Now, if Friday comes along and starts trying to wrestle the stick off of him, then Friday is initiating a conflict with Crusoe here, and he couldn't justify his appropriation of this. And so it follows that only the first person who appropriates some good from nature is the person who can claim property over it, because anyone else would be initiating a conflict over the use of that good. That's pretty much how what we're saying. So it might be the case that to use something, some labor might be involved, but the labor isn't where the property comes from.
Once, and as soon as you come into his frame of reference, it becomes clear that you will need them just as much as he does. Therefore, Pavel's arrogation to the station of ownership of the coconuts, which only really makes sense in relation to other people's access to the coconuts, since, as we have already established, Lockean ownership is an extension of self-ownership is a category error, basically just signifies the deprivation of the use value of other people who'd otherwise have been able to acquire the coconuts. It is the normative claim that economic relationships based on exchange value are valid, which underlies Dr. Pavel's claim to ownership, not his ownership, which implies his right to use the coconuts as exchange values. To conceive of the coconuts as though they were imbued with Dr. Pavel's labor is, from a material point of view, indefensible, and thus...
Yeah, I mean, I agree. It's not imbued with anything. Oh, what are some good reading material for understanding homesteading? Probably just Liquid Zulu's course, or I mean, I don't know, like Rothbardian ethics probably has a lot of stuff on that. So that would be like the ethics of liberty. Um, yeah, I mean, it's pretty just it's homesteading is really just like a corollary of the NAP. Same with like private property rights. So yeah, I mean, there you go. A lot of it, honestly, you can just learn from like listening to people's videos and them talk and stuff like that, and you kind of hear the arguments. Yeah, good discussion on homesteading on Fabian Liberty channel. If you're curious, it was between Casimir, Fabian, and Zulu. Yeah, I haven't watched that specific one, but I mean that stuff is normally very good. So yeah, I mean I'd say just just be in the libertarian sphere, just interact with people, and I think you'll get it, right? That's really what you need to do. I mean, if you want specific like books and articles, Liquid Zulu's thing, Ethics of Liberty, stuff like that. I don't really understand this argument. He concluded that ANCAPs don't believe this, so what's the point of... Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think he said, like, some ANCAPs believe this.
Should have exclusive rights to the coconuts in a state of nature.
Yeah, Liquid Zulu's debate on donut homesteads is good because it helps you understand how property is really based in exclusion. And you need to be able to exclude someone from something for it to even have a property right in it.
It is the invention of exchange value which produces the enclosure, not the act of picking the coconuts. Furthermore, I will let Ellen Mexons Wood elaborate on this problem. For one thing, it turns out that there is no direct correspondence between labor and property, because one man can appropriate the labor of another. He can acquire a right of property in something by mixing it not with his own labor, but the labor of someone else whom he employs. It appears that the issue...
Yeah, I think that's a very eloquent point too. It's like yeah, how can you possibly have employment under Locke's view? Because employment, someone else mixing labor with something, and wouldn't that person come to own it? So I don't know. It seems maybe you could resolve that on Locke's point of view with like the title transfer theory of property, but I don't know. It seems like a valid criticism nonetheless.
For Locke has less to do with the activity of labor as such than with its profitable use. In calculating the value of the acre in America, for instance, he talks not about the Indians' expenditure of effort, labor, but about the Indians' failure to realize the profit. The issue, in other words, is not the labor of a human being, but the productivity of property, its exchange value, and its application to commercial profit. The second theory of private property we'll be examining is first possession theory, which is
I mean, yeah, first possession theory. I mean, Locke would agree with that, but let's see how he conceives of this first possession theory. Maybe he means exactly what I'm talking about, but I'm not sure.
Basis partly for proprietarianism. This is a rather parsimonious theory. Whoever can acquire an object first before others can, what is called original appropriation, is entitled to that object.
Yeah, but I mean, we have a justification for that claim, and I don't know if he's going to get into our justification. So, I mean, we'll see.
He is then justified in defending his possession of that object with force. According to this theory, since Dr. Pavel appropriated the coconuts before you did, he is justified in preventing you from taking the coconut.
Yeah, again, he is, but like, you're not presenting the argument for why someone's like, what is the connection between being the first person to something and being able to exclude people from it? Like, what is the connection, right? He's not explaining what we think that connection is.
That's using force. Also, he is perfectly within his rights to make your access to the coconuts.
Oh, hello, Phantom is cool. You're the libertarian consequentialist that was arguing with you in the bullet biting comment section. Sorry, I didn't see that comment earlier. Yeah, I mean, that's nice. I'm glad you're stopping by in the stream and commenting, you know?
Additional upon doing whatever he wants you to do. The real question, however, remains what is the actual basis for first possession? Now, if you'll remember, anarcho-capitalism is primarily a legal theory, so it's helpful to look to common law to find answers to questions regarding ownership. Generally, the common law jurisprudence on first possession conceives of a state of nature as open access, in which all objects may be acquired by any.
Well, I mean, we have a conflict avoidance theory of property. Conflict avoidance, that's what it is. So it's like he was right. I actually thought he was going to do it for a second, but now I don't think he is because he was saying like you know, anarcho-capitalism is a legal theory. He's absolutely correct. It is a legal theory, and I'm very glad that he's at least recognizing this because a lot of people don't recognize this. They see it as a specific bureaucratic structure that doesn't have a state, as like private companies. So at least he's recognizing that it is a legal theory, but you know, he's not recognizing what the legal theory is, which is the NAP.
Person. We can easily imagine if Dr. Pavel were the only person to wash up on the island, the whole island would be freely accessible by him and for him. However, if there were other people on the island as well, then there suddenly arises the problem of how to mediate this open access. First possession seems to be the most intuitive solution to this question.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the problem with, I think, like, Hoppe's way of coming out. Like, Hoppe pretty much just says, like, yeah, I mean, first possession, it just makes sense, right? It's just the natural state of things. And I think he's right. Like, it is pretty much just the natural state of things, but there's a reason why it's the natural state of things, right? And we need to get into that.
Whoever acquires an object is entitled to exclusive use and dispensation of it. But the problem is, again, there's no real entity called ownership that exists. So what really is ownership?
Well, I mean, there is ownership. It's a norm. It's a norm-based position that says it comes from the NAP, and if you own something, it essentially just says that you are not initiating conflicts over that thing, so you can use it, and that if someone else comes in, they are initiating conflicts of it. So it comes from the NAP. So yeah, the NAP isn't an entity out there. Like I can't drink a glass of NAP, but it's a norm that makes an ethical prescription, right? It's an ethical claim. And if that ethical claim is true, then the stuff we talk about flows from that. First possession sort of breaks down when it comes to talking about land. I mean, I don't think it breaks down at all when you have the proper conception of where first possession comes from. But if you just say like, oh yeah, first possession's true because I said so, then yeah, I mean, it's going to break down.
In Carol Rose's 1985 paper, Possession as the Origin of Property, she goes through various common law cases in which rights to property were debated and established versus
Yeah, I mean, this isn't how we do it. We don't say like, oh, I have the right to this stick because I came to it first. Because back in 1939, Mr. Jones and Mr. Smith got into this debate, and Mr. Jones had it first, and he had the property. Like that's not how we establish this claim.
opposing claimants. For example, in Pearson v. Post, a hunter had a
Yeah, we don't care about Pearson v. Post. I've never heard about this in my life. I guarantee you, no other Ancap has heard about this shit in their entire life.
fox in his gun sights, and then an interloper fired, killing the fox and bagging it for himself. The court decided that the interloper, rather than the hunter, had the proper claim to the fox because he was the one who committed a clear act, which constitutes an unequivocal intention of appropriating the animal to his individual use.
Yeah, I think that's valid. The hunter guy probably did have the right. He wasn't initiating a conflict with anyone, so it was essentially he was just homesteading the fox. So I mean, there you go. But this doesn't get into the justification for why that would be a valid claim.
Rose elaborates that this case reveals two important bases for ownership relations. One, a clear act, and two, a communication of intent. This leads her to conclude that exactly what ownership is basically a statement. This is mine, which is part of an ongoing negotiation.
I'm no, I disagree with her. It's not a statement. It's a norm that exists that because saying this is mine is saying if ownership means saying this is mine just means I own this. So if ownership means I own this, that's a circular definition. Like you own something when you say I own it. Like so I mean that doesn't really get into what it means.
With other people who may very well, as interlopers, argue this is mine instead. To illustrate this, she introduces the principle of adverse possession, in which title to land which has been neglected by the original owner can be granted to an interloper who sufficiently improves the land instead. In other words, courts are deciding based on the actions and intentions of the.
Yeah, I mean, like again, we don't have like a utilitarian justification for ownership. It's like, oh, whoever is best suited with this property owns it. Like, no, completely reject that.
Respective actors whose claim of this is mine is valid. The takeaway from Rose's discussion is that ownership is not a concrete moral right, but instead a conversation which establishes conventions, and because of that, no theory.
Indeed, a Georgist has appeared.
Theory of private property can be absolutely correct.
It's sad to see Ancaps not understanding the theory and turning to communists later. Yeah, I mean, I agree. That's very sad. Because this guy does seem like he was on the right track, right? He recognizes that Ancap is a legal theory. The first 2 minutes of his video, he was talking about the NAP. So he clearly recognizes, like, pretty much, relatively speaking, what Ancap is. Like, actually, truly is. Apart from, like, the communists who just think it's like, oh, Ancap is just a situation where you don't have government and there's capitalism. Like, that's not really what we're saying. Ownership is a statement in the sense that it's a logical proposition, but ownership in theory comes from introduces ownership for some given purpose. And that's, I mean, um, introduces ownership for some given person. I mean, you could say, yeah, ownership could be a logical proposition. I could see that. I mean, because I mean that's just it's a sort of like it's a logically concluded from the NAP. So if the NAP is true, then ownership is as well. So it's like logically I do own this, like in a sort of logical chain of deduction. So I mean I understand that perspective. I mean I do think the best way to understand property and ownership is like as a conflict avoiding norm. But I think you could reconcile those two definitions and kind of show that like, yeah, we're saying the kind of same thing.
Correct. It can only be legitimated. But of course, those parties which legitimate private property.
Yeah, exactly. Why would I? So apparently, the ANCAPs, who are supposed to reject legal positivism, justify our positions based on statist court cases. Apparently,
i.e., courts, police, administrative bodies employ force to do so, which calls into question exactly whether the concept of ownership can be compatible with negative liberty. If the whole
it certainly can.
The whole basis of libertarian economies is the legitimation of claims by unilateral violence, is this really negative liberty? No, of course not. It's fundamentally based on coercion. It is.
Yeah. You're redefining the definitions of these things that we don't agree with, and then using them and throwing them back at us. It's like, yeah, we don't agree with these definitions. I don't think coercion is when there's a hierarchy.
is a forcible interruption of a free conversation between autonomous individuals what to do with the objects under open access, which is the default in a state of nature, by those who want decisively to end the conversation on their terms. As Proudhon said, property is theft. The question
And I mean, how do you have theft without property? Again, like you're presupposing this. This is a very basic point, but it's one that a lot of people forget. You can't have theft without property. You just can't. It just doesn't work. It's just not, you just can't.
remains then, why do proponents of capitalist private property call themselves libertarian? They should instead call themselves emergentists.
No. Again, not a single reference to the NAP here. The NAP is where we get our property from. NAP, NAP, NAP. Where is the NAP here?
They don't believe in liberty. They believe in domination by the most quick and ruthless proto-bourgeoisie, who are the first to center apart virgin nature, and who become masters.
No, I believe in conflict avoidance. I don't believe in domination. Like, yeah, I mean, if domination means homesteading some property, then yeah, I do agree. Sorry, I do believe in domination. But I think domination is some sort of aggression, right? Domination is when you're coming in and you're like forcing shit on people and taking stuff from them. That's not what, like, when I homestead some property, I am not taking anything from anyone, right? I haven't taken anything from anyone when I homestead some property. No one was using it. I started no conflicts with it. The only reason I have this property is specifically because I haven't started any conflicts in appropriation of it. So I can't have deprived anyone of this because they didn't have it. Ownership only makes sense in the context of conflict avoidance between people. Ownership is a statement about yeah, I mean certainly it is conflict avoidance. That's what it means. I completely agree with you. Wait, so this is a former Ancap turned communist. Well, I think he would say he's like a national monarchist, but based on a lot of the things he's been saying in this video and also what he said earlier in our chat, he did say that he's like considering communism. So I think he's more of like a communist adjacent if we were gonna be try to actually classify him. So yeah, pretty much what you said.
Of the earth purely accidentally, i.e., not by means of any real moral substance.
Yeah, and our moral substance comes from the NAP. And since you're just going to reject the NAP, which is fair enough, you can reject the NAP. But if you're criticizing us and saying we're internally inconsistent, you have to work within the bounds of the NAP being true.
There's this facade of objective morality that most of all presents these emergentists.
We get objective morality from the NAP. Well, also, farther ethics, but we get objective legal morality from the NAP.
From realizing that they actually support the most rapacious and violent order, which has as its foundation coercion.
He understands that NAP is a legal theory and then changes it to the topic. Yeah, exactly. It's like, why are we working with the definition of coercion when you actually understand that the NAP is what we care about? We don't talk about coercion. Like, if you go into libertarian spheres, like, we don't really talk about coercion that much. Maybe someone will say the word every once in a while, but what we're really talking about is the NAP.
And which is basically feudal in nature. The establishment of this objective morality in the realm of property is, as I have demonstrated, simply an irrigation and a prejudice, not a moral argument. The enclosure of property.
Yeah, the entire video is, wow, libertarians contradict themselves when I redefine words that they mean. Yeah, and specifically when I redefine the words to their Marxist definitions. It's like, wow, libertarianism and Marxism can't be put together. Oh my god, libertarianism and Marxism contradict each other, guys. No way.
Property comes first. The morality of property only comes later. Lastly, we must also deal with the concrete reality of property in the world as it actually exists today. There's no
property in the world as it actually exists today. Okay.
Freely available land for you to homestead.
Let's go look at a map. Freely available land for you to homestead. I'm going to make us right now. Right here. Essentially, all of this that I'm circling, almost all of this, is completely homesteadable. Now, will the state let you homestead it? No. But that's a problem with the state, not libertarian property theory. And also, even if there was no land, it wouldn't be a problem. But the state does not own this. All of this, the state owns none of it. This is not the state's land. You can homestead this. If I go to some random place in Utah, right around here, I can go homestead that. That would be legally justifiable. Now, if the state disagrees, I don't care. Now, am I going to go do that? No, because I don't want to be locked in a cage for the rest of my life. But on libertarianism, is that justifiable? Yes. Right? That's what, and we're concerned about libertarianism, not what the United States government says is okay. and most you might hear someone's called the state coercive, but most, yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, the state is definitely coercive, even under these like different weirder definitions of coercion. But I don't really care about coercion, right? Like, certainly some kinds of coercion are good, right? Do we want to coerce like evil people to be good? Certainly, right? Do we want to like coerce non-productive people to be productive? Yeah. Do we want to coerce the state to not exist? Yeah. So it's like, I mean, coercion isn't the root here. We're not getting down to the legal root. The legal root is not that coercion is bad.
You cannot appropriate or claim something for yourself if you don't want to work for others. Everything that exists has already been enclosed in the civilized world. We can even argue that since states exist in Africa, nominally at least, those resources are enclosed as well.
I mean, again, and they're not. Like, the state claims to own all this land, but it doesn't. The state doesn't own this land. Now, I suspect that if the state disappeared and everyone was a libertarian, it would quickly get homesteaded. But that would be good. We would want that. Why? Because then these resources are actually being used by people, right? They're actually being used to create human values. We don't want these resources just being used by fucking deers and bugs and shit. We want these resources being turned to their most productive states, right? We want people producing with these resources. That's what we want. So you have to justify why it's better if that's not the case, right? Why should we just have some nice virgin land and just leave it alone and just not do anything with it? I think all of this virgin land, we should turn into productive states. Now, does that mean that you put a McDonald's on every mountain? Not necessarily, but we should allocate this land to its most value productive state. I would like to coerce thieves out of society. Right, exactly.
There's no longer any colonization of quote unquote empty land. There's no longer a West to expand to. If you want liberty, if you have to reckon with the wage system and the commodity fetishism, which obscures its essentially extractive character, you will either be a wage slave or you'll be lucky enough to be a wage slave.
Yeah, I don't think being a wage slave is I don't think it's slavery. I don't think it's bad. I don't think it contradicts the NAP. So you haven't proved anything. Because again, this whole section is supposed to be proving that capitalism cannot be reconciled with liberty. That's the whole point of this section. And he hasn't proved that.
There is no liberty anymore, at least in the negative sense of that term. So yes, indeed, only the left can legitimately call themselves libertarians.
No.
Those weird people on the right who fly the snake flag are just emergentists.
I've never heard the word emergentist before. I don't necessarily really care about it at all. But I will say, you haven't talked about the NAP. We care about the NAP. That's what libertarianism means to us. Libertarianism does not mean a society in which there's no coercion. It means a society in which people are abiding by the NAP. NAP, NAP, NAP. I feel like I'm going insane saying it so many times, but I guess I have to say it instead of this guy, because he's certainly not going to.
But for the sake of simplicity, I will continue to.
Yeah, and something you have to understand, too, is when we were talking about libertarianism as just what it is. All of our conclusions, legally speaking, every single one of them comes from the NAP. So if you want to be talking about it, you need to be drilling down on the NAP. You need to be talking about it every second. Like you should be that word should be coming out of your mouth like so fucking fast, like so many times you're gonna like have a headache every time you say it. That's what you should be talking about. Wage slave is when you cannot pillage the productive members of society of their resources. Yeah, exactly. Like let's take this term wage slave at its face. Like apparently you're a slave because you have to work a job. And let's just take this as like a given that you have to work a job. Now, the proposed solution to this is that some people essentially have this big welfare state where some people have to provide for other people. Now, how is this not just an equal form of slavery on their own terms? Because now you have some other people being forced to produce for other people, for the non-productive people. You have from each according to their need, from each according to their ability to each according to their need. How is that not slavery? Right? How is it not? Even on their own terms, their ideal solution is slavery. And we get back to the conclusion that on their terms, the only way to not have slavery is for everyone to just starve to death. Because as soon as you try to uplift yourself from nature and create these productive states and use your mind and resources, you're gonna have some sort of slavery. If other people are dying and you're not like being an altruist and giving them all of your shit. Like according to these people, like if you let's say you're like a really productive like John Galt kind of guy, and you're like and there's a bunch of other people in society, you're just like producing all of this stuff. Like everyone's really poor and you just start producing so much. You're actually, according to these people, you're depriving them of resources because you have something. It's like these you don't deserve what you produced because you produced it. And you're therefore enslaving them because they're going to go die in nature unless you start handing out all this food. It's like, hold on, that's an inversion. The only reason these guys might not starve is because you were productive. Not because you were productive these people will starve. It's because you were productive they might not starve. You are creating the conditions, if you're the productive person, upon which these people might uplift themselves from poverty. That's what the capitalists do. The capitalists are creating the wealth which presents the opportunity to avoid slavery and to avoid um to avoid dying of starvation. That's what the capitalist does. This video should be a utilitarian argument against libertarianism, which is wrong as well, but at least that'd be an honest framing. But he frames it as a contradiction in the philosophy. Yeah, certainly. This is definitely the truth. I completely agree with that.
We call anarcho-capitalists libertarians for the rest of this video. Now let's determine whether economics is morally neutral or just a reflection of society. One argument I hear
Economics is morally. I don't really know what he means by that, so we'll see. In an argument Game Removed had on Twitter, I had a socialist genuinely argue that work was only wage labor and that was immoral. In order for them to evade the fact that work is necessary. Yeah, I mean they'll just redefine terms to mean whatever the fuck they want. So they can just avoid and evade the obvious conclusions that they'd have to come to if they were being internally consistent. Yeah, and people call Ayn Rand villains unique. Yeah, like look what happens when we really dig down and evaluate these people's premises. They are really truly saying that by the fact of you producing something and not handing it all out to them, you are enslaving them. And they believe that. Former libertarians always seem to never understand libertarianism. Indeed.
floating around occasionally, which always more or less goes implicitly understood by libertarians, is the notion that markets are morally neutral and that they are simply a reflection of the existing state of society and
No, markets are not morally neutral. And this is, I guess you could say, almost like the David Friedman interpretation of markets, where it's like the market creates law. And then the market, like, so any law that's created by the market or any moral supposition, which is just what law is, it's a moral subset of ethics, any moral claim that can be created by the market is now true. And so then markets would be morally neutral. But no, markets take a strong moral stand because as libertarians, we recognize that insofar as you have a market, you must be having non-aggression. Like you can't have an aggressive market. You can't have a centrally planned market. You can't have a market where thieves, right? That's not a market. So insofar as you have a market, there must be non-aggression. And that's not a morally neutral stance. That's a very morally active stance. It's taking the stance that non-aggression is bad. Former libertarians are LARPers who liked the colors yellow and black. Probably.
prevailing moral beliefs. Mentis Wave recently made a video where he aimed to challenge the discourse surrounding woke capital, and his conclusion was that the market simply reflects the prevailing socio-political attitude.
I mean, in a sense, kind of, the market will just put. I mean, again, if the prevailing attitude is that like aggression is good, then you won't have a market. So like you have to have some sort of moral suppositions for there to be a market. Namely, you have to have libertarian moral suppositions for there to be a market.
Therefore, corporations going woke is not a consequence of political economy, rather it is simply an artifact of governments passing DEI laws and implementing progressive policies.
I mean, and this is the case too, because a lot of wokeism is very high time preference activity. And what we would expect to see, as per Hans Hermann Hoppe's argument, that, if you have two people respecting each other's private property, the only interactions can be to have no effect on each other's time preference or to lower each other's time preference. We would expect to see that on the market, the universal time preference rate would tend to go down. So we would tend to see lower time preference ideologies be spread. In this case, the market is also being forcibly manipulated by the state through civil rights and its consequences. Yeah, certainly.
Of course, to say such a thing is more or less to dodge the debate entirely. Exponents of the idea of woke capital argue that it is not necessarily the case that capital has become woke because woke ideas are floating around in the ether, but rather the incentive structure of capitalism results in corporations adopting progressive ideas.
And again, we just talked about that. The time preference rate, as per Hoppe, it will tend to go down. And I don't see wokeism um, as a very low time preference ideology. It's a collectivist ideology. And I mean, but when you look at this also, it's like, well, what is non-aggression? Right? Well, non-aggression is individuals avoiding conflicts, right? So if you can't have a market if you have like if you said, oh well, you could have like a collective group of people who were trying to avoid aggression, but then individuals were aggressing against each other. It's like, no, well, that's not a market, right? So a market needs to be individualistic to exist, and wokeism is a very collectivist a very collectivist ideology. It says like there's these collective groups, and certain collective groups are entitled to other things, because they're poor or because they were supposedly wronged in the past. Like that's a very collectivist idea, and that goes contrary to what the market really stands for in terms of ethics, which is the non-aggression principle.
The funny thing is, Wave doesn't actually dispute this because he acknowledges that corporations engage in progressive advertising in order to make increased profits. However, he is unwilling to concede that the progressive ideology is tied up with liberalization of markets.
Why would it be? It's just we have this big government right now. Like, why is all this progressivism? Well, because like I was saying, progressivism and wokeism, it's very collectivist. And collectivism is very advantageous to governments because it allows them to create these collective identities and pit collective groups against each other, and create themselves um and put themselves in a situation wherein they can like be the defenders of the collective, right? Like the government can be like, oh, we're gonna reward this collective, and because governments are very collectivist, right? And if you have an individualistic philosophy, it would be very hard to establish a big government. I would disagree that corpos going woke is a consequence of governments going woke. I think the government and the corpos are being woke separately to the economic corpos. I think that the government is going woke because they realized that Marxism wokeist ideologies are very useful for its expansion. And academia is, Hans Hermann Hoppe makes this point that, the academics have like unstable employment, right? Like not many people are really interested in what they have to say. They have like, they really don't have like, a very stable employment. So the academics, they have a big incentive to go work with the state, and the state has a big incentive to get the academics on their side. So they really just work together to promote these ideas. Um, I was looking forward to his arguments against Zulu. I didn't watch any of Liquid Zulu. Well, I did watch like a bit of one video. I meant to do a specific reaction to it at some point, but never got around to it. Well, fair enough. Yeah, but you haven't really talked about his specific arguments for the NAP and whatnot. But I'll let you pass. I'll give you a pass on that.
Instead,
Yeah, intersectionality is a good way to sneak in Marxism. That's a good way to think
it
of it.
must be the fault of governments and a position by the left of progressive ideology on an otherwise axiologically neutral market. Now, I think there is some truth to the claim that markets are axiologically neutral. In the market, products that cause too much controversy will be bad to the reputation of businesses. If Walmart sold George Floyd action figures or something, they would face a heavy backlash from progressive and anti-fascist forces, which would reduce their revenue and result in progressive shoppers and suppliers choosing other retailers. So companies have to morally regulate what they sell and what messages they amplify. So
But again, I mean, I think we're ignoring the fact that the existence of a market has a moral presupposition, namely the non-aggression principle. So it can't be morally neutral. And then the suppositions of the market are the same ones that go along with the non-aggression principle. So if you had a true free market, right, all of the corollaries of the non-aggression principle would probably be present. So you'd have a people who respect private property. So like on the market, you would expect people to be very in favor of private property. And what is private property? Well, private property is like it's like a low time preference, like homesteading kind of investment. And they'd be very in favor of like production and things like that. So I really think again, you would tend to see the time preference go down on the market. And a lot of that is going to lead to more like kind of conservative conclusions. Now, not all of them. I've said this in the past, but I think conservative has it has an overlapping like kind of a Venn diagram with low time preference values. But I don't think it's morally neutral though. This is just not I don't agree with this at all. Um Wokeism is a tool for state expansion. If you're against welfare, you're called racist. Yeah, exactly. I mean, really, it's a tool that they use to justify expanding into more markets and creating more dependence and more collectivist ideologies.
to not offend consumer demographics. I believe this is sort of what was happening with the whole Steam censorship controversy. However, that isn't the whole story. Markets may be, in the short term, apparently axiologically neutral to the point that they have a sort of Overton window of values, But in the long term, they are nonetheless trends and the sort of values that market-driven societies tend to adopt, which cannot be attributed to the government or the left. In the first place, we have to note that market societies have trended away from the bourgeois values of early.
Have they trended away from the bourgeois values because that's what they do? Or maybe it's because of the state. Oh, yeah, it's because of the state. Markets, what are the bourgeois values? I mean, I'm not sure exactly what the bourgeois values are, but I would say, if I were to define what the bourgeois values are, they're capitalist, productive, selfish values. Essentially, the bourgeois essentially just is like Ayn Rand, right? And I think the markets were very Randian during like the Industrial Revolution, and it's with the expanse of the state and the welfare and all of this stuff that we've seen markets trend away from this. And again, to the extent that they're doing that, they're not markets, right? Like the reason they're trending away from this isn't because markets are trending away from this, it's because they're becoming not markets anymore. They're becoming state centrally planned quote unquote markets. The Marxist terminology is so cringe. Yeah, I agree. Markets aren't neutral because, as you said, companies succeed more in low time preference areas, which essentially by natural selects for low time preference values. Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you have like two covenants on like the market, and one covenant like says like, oh yeah, all our people, we're just gonna have all like the criminals and the drug users and all like our all the bums of society. And then you have another covenant which only selects for like the John Galts and Howard Rourkes of the world. That one's gonna do a shit. That's gonna be so much better. It'll be incalculable. So yeah, I mean, and these people are low time preference, I should say. Like they're selecting for specifically low time preference people. It's going to be a much better situation. Yeah, markets controlled by the government tend to agree with statist principles. Yeah, no shit. Yeah,
Modernity, despite the relative absence of the left as a major political.
yeah, and again, like I said, like to the extent that these are like agreeing with these statist principles and being like high time preference, like they're not being markets anymore. Like let's take the like the financial crises, like where the banks start like giving out like really low interest rate loans that are like below the natural rate. And that starts because they're like really high time preference or whatever. And that starts crashing the economy, right? Is that a market? No, that wasn't a market. Like to the extent that that was happening, you were actually infringing upon the market. Like that was there's a negation of the market to the extent that that was happening.
Force, as well as a general consensus in governments around bourgeois values. An obvious example of this is the introduction of women to the workforce, which began as early as the 18th century. Before then,
I don't think
men in
what
non-agricultural
is his claim that bourgeois values are like women can't work? I mean, I don't think that's the case. I think bourgeois values are like Ayn Rand's values. Ayn Rand is a proponent of productive people reaping the benefits of their labor. So if you have a really productive woman, I think the bourgeois values wouldn't be that that woman can't work. I think the bourgeois values would be that woman should work for herself, for her own values, and reap the benefits of her labor. That's what the bourgeois values would be. It's not that women can't work. Who could have guessed that companies would be on the side of the central planner? Yeah, who could have guessed that companies would be on the side of the guy who gives them tons of free money? Right? I mean, wow. Oh my God. This is purely an empirical argument which doesn't consider any reason why things are the way they are, and it's yeah, exactly. This is I like this, the point I like to make a lot when explaining these kinds of things to people. Why you need libertarianism, well, to analyze things, is because if you just look at empirical facts, you don't really get a story. You just get a this is. You don't get a why, right? Like so, if I just look at like oh well inflation's going up so much more recently. What's going on? Like, there's 1,000 causes I can point to, and without an actual coherent ethical, legal, and economic theory, I can't really select for which one of these is actually the relevant factor, right? So essentially, I think you need like the correct lens. Like, you need a nice pair of glasses that tells you, you're looking specifically for the right thing. You need to be looking at the right area.
locales were expected to be the sole breadwinners, and working women were considered to be degraded by their occupation,
Yeah, I don't think these are bourgeois values.
since they lost their ladylike qualities of subtlety and non-engagement in exerting activity. After the Industrial Revolution and the advent of capitalism proper, this expectation began to gradually fade, and it became normal for working class women to work in factories and workshops, as well as for women to become real estate moguls. The upper crust of the bourgeoisie held on to the privilege of strict gender roles, which is a sign that this transformation in gender expectations was not a consequence of any socio-political change, but rather simply a result of political economy.
I mean, what he's doing though right now is he's presupposing that the only things that were going on right now is just the bourgeois. And this is the problem with this bourgeois proletariat class analysis. Because why did people have these values? Is it because they were the bourgeois? Or was it because they had an entire, like, multi-millennia indoctrination with, like, Christian shit? It's because of that, right? It's the philosophical theory of history. The actions people take and the values they hold are directly consequence of their philosophy. So it's not just that the bourgeois inherently believe these things because they're the bourgeois. It's because these people these people have a philosophy, and their philosophy tells them and directs their actions, such that they have these certain values. So you can't just look at the bourgeois in a vacuum. We have to say, okay, why do the bourgeois have these values? Is it just an inherent bourgeois value, or is no such thing as an inherent value? Values are guided by your philosophy, and their philosophy was primarily like this very Christian, like philosophy that said, like, women can't work. That's why they had this, not because that's an inherently bourgeois value. If you were to grant a lot of his premises, there should be no problem with the supposed contradictions, since he's using. Yeah, exactly. Grant his premises, and who cares about contradictions? Even as a libertarian consequentialist, I have a lot of logical and libertarian scaffolding around my beliefs in order to keep my ideology in check. Closest thing is Marxists have. Yeah, I mean, at least as a libertarian consequentialist, you can say, like, I do have some sort of coherent moral framework which says the non-aggression principle is true. Um, Now, I don't think you're justifying it correctly by being a consequentialist or justifying actions correctly. But that at least you have some sort of like objective principle, right? Like that's like I don't need to really go into I don't want to like debate with you or anything, man, because you seem like a pretty cool guy and you seem to agree with a lot of this really important libertarian theory. But yeah, like I said, at least you have some like actual philosophical groundwork, right? Hi, libertarian consequentialist. What's a good YouTube channel to explain your perspective? I have no idea. It's Marxist materialism, so he's putting the cart before the horse. Yeah.
The expanded scale of commodity exchange and the equalization of the labor power of men and women through the advent of machinery created the right conditions for women to become a useful and productive part of the labor force. The asymptotic nature of the profit motive incentivized growth over all else, and since half of the labor force had previously not been working,
Yeah, now he's just using like just straight Marxist terms. Like, I mean, yes, you are incentivized to grow your business as a capitalist. This is like looked at as like a bad thing. Like, what is the alternative? Well, the alternative is that companies are not incentivized to grow. Like, they're incentivized to be they're incentivized, or they should be incentivized to get smaller or to be less efficient and less productive. It's like that seems completely ridiculous to me. I'm gonna use the bathroom again though, and yeah, I'll be right back. But yeah, this is an interesting video so far. I will put the BRB screen back up. Hope I didn't. Did I
it
delete
made
it?
rational sense to
Okay, nice. I still have it here. Um, all right, yeah, I'll be right back. All right, hello, hello. Can you guys tell me how the audio sounds? I turned the air conditioning on, so it's pretty hot where I live, and yeah, I hope you can't really hear it. Um, yeah, I mean, I'm glad you're enjoying the stream so far. All right, audio is fine, good. All right, I'll continue in a second.
Finally introduce them into the economy. The same profit motive is behind much of what people call woke capital, the need for cheap labor, not just expansive consumption.
I don't see how like wanting cheap labor gives you like collectivism and wokeism, right? I don't see the connection whatsoever. Like I don't think wanting women in the workforce or wanting women to be productive or as productive as they can is a woke thing, right? I don't think that's woke. Woke is specifically it's collectivism that's trying to justify attacks or reparations or enslavement of one collective group uh because of some supposed violation of the other collective group, right? That's what woke is, and I don't think wanting women to be productive is a woke idea.
Drives a lot of mass immigration, and with mass
Now, just because a lot of wokists agree with that doesn't mean it's woke, right? There's a difference.
immigration comes the need to instantiate pluralist attitudes among the public, such that we do not face serious racial or ethnic conflict. Additionally, the expansion of markets enhances
Yes, markets are in favor of the correct amount of immigration. The reason you see so much immigration right now from a lot of really bad, non-productive people is specifically because governments are trying to essentially import a bunch of voters to vote for the policies that they like. But capitalism, under a free market, you would see the amount of immigration that suits the needs of these companies as much as they want, right? There's a correct and an incorrect amount of immigrants, right? Some immigrants are good, some immigrants are bad. People want some amount of immigrants. People don't want every single immigrant, right? So how do you find out the correct amount of immigrants? You take it to the market. But the market doesn't tend for mass immigration. The market tends for the most productive amount of immigration. Now, if mass immigration happened to be the most productive form of immigration, which I don't suspect it would be, but if it was, then I wouldn't call that woke. I would just call that the market being the market. And I don't think that's a woke idea. I think it's actually a very capitalist, individualist idea that we should get these immigrants in because they're productive. The basic idea that is the instead of the principle being never violate the NAP, ethically morally, you keep ethics, but you should minimize MI. Yeah, I mean, I think you know what? I don't think it's worth really going into this. That's not really what the point of the stream is to t debunk or talk about libertarian consequentialism. But yeah, let's keep going with this video.
profits. And so we also see efforts to reach out to previously neglected demographics, such as transgender people, homosexuals, and other minorities.
Yeah, I mean, uh, are you really meaning to believe? I mean, meaning to tell me that every fucking company like changes all of their profiles and invests like millions and billions into like DEI training, like every Pride Month and shit like that, just to lure in like the 0.5% of the population that's like transgender or something like that? Like that's complete bullshit. It's obvious that the state is just trying to incentivize more collectivism and trying to beat the citizens down with more collectivism. That's what they're trying to do. No, no, no worries. Phantom is cool. You can yeah, if you guys want to have like discourse in the comment section, that's fine. I was just letting you know that like, yeah, I'm probably not gonna be responding to that, but
Something like inclusive representation is also driven by a desire to expand marketable demographics. Game companies want to market to women because hitherto
yeah, but game companies want to market to the people who want their games. Do you think that like all of these companies who are making like shooter games and shit like that, like they know women don't want to play this crap, right? They just don't. That's just they just their brains don't want to do that, right? That's fine. So why are they marketing to women so much? It's specifically because they're going to be ostracized by the state and like have all these lawsuits against them if they don't. That's why they're doing it. That's why they're doing it, not because they're trying to incentivize profit. This is like pretty obvious. Mega stonks if we true out. Corporate, yeah, like this is just like how many trans people are there? Like trans people, U.S. population, like 2.8 million Like he's like 1% of the population, and then like DEI, DEI funding. Oh my God, funding in the U.S. per year. $1 trillion. You think these companies are spending $1 trillion on fucking DEI to get like 1% of people in, or like, a couple black people or whatever? I mean, this is just ridiculous, man. I mean, this is just a claim that's so unfounded in reality. I don't even know. Yeah, if the markets were really making rational decisions, then why are they all losing money? Yeah, that's a good point. Like, all these movies and shit that like um, Snow White budget versus profit. Production budget, and so it lost $70 million. And you're telling me this was just a company trying to be rational and make as much money as it can? No, of fucking course not. That's not what happened. They're trying to inundate the voter base with more collectivism so they can get more socialism. I mean, come on. Um, All right. We've seen a great shift. Oh, do you think there can be no backlash to woke ideas? I mean, yeah. We've seen a great shift in the amount of companies that celebrate and sponsor Pride over the last years. A great example is most companies are trying to provide values that, a great example, most companies are just trying to provide the values that people hold. I don't think that's why, though. I think it's because I don't think people actually have these woke values. I don't think they're actually trying to be profitable. I think they're trying to do something much more nefarious. That $1 trillion is purely government money, by the way. Yeah, I mean, maybe, yeah. But a lot of these corporations are doing like private like DEI training and shit like that. I mean, I don't know. Either way, I think the point stands. It's not to make money. They're not being profitable here. They're losing a shit ton of money doing this, but they're making money in the long run because the DEI helps them get more regulations, get more socialism, get more lobbying favors, stuff like that.
The vast majority of gamers have been men. If half of the population is not buying your games, then you're losing out on a vast amount of profit. Therefore, companies have aimed to include women in games as protagonists or as important characters, simply in an effort to convince them to buy games as well. The whole political economy of capitalism is progressive rather than neutral or reactive.
No. Now, what this point is going to prove is that capitalism is going to incentivize non like ethnic and race and what's it called, gender-based discrimination. And I do agree with that argument. Like, let's say you're a company and you say I just won't sell to black people. You're going to make less money than the company who does sell to black people, right? So I think capitalism does incentivize people to not be like really racist. Um, but like that doesn't prove that that capitalism is going to be really woke. Like that's just completely not true at all. Like just because you might make more money selling to women doesn't mean that capitalism is actually like really collectivist and like woke and like just Marxist essentially.
It revolutionizes everything it touches. As Marx said in the Communist Manifesto, the bourgeoisie, wherever it has got the upper hand, has put an end to all feudal, patriarchal, idyllic relations. It has pitilessly torn asunder the motley feudal ties that bound man to his quote-unquote natural superiors, and has left remaining no other nexus between man and man than naked self-interest.
And I mean, I think that's good. I mean, I do agree that the bourgeois values have kind of gotten rid of a lot of like the natural superiority. I don't really even know what bourgeois value was supposed to mean, but in the way I am interpreting it, bourgeois values seem to be capitalist values. And capitalist values are certainly ones of natural rights, right? And capitalism is very natural rights, namely natural property rights oriented. So I would agree with that, right? It has gotten rid of this idea that like, oh, some races are better, right? But it doesn't mean that capitalist values means everyone's equal. Because what do the woke people say? They say like everyone is completely equal in terms of everything, right? They say, oh, no one's better than anyone else, or like, everyone's just as good as everything else. Other people. Like women are just as good as men at sports. Women are just. It's like no, that's not capitalism. Capitalism is saying people are equal in terms of rights, not in terms of actual functionality. That's different. Of course, DEI money is spent due to monopolies from governments, so that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, certainly.
Callous cash payment. It has drowned the most heavenly ecstasies of religious fervor, of chivalrous enthusiasm, of Philistine sentimentalism, in the icy water of egotistical calculation. It has resolved personal worth into exchange value, and in place of the numberless indefeasible chartered freedoms, has set up that single unconscionable.
Capitalism incentivizes peaceful cooperation, wokeism incentivizes theft and envy based on collective averages. These ideas are contradictory and cannot be reconciled. Absolutely, I think that's a great way to say it. Yeah, wokeism certainly incentivizes theft and envy. That's what it is. I mean, what is wokeism? It's like it's all these black people asking for reparations or demanding reparations. Even it's Black Lives Matter, like marching down and destroying businesses. And that's what wokeism looks like. That's what it looks like. It incentivizes theft. It wants people to be jealous of others because they have more. It's the same mantra of from each according to their ability to each according to their need. Fundamentally, that is what wokeism is. Wokeism is pretty much just the communist slogan. That's what it means, and that is very contrary to capitalism. They're diametrically opposed, morally speaking. Because, like, what is capitalism morally? Well, Ayn Rand will tell you. I mean, capitalism is a selfish system where each person is exchanging value for value in a way that's going to uplift themselves the most. That's what capitalism is. Wokeism is the opposite of that. And wokeism says that because you produce something, you shouldn't have it. That's true. That's probably the best argument against free markets for wokeism. Yeah, I mean, certainly. I mean, Ayn Rand will explain perfectly that capitalism is a selfish system. Capitalism is a system that gives values, or a system where people obtain the values that they worked for, right? A lot of systems, they redistribute values, right? That's not what capitalism does, but that's what wokeism would do.
Freedom, free trade. In one word, for exploitation, veiled by religion.
And again, it's just, you get just from the labor theory of values, oh, everything, all these capitalist things, it's actually just exploitation. But I mean, again, we reject the labor theory of value. Not the point of this video to completely refute it, but it's incorrect.
Religious and political illusions, it has substituted naked, shameless, direct, brutal exploitation. The other
Yeah, apparently, naked, brutal, and direct exploitation is a guy giving someone a job so he doesn't starve to death. I mean, again, I'm going to keep coming back to this reframing, but this money, this wealth, these resources, they don't exist without the capitalist. What the capitalist is doing when he offers the worker a job is saying, hey, worker, I will actually give you the possibility to not starve to death. Because you're going to probably starve to death if you do nothing, right? I'm going to give you the opportunity to not starve to death. All you have to do is do a few tasks for me. That's really all you have to do. And what these Marxists like to do is look at wealth and all these things as just a given, right? Oh, there just is this wealth in society, and we can just distribute it up how we like, right? There just is all of this wealth, and the capitalists, they've just hoarded all of it. But in a fair system, everyone would have an equal amount. It's like, no, the wealth doesn't exist without the capitalist. You need the capitalist to have this wealth. You cannot have the capitalist have this wealth without the capitalist. And so, to the extent that the capitalist is offering workers jobs, he's doing a great thing. He's giving these people the ability to actually live instead of starve to death. Um, Even if a company could make money doing X, it's not impossible for a company to not do X because of values. Yeah, I mean, certainly, Zafari. My argument is definitely not that like a company necessarily will make more money or necessarily won't like discriminate against X group. But I think you'd see the tendency for them to not do that, right? Like, if Chick-fil-A opened on Sunday, they'd probably make more money. I think they definitely would. Now, they can still be extremely profitable without doing that, but over time, I think you'd probably, because again, capitalism, you're not gonna have any intellectual property. So I think someone would go in and be like, hey, I'm just gonna copy all of Chick-fil-A's recipes, except I'm gonna open on Sunday as well, and they're probably gonna make more money than Chick-fil-A. How much of the video about half of it's left, so we have about 37 minutes or so. I disagree that capitalism is inherently selfish. There exactly is charity that doesn't have any. I argue action is not only selfish, but it does reward selfishness. So I think acting to attain your values specifically because they're your values is selfish. Um, but that's a whole nother like that goes into objectivist ethics. Not necessary for this specific video, but I think capitalism is certainly selfish. And now you can be like I think you could kind of be a private property owner while maybe not being selfish, but I don't think you could really take it to its logical conclusion because if you're doing the negation of selfishness, like you're getting rid of all selfishness, like you can't really have private property because, private property is selfish. Like you're keeping something for yourself because you earned it, right? That's why you're doing it. You're doing it because it's yours. And you're not like giving it out to everyone. I think he's using the Ayn Rand objectivist particular definition of selfishness, yeah, I mean, I'm not using the standard definition of selfishness, which is just like when I do shit I like. Like I'm using more like the rational self-interest thing. Explaining the subjective theory of value to a black person, me. So imagine a fast, indeed. Um, at that point, we're just arguing definitions about selfishness, though. I think, yeah, I mean, if you just mean like colloquially, capitalism doesn't mean just doing whatever you want, but I don't think that's a good definition of selfishness. But we're getting off topic here, so I'm gonna get back to the video. But yeah, I mean, we're kind of saying similar things.
The question is whether economics as a science is morally neutral. Proponents of capitalism, like libertarians, seem to think that economics is a neutral science and that free markets are as natural a fact as gravity or evolution.
No, free markets are not as a natural effect. The existence of a market depends on the choices that people make, right? If people make specific choices, um, then you'll have a free market, and if they don't, you won't. Now gravity is a natural fact, right? I can't choose to not have gravity. And because free markets arise from specific choices that people make, there's norms involved with this, right? Norm free market is private property, which is a conflict avoiding norm. So you already have the norm that in a free market, conflicts should be avoided. But because people are going to make these choices due to their philosophy, the free market's probably going to come along with a lot of other philosophical dispositions that people are going to hold that's going to cause them to make other choices which are in line with the free market, namely, like I was saying, like selfish choices, using the Ayn Rand definition of selfish.
Thomas Sowell put it, free market economics are just basic economics. The reality is that all markets must first be.
No, I don't think free market economics are basic at all. I think, I mean, it is pretty complicated because there's a lot of objections people have, like the stuff this guy was raising earlier, like, what does it even mean to have a free market, right? We need the proper conception of that because it doesn't just mean like when there's no coercion, because then like a communist will come in and say like, oh well, then the communist society is a free market because there's no coercion in communism supposedly. Self-interest would be a better term for optics. Greed and selfishness have negative and aggressive meanings to most people. Well, the reason Ayn Rand used the word selfish is specifically because people how would you say it? Like people hate selfishness for all the reasons that she likes it. Right? She likes selfishness because it means you're not being altruist, because it means you're keeping everything to yourself, because it means you're being greedy. Like I think greed is good. Like and so she's using the term specifically because people actually associate it with what she wants. Like she's being like a unapologetic radical. I think you might be confusing praxeology with capitalist theory. Oh, maybe. Libertarians view markets in terms of assumptions, assuming it's a free market and so it's true about the market. We don't claim that ever. Yeah.
Constructed. The growth of capitalism was facilitated by colonialism, which was obviously driven by government.
So this is just pure just Marxism. Like capitalism is a stage in history that comes after like feudalism or colonialism. Like no, capitalism is just a state. It's a state in which people are respecting each other's private property rights. That's what capitalism is. It's not this stage in history, right? At any stage in history, people can choose using their free will to respect each other's property rights. It's not a stage in history.
Governments. The first stock markets were established in state-owned companies, the British and Dutch East India companies. Enclosure of.
Again, this doesn't establish that private property rights are established by government. Like that's just inversion from the truth.
Commons and the commodification of land was facilitated by governments, etc.
And that wasn't valid though. That wasn't governments coming in and like claiming land. That wasn't valid. That was invalid property. That was fiat property. We reject that.
Basic reality is that capitalism is not a natural fact, but rather a construction.
No, capitalism is certainly not natural, and the idea of capitalism is a construction, but that doesn't mean it's like this stage in history that needs like the government to like enforce. No, it's just people making decisions, namely deciding to respect each other's private property rights. That's what it is.
Because it is a construction, it cannot be morally neutral. It always reflects the biases and preferences of its.
Yeah, I mean that's actually true, right? Like I said before, because capitalism arises from the certain choices people make, it's going to it's going to it's going to come along with normative presuppositions. Normative presupposition number one, non-aggression is true. Very good. People never traded anything before the British. Yeah, I mean exactly. It's like capitalism only existed once this specific guy in like 19 or like in 1841 like did this. Like no, capitalism has existed all throughout history. The entirety of history has had capitalism in it. Now, the extent to which there was capitalism depended on the extent to which there was aggression and private property rights. But people can respect private property rights without even knowing what they are. You know, I mean, people do that all the time. Um, People never traded anything before the British. Oh yeah, sorry, I read that one. Free markets are just the only way to properly deal with the facts of nature, namely scarcity. I mean, I don't think it's the only way to. Oh well, oh, you said the only prop way to properly deal with it. I mean, yeah, it is the only correct way to deal with these facts. So yeah.
Proponents. Libertarians prefer mass and scale over moderation and quality. They prefer material self-interest.
Um, no. I mean, these are just like Marxists love to just come in and just make a bunch of fucking random, unsubstantiated claims. Like this is just a nothing burger. It's like libertarians prefer X, Y, Z. No, we have the non-aggression principle. That's what it means to be a libertarian. Now, what do I prefer? Like, should we have quality over quantity? I don't know. Sometimes we should have more quantity. Sometimes we should have more quality. I guess. I mean, preferably we'd have both. And guess what? If you want both, take it to a market.
Over immaterial values. They prefer exchange value over use value. In fact,
No. Sometimes this is just like completely like just random. I don't even have anything to respond
the
to
whole
here.
of capitalism can be reduced to the instantiation of a private property economy
Yes.
based on exchange value.
No. Not based on exchange value. I don't care about exchange value. I care about private property rights respecting society. Um, the capitalism it does not make the claim that for you to be a capitalist, you have to be respecting private property rights and you have to only care about exchange value in every single interaction. It's like, where did that come from? Sounds like a Marxist straw man to me.
It is these preferences which are behind advocacy for.
And also, why should I not care about exchange value, right? I want to get as much as I can out of my resources. If I'm selling them, I want to make as much as I can. So that's good. Justify why that's not good.
Capitalism, and because we can have a number of other systems: feudalism, distributism, corporatism, socialism, anarchism, communism, and so forth. It's not obvious that capitalism is a morally neutral and natural fact, like
We don't claim it is.
evolution or gravity. Because economics is not morally neutral, we need to match the kind of economic system we prefer with the kind of society that we want. Libertarians are, as a rule, in favor of the small proprietor society, where each man is a self-sufficient business owner.
No. Libertarianisms are, as a rule, in favor of the small, like self. No, I don't think every man should be a business owner. I mean, if by some miracle that happened to be the most efficient allocation of resources, I guess, but I suspect that you'd probably see tons of big corporations hiring workers, and that would be good. Like, this is just like a completely arbitrary claim. It's not good to want to get the most out of your resources because I want it and I don't have it. Yeah, exactly. I want you to get the least out of your resources so I can get them for as much as like it's just nonsense, honestly.
And we have as few wage laborers as possible. They are in favor of individual.
Economics is not morally neutral. Well, so there's different conceptions of what that means. Like in terms of praxeology, a lot of praxeology is just deductions from an axiom. Now, this axiom isn't like a moral claim. It's a factual, empirical claim. Like it's saying that man acts, right? And then all of the economic claims, like marginal utility and stuff like that, that is morally neutral because those are just facts. That's like saying, oh, insofar as this happens, X will follow it, right? It's like insofar as a circle, I mean, insofar as you have a ball on a slope, it will roll, right? That's what praxeology is. But praxeology is just coming to certain conclusions about what will happen. And then, but capitalism, though, that's specifically a system in which we have a moral presupposition, namely that private property rights should be respected. So yeah, there are different kind of domains here, right? And we can justify our conclusions that we come to, like, the ECP, capitalism is the most efficient economic system. We can justify that with praxeology, but these are factual statements, right? But actually, even in the first place, upholding the system of capitalism does require moral things. So yeah, I mean, it is actually a little more confusing.
Autonomy. But as Bertrand de Juvenel has said, that kind of society is impossible under capitalism. Libertarians turn into securitarians once they have enough wealth, and as a consequence, they establish monopolies and enclose resources.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess libertarians just establish monopolies all the time because I mean, we went into this on the last live stream I did, but no, you can't just establish a monopoly. The argument for why corporations wouldn't have monopolies on the free market isn't because they just wouldn't want to establish them. It's because they can't. Right? They can't establish monopolies. Why? Because of the ECP. Because monopoly needs to be a restriction on people's freedom to use their private property in some extent. And you can't get that without the government, insofar as you're actually, or some body that's being the same thing as the government, right? You just can't get it. It's not possible. And so this isn't our argument. Um, incorrect here.
Making it either economically onerous or impossible to carve out a spot as a small proprietor. Of course,
And also our end value, our value is not we need small proprietors. I don't care about that. That doesn't matter.
libertarians will say monopolies can only exist with government force, but that's wrong, and I will discuss that argument later. Now let's get into the question of national capitalism.
National capitalism. I don't even know what this means.
Not all anarcho-capitalists are nationalists, and in fact, the vast majority of them seem to be perfectly fine with immigration, since under the NAP and without the existence of a state, and thus the non-existence of borders and border enforcement,
If I hear free markets cause monopolies, yeah, I know it's really painful.
There's no mechanism to stop it. However, there are more conservative libertarians who are nationalists in the sense that they want ethnically homogenous communities.
Yeah, so this is kind of like I don't think I'll have much to say here. It's like, yeah, if you want like an all-white society, like go ahead. Now, do I think that's really a good idea? Not really, but it's within your rights. Use your freedom of association. Monopolies are an impossibility. It's insane how pervasive this line of thinking is. Yeah, exactly.
To exist. These are mainly
Yeah, national capitalism is a contradiction. Yeah, I mean, it depends on how you define these terms. It's like, I'm just so uninterested by national capitalism that, like, I've never even said those two words next to each other in my entire life prior to this, so, yeah, not really my area to argue.
Opponents of Hans Hermann Hoppe and his idea of covenant communities. They believe that not only is nationalism compatible with capitalism, but also that only capitalism can truly be nationalist by way of creating economic incentives that drive agents to act in the nation's best interests.
I mean, I don't. Let's see what he has to say.
This, however, is a terrible misunderstanding of the political economy of capitalism. Adam Smith, in The Wealth of Nations, stated that merchants do not respect borders. The merchant is, as a rule, a cosmopolitan person who seeks wealth and opportunity wherever it arises. Capitalist society is not a society of small proprietors, as libertarians and
we don't care about. Okay, let's just break something down. What is a libertarian society? What does that even mean? Because he's making claims about what a libertarian society is. We need to talk about what a libertarian society is before we can do anything. Also, hey, Nico, Kirktoe, how's it going, man? Um, let's talk about what that actually means. So, a libertarian society is a society in which all of the people are obeying the NAP. If you're going to criticize a libertarian society, you need to work within the bounds of people obeying the NAP. You can't say, oh, in your libertarian society, people wouldn't obey the NAP. It's like, well, then we're not in a libertarian society anymore. And we're saying, to the extent that they're not doing that, they should. Right? So if his argument's going to be, oh, well, all these merchants don't care about borders, they're just going to do whatever they want. It's like, okay, then they should be caring about borders, though. They should be caring about private property. Right? That's our argument. Our argument is not that people will never do bad things. Our argument is that to the extent that they're doing bad things, they shouldn't have done that. Yeah, Adam Smith is an argument in 2026. Ridiculous. Libertarian is a national. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I don't know if you can go over the definition of a nation. I don't know. Maybe it's a state of society. Maybe you could argue it isn't. Um, yeah, but libertarians don't have any like intrinsic value of like oh, there needs to be these small proprietors. You could have a huge libertarian society. Sure, and you could have huge corporations under libertarianism. Now, could you have monopolies? No. Would they run into the ECP? Yes, but you could still have them. It's just like, I don't think he even understands what Hoppe says. Like, Hoppe's saying, okay, the NAP is true. Now, how would a society be arranged under the NAP? Well, okay, since there is a chance of aggression, right? That's a risk. There's a risk for aggression. How do we deal with risks? Well, we use insurance companies. And are all risks insurable though? No, you can't insure certain risks, namely the risks that you cause yourself or you bring about by your own actions. So insurance companies, insofar as people want to be insured against this risk of aggression, they're going to need to have people agree to these certain types of sociable behaviors, right? They're going to need to have people saying, hey, I won't be provoking anyone, I won't be aggressing against anyone. Um, and the insurance companies are gonna be like, hey, if you're not agreeing to this, I'm not gonna insure you, and you're gonna be pretty fucked if you're not insured. That's what HOPPA says. And so because there's gonna be these essentially these social conduct rules, the people who have a similar insurer would likely go together in one society that says, hey, our insurer, we all have the same same social conduct rules. And is that necessarily the case? No, but he's essentially just proposing, hey, this is a solution to the problem of risk. This could be the case. Hey, Anarchist Stone. Thank you. Um, YouTube blocked your message. Yeah, I'm sorry. YouTube sometimes blocks people's messages. I don't know how to handle that, unfortunately. I'm not experienced enough with streaming. If it blocks your message, just try sending it again or rewording it. If you said a swear word, I don't care if you do, but sometimes YouTube does, I guess.
Vision, but rather it is a society of the merchant and the mercantile mentality in which profit supersedes all prior values.
No, no, this is the Marxism coming through. You're just being a Marxist right here. You're just ascribing these values to capitalism that just aren't there. Capitalism is a system in which private property rights are being respected by everyone there. A libertarian society is like the same thing. It's where everyone's obeying the NAP. That's what it means. If people are not obeying the NAP, and if they're like, I only care about profit, so I'm gonna like enslave a bunch of people to make as much money as I can, then they're not being libertarian, and you're not criticizing libertarianism. He's describing anarcho-egoism. Yeah, indeed. That's what a lot of these Marxist criticisms end up being, by the way. It just ends up being like, oh, the capitalists, they only care about profit. They won't care about like the workers' sanctity or whatever. It's like that's not a criticism of anything.
Values, particularly nation and identity. Capitalism militates against market actors from adopting rigid identities for the simple reason that only flexible identities are extensible enough to allow them to reach new markets and expand their commerce.
But one identity that capitalists like is not breaking private property rights. They're pretty insistent on that, so this is just like complete nonsense. Oh, capitalists are egoist bullshit pop culture has made popular. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, capitalism is one thing I don't like, pretty much.
Commerce localized to only a small local area, or localized only to a specific race or ethnicity, would entail a mitigation of the profit motive, which in praxeological terms is irrational.
Now, again, this is just this is like, yeah, capitalism would probably disincentivize people from cutting everyone else off and forming like a covenant that doesn't trade with anyone at all. Like, for example, like if we're talking about discrimination, um, let's take two covenants, right? There's one covenant who discriminates against everyone. A couple guys started up and they don't let anyone else in the covenant. Well, that covenant is probably not going to do very well, right? They're not going to make any money because they can't trade with anyone. But let's take another covenant that just doesn't discriminate against anyone. They let everyone in. They have like rapists coming in and say, "Hey, I just raped a bunch of kids. Can I go join your covenant?" And these people are like, "Yeah, come in our covenant." Well, they're probably not going to do any well because they're going to be completely overran by a bunch of like evil rapist pedophiles, right? So what is the solution? How do we find the correct amount of discrimination? Because clearly we need some amount. We need to discriminate against some people. Well, we just take it to the market. And, likely what you'll find is that covenants who only accept non-aggressive people and peaceful people who just want to trade and be good capitalists and are nice, good, selfish individuals, if those are the people who are going to come in covenants. So this guy is correct that capitalism, it probably wouldn't lead to these like completely like ethnically isolated states, but it could. Now, would that be rational? Would that be a good idea? Probably not. You're just cutting off potential trade partners, but it could lead to that. But I mean, he's right insofar as he's saying that like these covenants probably wouldn't just cut everyone off. But that's not what we're saying they're going to do. We're just saying that these covenants are just, they're going to enforce non-aggressive social norms. And those norms are very profitable, by the way. Nothing can be irrational in praxeological terms. That's funny, yeah. This is irrational in praxeological terms. Like, yeah, you clearly know exactly what you're talking about, dude. Um, yeah. All right.
Would not actually occur. If the profit motive, which is the fundamental underlying reason why people establish businesses, and if one were to accept a cap on profits, one would not have an incentive to grow and thus no incentive to engage in business at all. Anarcho-capitalists themselves often in fact raise this point when confronted with the question of how stateless societies would deal with the phenomena of racism, segregation, or discrimination.
Yeah, and I mean, it's pretty correct, but it doesn't mean that we wouldn't discriminate against everyone. We'd have some amount of discrimination. How do we find the right amount of discrimination? We take it to the market. Like that's how we do everything. That's how we solve every problem.
Their answer is that discriminatory attitudes militate against profit, and so proprietors would not act in such a manner. As the saying goes, capitalists know only one color, which is green. In modern capitalist societies, we see this phenomenon in action with regard to the effect of market incentives on immigration policy.
Yeah, like if you do have covenants discriminating against gay and trans people, it's like, okay, like let's take the argument at its face. Like covenants will discriminate against gay and trans people. Isn't that good? Now because all these covenants, they're clearly like the transphobic people, and these gay and trans people are always complaining about all the transphobes and homophobes in society. So now essentially all of the homophobes and transphobes have gotten into one covenant and removed themselves from the rest of society. So isn't that a good thing? Like, isn't it good that all the racists are removing themselves from society and forming a racist covenant on their terms? So either way, if we take the argument at its face, or if we dispute the premise, it's a useless argument.
Immigration brings both cheap labor and a mass of potential consumers, which can be marketed toward, so capitalists lobby in favor of mass migration to grow the economy. Most of
Now, is that specifically why they lobby, though? I think what's really going on right now is they're lobbying in favor of bringing in a shit ton of immigrants to vote for more socialism. That's why they're doing that. Because not all immigration is good, right? There is a correct amount of immigration, right? There's on the market. Just take it to the market, and you will see not every single third worlder will be brought in. What you're going to have is probably a sort of brain drain, right? Only the most productive people are going to be brought in, and the other people, they probably won't be in society, but we'll probably just trade with them, right? So not everyone's going to be brought in, and not nobody's going to be brought in. There's going to be a correct amount, but I don't think these companies are lobbying for this mass migration bullshit. I think they're completely not doing that. I don't think they want mass migration because mass migration usually entails bringing in a bunch of retards from the third world to go use welfare. That's what it usually entails, and that's not benefiting any company. Only the most productive people are benefiting any company. That's what's good. Yeah, exactly. You can still trade amongst people you don't want to live with. Yeah, like I said, we would probably just not keep them, not let them in society, and say, hey, you're not coming in here, but we can trade, I guess. Yeah, the racist, sexist, homophobes, and transphobes should all be forced against their will to associate with the groups they hate. Surely there will be no consequences to this. And this is exactly what their argument is. It's exactly what they're saying. That's what these statists want. And I know maybe this guy isn't arguing for that, but we've kind of gone off on a tangent with this specific point. And it's like, yeah, that's what these people are arguing for. Because either the choice is, yeah, we let these people disassociate from society and go do their own thing out on the frontier, or we force them to associate with all these people they hate. Yeah, I see no consequences to that, surely.
the GOP had before Trump supported immigration, such as the infamous Gang of Eight, which included Ted Cruz. Even after Trump, the GOP continues to support immigration as long as it is legal and selective. However, in actual reality, they've either overlooked immigrants who are part of the labor force, such as illegal immigrants who work in agriculture, or have signed bills designed to grant them amnesty, such as when Trump signed the DREAM Act. Back in the day, Reagan signed a mass amnesty bill.
Yeah, and again, if his argument's pretty much just like, yeah, there would be a lot of immigration in capitalism. Yeah, I mean, there'd be the correct amount of immigration. So, I mean, I agree with him in this extent that these people who think no, capitalism would have no immigration, they're probably wrong. Yeah, but there would be a correct amount, right? It doesn't mean there'd be mass immigration.
Granting millions of illegals the right to reside in the U.S., and Republicans were instrumental in the 1964 Immigration Act, which allowed unprecedented levels of immigration to the United States. Capitalist ideologues such as Elon Musk are also very vocal in terms of support for immigration. As he said once on Twitter, if you need a school, then you've already lost, referring to the question of elite human capital that comes from other countries in the context of global economic competition.
Why are we arguing about the GOP over Ancaps? Yeah, I don't know. He's not really talking about. I think he's talking about specifically like the national Ancaps, quote unquote. I don't really know many. I guess like this is more like a bordertarian argument. Like he's not really talking about bordertarianism, but like that seems to be who this is addressed at specifically.
In high skill sectors. In other words, if we have to produce our own elite human capital from domestic universities, we are losing in the global competition because that takes more time and money than brain draining engineers and programmers from India or doctors from Nigeria.
Elon, famous for having no ties to the government. Yeah, he's just never received a subsidy. I do think Elon Musk is pretty capitalist, though. I mean, he seems all right for me. I think he seems like a pretty cool guy. That's right. We have a libertarian POTUS. Yeah, Donald Trump is the arch libertarian.
The basic reality of capitalist political economy is that an economy based on finance and investment must asymptotically grow to survive. The birth rate crisis, which grips the industrialized countries of the West, and which is increasingly a global phenomenon for all industrialized countries, incentivizes immigration as a compensation strategy. If our birth rate drops below replacement, then there will be fewer workers. If there are fewer workers, then we will see a negative growth rate, which will cause investments to fail to produce dividends, and eventually corporations to default on their loans. Libertarians will blame this problem on government debt and entitlements, which are certainly part of the problem, but that's obviously not the whole issue. The basic function of capitalist finance economies is the real problem. Companies, just like the government, finance economic growth with debt, and when demographic trends hit the
I mean, not necessarily. There's many ways to finance different things. You can save up capital and then just buy everything in one fell swoop. You can get a loan. I mean, this is just like such a like what does the government do? It just prints infinite money and then just hands it out. That's how the government finances things. But can companies do that on the free market? Like, no. They need to actually get capital. This is just like he's not really saying anything. Yes, because famously only new children can create economic growth. Yeah.
gutter, they will default on these loans. Governments at least can't default if they have their own currency, but businesses certainly can, and the results will be
I think Elon is capitalist as far as it wins brownie points with the right wing without compromising his position. He was pro H1. I mean, yeah. Yeah. Most of these people, like, they're not like radicals, but they have like mild beliefs.
disastrous. Capitalism is even more fragile than libertarians let on, since it cannot ultimately survive negative growth rates like centrally planned or traditional economies can.
It can easily survive negative growth rates. Now, would there be many negative growth rates? Probably not. Certainly there wouldn't be. But what does the government do when like there's a financial problem or there's a crisis? The government prints more credit, gives it out to banks, and the banks give this credit out to, investors and whatnot. Um, and artificially lower the time preference rate so people engage in more long-term investments. And then since this capital was just printed, it was just created, it's fiat, these investments default and because there isn't actually all this reserved capital. This is just Austrian business cycle theory. So his argument is essentially, well, the proper way to deal with a financial downturn is to go lie to yourself and create false capital and all this just fake crap and pretend that you're not really in a problem. Like, I mean, I think he's a capitalist, but his business has to rely on government contracts because he cannot survive in the current system without it. Yeah, I mean, potentially. Centrally planned economies survive negative growth rates. Well, yeah, it's just like completely just nonsense. It's like, how? How do centrally planned economies deal with anything, right? ECP. What is the proper way to deal with these growth rates? Should we put these resources over here? Should we put them over here? What's the like capitalism deals with these by just using market demand, right? Like if there's some like I mean, I don't even think this is really a problem we need to address because the boom bust cycle only exists insofar as there is artificially printed, fiduciary media. That's the only way the boom bust cycle exists. You're not going to see the same crap under actual free market capitalism. It's completely just manufactured. So, I mean, there's like, how does the free market deal with like a growth slow? I mean, I don't know. There's probably a lot of ways you could deal with it. Investors are going to start investing in different things. People are going to move around the capital. If someone made like a bad investment or something like that, and that investor is going to go out of business, then someone else is going to come up with a new idea or, invent some new thing and they're going to make a bunch of money because there's no stifle on product production. There's no fucking with the actual state of time preference and the actual state of resource accumulation. That's what's making this much more challenging to deal with. There's not really a problem. It's like asking like, oh, well, how would capitalists deal with the problem of like, I don't know, buildings falling down sometimes because their supports aren't strong enough. It's like, I don't know, someone would invent strong supports. Someone would, it's like a pseudo problem. It's not something we actually need to address. Um, I don't think that's a capitalist. Oh, you guys are talking about that. I'll let you keep doing that.
As such, profit and exchange value is so central to the function of capitalism that without it, they simply cannot, except on very small scales, survive.
No, this is just obviously false. Like, Clearly, capitalism can survive on large scales. What is capitalism surviving on large scales? It's just people respecting each other's property rights on large scales. Why can't you just have a big society where everyone's rational and respects each other's property rights? There's no problem with this whatsoever. No problem. Like why? You have to actually give an argument why it's just impossible. It just can't happen. As soon as there's like X number of people, uh, everyone just starts breaking each other's property rights. And like, you just need someone to come in and like, start stealing everything. And like, this does not follow at all from any premises.
This is why libertarians, when they exposit hypothetical scenarios to demonstrate the correctness of Austrian economics, always either use microeconomic examples or assume that the economy in question is a very small and local proprietor economy, such as what existed in the undeveloped West.
No, I mean, I can easily just imagine a massive economy with a huge corporation, and it's going to be much better because there's no economic calculation problem. I mean, if we're talking about economics here, then we're talking about free market versus centrally planned. That's the fundamental thing, right? All these free markets, if there's some sort of problem, they're going to be able to solve this problem very quickly because they're actually being efficient and allocating resources where they're supposed to be. I mean, we'll see if he creates an argument against the ECP, but you have to defeat that before you can say that like the free market can't work on large scales. Because you know what it specifically is? It's centrally planned economies that can't work on large scales. Now, they can't really work anywhere, but if you have to have a centrally planned economy, it's better if it's small. If I have like three people, then it's pretty easy to figure out what all of them want because there's not that much motion going on. I can pretty much just ask them, "Hey, do you want like I'm going to the grocery store. Do you want like milk or bread today?" Right? But if I have this massive, huge economy and I'm a central planner, there's no way I can calculate the profit in going down every line of production. There's no way I can solve the knowledge problem with all these different variables moving. So it's exactly the opposite of what he's saying. Like he's saying the free market doesn't work on big scales and centrally planned things do. The truth is, centrally planned things can sort of, kind of be functional on a small scale, and they fall apart on large scales. And the free market works on every scale. What are your thoughts on Curtis Yarvin and the Dark Enlightenment? I honestly don't even know who that is. I've heard his name before, but I haven't paid much attention to him.
Once you scale up the economy and introduce finance, suddenly these examples fail. The reality
Like his argument's pretty much just like, oh, you're gonna have a bunch of these financiers and these investors, and they're gonna make all these bad investments, and these investments are gonna crash, and then all the capitalists they all fall, like they all crash. It's like, why are we presupposing that we're gonna have all these bad investors? Like under capitalism, since there's no like subsidizing anyone, all these bad investors are gonna be weeded out. Like when a bad investor makes a bad investment, well, guess what? He can't make any more investments, and now someone else is gonna fill his role, right? Like that's what's going to happen. He's got it completely backwards. As an economy grows in complexity, central planning becomes worse and worse. It's the knowledge problem. It becomes yeah, and the ECP as well. It's like yeah, it's just both of them contribute to that. It's like if I'm a company, if I'm a really large central planner, like how the hell am I? And obviously, if I'm a central planner, I'm like providing and overseeing the production of like a trillion goods instead of like five. Now I have to solve the ECP with respect to a trillion goods instead of like five. If I'm a central planner and or if I'm like a small centrally planned economy and I only need to like oversee the production of like three goods, well, okay, there's still going to be some ECP problem, but at least there's the amount of like irrational investment isn't going to be that huge.
is that the way capitalism functions right now is not crony capitalism, but rather it is the full development of the potentialities of capitalism itself.
Yeah, so I like this is just completely Marxist. This is just completely Marxist. It's like capitalism what they do is they don't assign an identity to capitalism. They don't say, okay, capitalism is this thing right here, right? They just say capitalism is this malleable system that just works with the tools it has. And right now, we're just seeing capitalism work with the tools that it has, namely like the state and all. It's just working with these tools, but it doesn't have an actual identity. It's like that is an inversion from the truth, right? Capitalism does have a specific identity, it's a specific system. It's a system wherein people are respecting each other's private property rights. Now, when you don't give it an identity, you can pretty much just point at anything and call it capitalism because you haven't given it an identity. So we need to push back against this. Capitalism is a specific thing with a specific nature. It's not this malleable system that can fit any, situation and just always weeds. No, it's a specific thing with a specific nature, and to the extent that you're not fulfilling that nature, you're not being a capitalist, right? Like capitalism is, yeah, like this guy, I don't even know how you say it. Fantatomical. Like he said, capitalism is when the government, right? Oh, the capitalism is just using the government to fulfill its goals. Like, no, capitalism can't use the government to fulfill its goals because capitalism is diametrically opposed to state power. So, insofar as a quote unquote capitalist is using the government, uh, he can't be a capitalist. He's no longer a capitalist. He's now a socialist, and now it's the socialist is using the government to control people. Uh, because it basically shows that a certain size of company will be collapsing. Oh yeah, yeah, you're talking about something else. The issue is that Marxists believe contradictions can be true. Yeah, what the heck is a Marxist Rothbardian? Yeah, you see this two people at the same time pointing to the fact that yeah, Marxists do believe that contradictions can be true.
So no, there's no such thing as national capitalism. Capitalism is, was, and always will be an international phenomenon based on the exchanges of merchants and producers from all around the world.
I mean, if national just means like a lot of respect for a certain culture, you can have it. If national means having a state, then no. I mean, it depends on what you mean by national. But I think the whole point of this section was to oh, Ouroboros. He specifically said, this is ridiculous. He said that free markets have bigger problems when they're really big, and when they're small, they can kind of work. And he said centrally planned economies can handle really big volumes of people and exchanges. But when it's smaller, yeah, he pretty much just inverted it from the truth. You can get what I'm saying. It's completely insanity. But I think the section that we just went over though is supposed to like I think his idea of national capitalism is just Hoppe's covenant communities. And you can certainly have Hoppe's covenant communities because his whole argument is pretty much that like, oh well, it's not profitable to exclude certain people, so you can't have like an identity in a covenant. It's like this is completely false. It's very profitable to exclude certain people, namely crooks, criminals, people with bad philosophy. It's very good if you're excluding those people from your society and building an identity around having a proper philosophy and it being a rational, rights respecting society. So it's very profitable to do that. It's very in the capitalist's best interest to do that.
Capitalism is a global phenomenon, and it creates incentives for governments and market actors to adopt cosmopolitan.
Yeah, capitalism can't create incentives for governments. Capitalism is, again, people respecting each other's private property rights. Governments necessarily violate private property rights, so they're diametrically opposed. They're the opposite. They cannot be, but capitalism cannot be like working with the government.
Mercantile attitudes rather than nationalist or producerist ones. Capitalism and nationalism are as incompatible as oil and water. Now,
Yeah, it depends on how you define it, but if you just mean nationalism as in having a
let's talk
strong
about
identity around something, then yeah, that's not.
crony capitalism. Capitalism has seen its fair share of crises throughout the decades, such as the Great Depression, 2000.
Again, not capitalist crises, not capitalist forward. These are central bank problems.
Financial crisis, the 1990s Japanese real estate bubble, as well as the dot-com bubble and Eurozone debt crisis. Many socialists see this as the result of unregulated markets, which because there are few or no controls over what people are allowed to do in markets.
Capitalism does create incentives for the government. We see that today with the revolving door relationship. I don't think that those are capitalist incentives. I think that's like it depends. It depends on specifically what you mean by this. But I think like if you have a guy who's like using the government, like I don't think that's like a capitalist having an incentive to use the government like in a capitalist way. I think that's just a socialist having an incentive, right? Like the government creates socialist incentives. Now, you could say, I guess, capitalism creates incentives for like parasitic peoples who want to form like collectivist movements, and I would agree with that. So I guess it depends on what you mean. Yeah, that crisis where the EU printed $10 trillion is really the fault of the free market. Yeah, this is how these people see these things. They like he's probably just gonna like use this quote unquote crony capitalism. I don't like that word, but I'll just say this crony capitalism example and say, oh, well, this is an example of capitalism failing, and so therefore capitalism fails, and this wasn't crony capitalism. It's like it's circular.
Regularly experience boom and bust cycles as well as crises.
Yeah, not capitalism. Austrian business cycle theory. When you create artificial fiat credit and hand it out, you alter the natural time preference level and cause investors to make different decisions than they otherwise would have, which don't correspond to the real state of actual saved up accumulated capital. And so the investments eventually fail because there wasn't the capital to complete them, and you have a bust.
Not interested in determining whether socialist economies are less prone to catastrophe than capitalism. Rather, I simply want to address a kind of cope that libertarians pull out anytime someone criticizes free markets for being crisis prone. By far the most common libertarian response.
It's not caused purely by capitalism. Yeah, I mean, capitalism isn't causing any like aggression or like government stuff. It is the fact. I guess you are kind of right in the sense that capitalism creates an incentive for like non-productive losers essentially to band together and demand to steal shit from other people, right? Like, because if you're really like non-productive and like you're really bad at everything, and you live in a capitalist society, I'll bite the bullet that you probably won't do very well. And so I guess in that sense, you do have an incentive to band together with the other losers and essentially like be like, we need stuff, we demand our reparations or whatever.
To these crises is to respond that they were not products of the free market, but rather of government intervention in the market. They call
Yep.
heavily regulated markets crony capitalism, or as Stefan
Oh,
Molyneux like to say, crony capitalism.
we call them socialism actually. Heavily regulated markets are just socialist, central planned markets. Not socialist, centrally planned society, I guess you'd say.
The logic behind this response is that politicians who regulate markets don't know what they're doing because markets are so complex, so they invariably create unintended externalities.
I mean, kind of. Really, what we're saying is when you have a government. Well, okay, I already went over the Austrian business cycle thing. I'm not going to say that again, but we have that with the artificial printing of credit. And when you have taxation, to the extent you have taxation, excuse me, you're raising the time preference level of everyone else. Why is this the case? Well, you get taxation is through the form of taxable assets. How do you get taxable assets? Namely through, excuse me, production, homesteading, and trading. Now, when you tax away some of the value that can be gained via these taxable assets, you lower the incentive, or you raise the opportunity cost, however you want to say it, of actually going in and producing homesteading or trading. You literally you make people not want to do that as much by raising the opportunity cost of such things. And so because of that, you're going to see less production, homesteading, and trading than you otherwise would have. And production, homesteading, and trading are specifically low time preference civilizational activities. So you're going to raise the societal time preference level to the extent that you engage in taxation. The government creates an incentive for non-productive losers to force out cap. Yeah, I mean, yeah, certainly. Capitalism caused the Great Depression. Yeah, I mean that's just an incredible claim, really. Um, yeah, so we have the whole taxation raises the time preference level, so it's not an accurate representation. The whole printing things, the printing money and handing out credit creates the boom bust cycle. And then you also have the fact that when you have like certain regulations, you're creating barriers to entry for certain firms, and that's allowing more consolidation and monopolization. You're cutting out competition to the degree that you have regulation, right? And if you're cutting out competition, well, then it's not a capitalist market anymore. It's not capitalist because competition is how the free market, um, actually regulates itself. Not regulates, but actually creates good products. It's via the competitive mechanism. So when you get rid of competition, or you stifle competition to some degree, of course you're not going to see as many good products, or you're going to see prices go up because you've gotten rid of the potential to actually better these things.
With their regulations that end up causing a crisis. A truly unregulated free market, on the other hand, would not experience crises simply because people are acting rationally according to an incentive structure which, because it naturally occurs as a consequence of scarcity of resources and rational human action, always guides by the invisible hand market actors.
We don't care about like the invisible hand. Like it's not the case that every capitalist will be like a perfectly rational actor who will like never err. Like no, certainly there's going to be a lot of business owners who fuck up. But those business owners, they won't be able to continue going in and investing and making all these bad investments because they're going to run out of money. Now, when you have a business right now, you have government agencies or you have big corporations who get subsidies. When they fuck up, it's specifically when they fuck up that they get more money. If I have like the NHS in Britain or like any real government agency and they're doing a really bad job, What does the government do? They get more money. What happens on the free market? Literally the opposite. When a company does a really bad thing or really bad job, they get less money and they lose the ability to do certain things. When a government agency or essentially like an arm of the state kind of company does poorly, they get more money. Like this is like so of course they're not going to do a good job because they have no incentive to do a good job. It's evolution theory, pretty much. Yeah, I mean, capitalism has a Darwinian evolution mechanism that works very well.
Companies that don't abide by these incentives will fail, and the possibility of failure ensures that people who act rationally will take their place. It's a very
No, it doesn't ensure that anyone who acts rationally. You can try to act rationally and mess up, but it says that people who are generally better at making good decisions will do better, and those people are going to be selected for in the market. The ones that are best at businesses will continue to do business, and vice versa. Yeah, communists have broken my brain. Whenever I hear that's not real capitalism, I think of communism. That's not really communism, even though I know that the difference is that capitalism is actually real. Yeah, I mean, they say that's not real communism because they define communism in terms of an effect. But if you're talking about a system, like we couldn't define capitalism as the system which creates the most prosperity. Now, of course, it is. Capitalism is the system which would create the most prosperity. But does that mean that that's what capitalism is? No, you need a genus and a differentia, right? That's what you do for a definition. So capitalism is a system in which there's a respect for private property rights. So the genus is a system, it's some sort of like societal system, and the differentia is respecting private property rights, because that's not the same with every other system or organization of society, right? So that's how you actually define things. Now communists, they go in and say communism is when there's XYZ result. That's not how you do it. There's no genius and differential. Anarcho-capitalism is an oxymoron, quite the dumbest. Yeah, I'm sure.
convenient argument. They will point out that government bailouts of banks during 2008 simply prolonged the crisis and kicked it further down the road, and that the banks should have been allowed to fail so the free market could work its magic. There are some rather inconvenient problems with this, however. Banks are basically the cornerstone of any capitalist
Tell me how the NAP is incompatible with free trade. Yeah, indeed.
economy, because it's where people hold their savings and where companies get their credit. To allow a bank to fail would simply cause an even worse crisis.
No, because these aren't actual banks. These are like essentially scamming agencies that are backed by the state. And again, if a bank fails, let's say you have a free market bank, right? You can't have fractional reserve banking. That completely doesn't work. So you have, if a bank, what would it mean for a bank to fail? What would mean that essentially a bank is not getting enough customers. The bank is like essentially their fees aren't high enough, they're not getting enough customers, but all the money still exists. It's not like on a free market. The bank would be able to just loan out all its money and not pay it back to people. That just wouldn't happen. It's not possible on a free market insofar as people are actually abiding by the NAP. So what would happen? Well, the people would just get their money back. The business owner of the bank would just stop doing business, and that would be unfortunate for him, but everyone else would be perfectly fine. Now, it's these big statist banks where you have fractional reserve banking, where these banks are essentially loaning out all this money. The money doesn't really exist, and they're getting all this artificial credit where, they can fail because they can make bad investments, and then there goes everyone's money. But what's the solution to this? Well, is the solution to this to continue, upholding this system and just keep let it do its thing and keep on expropriating and keep on being fraudulent and keep on being unprofitable? Or is the solution to let it fail and suck up the consequences of that like a man and rebuild from scratch? The answer is to rebuild from scratch. I mean, you could have fractional reserve banking, but people would probably wouldn't choose it over real banks. I think Hans Hermann Hoppe and the ethics of the economics and ethics of private property goes into why you wouldn't have fractional reserve banking on the market. Now you could have like kind of hedge fund like associations. But when you have fractional reserve banking, the problem with it is that you have like a title to money that's contradictory because apparently the bank has the title to this money and they can loan it out, and the person has the title to this money and they get to decide what to do with it, which is like that's like a contradicting property, right? Which you can't have. But yeah, I mean you could have like hedge fund like agencies though. Like yes, but that's not like what a bank is, like, So I don't think you could have fractional reserve banking. I think you could just have like hedge funds, right? Like I think fractional reserve in the way it's understood to be it's like necessarily a sort of like a NAP violation, or it's sort of like, you know, contradicting property rights.
On the level of the Great Depression, causing bank runs, credit instability, the loss of savings, a slowdown in investment, and a whole host of other problematic things.
Yes, but slowdown in investment is good when it's bad investment. This is like the Keynesian argument, like, oh, all investment's good. We just need more investment. It's like, well, there's good investments and bad investments, right? When the government just prints a bunch of credit and then it stimulates more investments, like, are these actually good investments that can actually be fulfilled? The answer is normally no. If people agree to it by contract, then it doesn't matter. I mean, yeah, it really depends on the specifics of the contract. But yeah, I mean, I don't think we need to get into this too much. But yeah, he has like Hoppe has like 2 chapters on this or something like that, or like one really long chapter. Excuse me, he really goes into it. And it's like, yeah, no, fractional reserve banking, like it would not be a thing. Definitely wouldn't be a thing.
By bailing out banks, politicians were acting rationally, since there's obviously an incentive in capitalist governments to keep the market running.
Capitalist governments. It's like, no, these banks are not keeping the market running though, because they're not doing their job correctly. They're being very bad banks. And so to the extent that you have these really bad banks, you're destroying the market. You're literally destroying the free market. So it's not keeping the market running by keeping these banks up. By keeping these banks up, you are literally destroying the market. To the extent that these fraudulent banks aren't existing, is to the is you're making the market do better. That's what's going on.
For as long as possible, and to ensure that if a crisis occurs, then it remains shallow and does not get worse. Even if the can was
Again, when you print all this just all this fake credit, you give all this fake credit, you're creating an even bigger bust later. Why do these banks fail? It's because they're being lent out credit, right? And so every time you keep doing this, you're going to have a bigger boom and then a bigger bust and a bigger boom and a bigger bust and a bigger boom and a bigger is and that's why this all these depressions and shit, they keep getting worse and worse. Like because it's specifically because every time you do this, you're just overcompensating even more and you're creating an even bigger bust. This is what happens when you just ignore reality and just pretend like you just kind of pretend like, oh yeah, we actually have all this reserved capital. Like, no, you don't. You have to actually face reality like a man and actually reconcile with it, you know? That's the problem with this kind of thing.
severely kicked down the road, if we even assume that, where the real crisis was just papered over, it's nonetheless rational to keep things going for as long as possible.
No, it's not rational to do that. It's not rational to keep things going when the things going are very bad things. Like this is like not a good argument. Damn these free traders, always using force to get what they want. Yeah, these retarded free traders, I can't believe them. They keep on these free marketeers keep on violating the non-aggression principle.
Since any serious interruption in the function of the market could mean the total collapse of the market worldwide.
No, like if it's an actual capitalist market, why would it mean the total collapse of the entire market worldwide? Like, again, like you don't have in an actual capitalist market, you don't have banks who are just lending out money that they don't actually own the title to. You don't have all these subsidies and stuff like that. So if a bank starts failing, all the people just get their money back and nothing changes. If a single investor fails, then he loses his money and that's it. Right? But you don't have these like massive collectivist systems where like it's if one of us goes down, we all go down. And why do you get that? Well, it's because all of these banks are relying on like the collective support of the government. So if one of them goes down, yeah, they all do go down. But you wouldn't have that on the free market. You'd have individual institutions who are upheld by themselves. So if one of them goes down, that institution goes down. It doesn't take the entire fleet of ships with them.
Not just the failure of a few companies in a single country, which could be corrected in due course by the invisible hand. If the whole market collapses everywhere,
the Gilded Age literally only happened due to the monopoly government has on money. I'm not sure exactly what you're trying to get at there.
There won't be an invisible hand. People will just be starving until an alternative economic arrangement can come into being.
But why? You have to justify this. Like, supposedly, there's going to be this really big demand for food, and on the free market, there's not going to be like any restrictions on producing food, and then somehow they're just all going to starve to death instead of like some guy is going to come up and say, "Hey, I'll if you guys give me money and you work for me, let's get a bunch of food together." Also, the misconceptions that libertarians believe in the invisible hand. Yeah, exactly. I don't believe in the invisible hand guiding. Like, no, I believe in people making decisions that are either good or bad, And to the extent that they're making good decisions and abiding by the NAP and whatnot, you're gonna have a lot of prosperity. Yeah. I've read Econ 101, Adam, and yeah, I mean, to think that like you can read Marx and then understand anything about economics is like it's insane.
Second problem is that the 2008 financial crisis was not caused by excessive intervention or
It wasn't. Okay, what was it caused by?
regulation in the market, but rather under-regulation of the market. In the 1980s, Reagan's government engaged in a spree of cutting all sorts of various financial regulations in an effort to make housing more affordable.
And why didn't like, let's see what happened. I don't know the specifics here, but let me guess. It was some sort of like statist programs that were instead like boosted or something like that. Like
They repealed parts of the 1930 Glass-Steagall Act, which put prohibitions on financial speculation. Before the crisis, banks were both speculating on property and giving out risky subprime mortgages.
why were they okay? Here now we've gotten to it. Why were they giving out all of these like really risky investments that were like really shitty essentially? And in like 2008, the housing crisis, why were they giving out all of these like really shitty investments to people who were very unlikely to pay them back? It's because the government gave them a bunch of artificial credit that didn't actually exist. They printed out a bunch of credit, handed it out, and then the banks could afford to fuck up with all of this credit. And so investors went out and started investing, but they didn't actually have reserved capital. And so the whole market crashed because of the government printing credit or creating credit, artificial credit. This wasn't like, why would a bank on the free market, without anyone like subsidizing it, give out really shitty investments? This is completely ridiculous. Like, why would they do that? That seems incredibly irrational.
To minorities in order to make extra money with the hopes that they would not default on their mortgages.
So that was their business plan, just handing out a bunch of extra money to minorities with the hopes that they're going to pay it back. Like, no actual investor who doesn't have a whole big state-backed account that he can draw from whenever he wants is going to adopt that strategy of handing out shit to poor people who have no money and expecting them to pay it back. The only reason they could do that is because the state created a bunch of fiat credit and handed it out.
Or profit by foreclosing on properties when they defaulted. This should have been illegal, since it's rather.
You shouldn't be able to take people's property away when they default. I mean, why is that? Why should that be illegal? Justify that.
Irrational and fiscally dangerous behavior. But as it turns out, market actors do not always act rationally. Sometimes they do risky things to make sure.
Yeah, they don't act rationally sometimes. And so instead of tying everyone up with a big, massive fucking government, how about we actually have individuals suffering the burdens of their own decisions, right? When we have these big collectivist governments and big collectivist banking systems where everyone's relying on this big collective, when one thing falls, they all go down. If you have an individualist capitalist society, when one guy falls, only one guy falls. You're gonna go by, yeah, thank you. Peace out, man. The problem is that he can't argue against the argument we're making. He can just hands out an alternative explanation with rational consideration of cause. I mean, yeah, because there is no argument against the argument we're making. We're making a true, valid argument that pertains to reality, and if you want to refute it, you have to not represent it properly.
Short-term cash, kind of like gambling. And if market actors are actually super rational, gambling wouldn't be a profitable business.
Yeah, gambling wouldn't be a profitable business, so on the market, you'll tend to see less gambling. Now, why is this gambling upheld? Why are these people still able to gamble? Because the government is handing out artificial credit and subsidies to banks to allow them to keep gambling. That's why.
Naturally, these subprime loans defaulted and a lot of the speculation failed, which caused housing prices to crash. Banks were left holding.
Yes, but whose fault was this? It was the government.
The bag, which created a rather precarious economic environment, considering that the whole economy rests on banks. This prompted the.
But does the whole economy rest on banks in an actual free market? Like, you're just criticizing the status quo. And how do we solve the status quo? Do we just keep doing more status quo and keep bailing out these banks? Maybe instead of just keep continuing to doom ourselves to this horrible system wherein there's always going to be a big boom and a bust and all these horrible banks where like all these fraudsters and whatnot. How about we just stop subsidizing the banks, accept our losses like a fucking man, and start being rational? How about we do that? When I confuse rational with good decision making. Yeah.
Bailouts, as we know. Now, if the whole crisis was the result of underregulation, then why exactly is the totally unregulated free market the solution to capitalist crisis?
The whole problem wasn't underregulation. The problem is the government. The solution is more government. Yeah, I mean, you would have to accept that line of reasoning.
The Japanese real estate bubble is not as clean an example of failures caused by the free market, since certain policies that encourage businesses to have office space in Tokyo and the insanely complicated jungle of tax policy in Japan contributed toward the crisis. But nonetheless, much of the crisis was caused by deregulation of the Japanese currency exchanges and changes in bank behavior. For a number
Like, you have to actually justify this. You can't just say, oh, well, the crisis was caused by deregulation. It's like, no. The crisis was caused by the government most likely printing out a bunch of currency. I mean, I don't know anything about this specific one, but I can tell you, if it was this big boom bust cycle, it was because of Austrian business cycle theory. This is a pattern I've seen often. It's insane how many criticisms of Ancap are just criticisms of the status quo, as if we live in Ancap's end right now. Yeah, pretty much. It really is.
of reasons, real estate was rapidly rising in value in Japan, and banks wanted to cash in by investing in the real estate market. Due to currency deregulation, the yen was also rising in value. Due to these factors combined, Japanese banks, which ordinarily are deposit savers, started engaging more aggressively in the capital market by investing in stocks and handing out property loans.
Okay, but why did it even matter if one of these banks actually like fucked up? Why did it matter if one of these Japanese banks, I don't know this, but I'm just gonna grant him the premise that this is true. These banks started acting incredibly irrationally for no reason. Now, do I suspect that that's the case? No. I suspect that this clustered malinvestment was a fact of artificially printed credit. But let's say that this clustered malinvestment was simply just these free marketeers acting like retards. Why why was it bad? Why was it so bad when they started messing up? Why did it have such a disastrous consequences? The answer is specifically because these banks are fraudsters. On the free market, the entire economy does not rely on a couple of centrally backed banks. It's only when you have these big banks that are backed by the government that the entire economy relies on to give out to get their free credit from that you actually have these problems. On the free market, again, I've said this before. All the bank does is it's a warehouse for money, like Ouroboros say. It's a warehouse for money. It just keeps the money, and if the bank fails, the only way it's going to fail isn't because it's spending other people's money with investments. It's going to fail. It's specifically going to fail because it wasn't collecting enough in fees, and so it wasn't profitable enough. And so what happens if the bank shuts down? Well, everyone just gets their money deposited back to them or given back to them in gold or whatever, and then they can go put that money somewhere else in a bank that is more profitable. That's all. There's no crisis whatsoever on the free market. These banks are only causing these crises in the status quo because of the way that they're ran with respect to government subsidies and with respect to how they're all like collectivized and rely on the state and how they're all fractional reserve. I agree that if in the current system we deregulated the banks, we would see immediate negative effects. But that's just, yeah, exactly. We would see negative effects, certainly. There would be a big bust, a huge bust. But that bust is good, right? It's reallocation of resources. Because right now, there's all these resources tied up in the wrong investments. They're all tied up in the wrong investments. And what do we need to do? Do we need to keep tying them up in the wrong investments and in fact make even more wrong investments to like in the short term correct for the other wrong investments? No, we just stop investing in the wrong things, withdraw all these investments, suffer the boom. I mean, suffer the bust, right? Because while there's a bust, there's going to be all this money moving around, and people are going to be testing different investment methods, and it's going to be it's going to be chaos. But once it settles back down, it'll be great because people are going to actually invest things into the correct area. They're going to allocate resources properly. That's what we do.
Once housing prices naturally started to come back down, banks suddenly faced a crisis because their investments rapidly decreased in value and they were no
We would see a big bust, a huge bust, the biggest and best bust of all time. It would be great, yeah. Like again, maybe these deregulations were just caused naturally by the free market. But again, that's not an argument against our position. Our position actually upholds that. You're confirming our position. Maybe there was a huge deregulation. We say that that's a good thing, and that's a huge deregulation that led to a bust. That's good because now all these resources can be invested and into the correct areas because they were invested into prior because prior they were invested into the incorrect areas. So we think this is good. It's just like right now, if you cut every welfare and social security problem, there would be mass chaos, right? But would we be able to replace these systems with voluntarily funded ones? Would we be able to, actually reconcile a lot of the chaos that would happen? Yes, if you actually left it up to the market. But it would be pretty chaotic at the immediate short term. But our solution to things should not be focused on the immediate short term. It should be focused on the long term. It should be focused on long term, low time preference success.
no longer able to profit so much from property loans. Something as simple as a sudden rise in property prices, which could totally occur in an unregulated market based on changes in the way people subjectively value property, i.e., proximity to cities, perceived value of the local environment, changes in population or birth rates, etc., can cause a bubble which banks unwisely invest in. And once that bubble pops,
And if they unwisely invest in this, then maybe they'll fuck up. But nothing happens because they're not these huge state-backed, subsidized industries that the entire economy is tied up in with all this fucking government stuff. So it wouldn't matter at all. And then, guess what? These banks would be replaced by more rational, smarter banks who make better decisions and who don't just spend all their resources on random crap. And what is this entire argument? His entire argument is, okay, corporations can be irrational. So instead of letting individual corporations make decisions, we need to have one massive monopoly make all of the decisions for all these corporations. That is a horrible argument. That's a horrible argument. He's essentially saying because this market is so complicated, we need a central planner to figure it out. That is an inversion from the truth. Economic calculation problem, right? How many banks should we have? How many tellers should be at each bank? All of that stuff. You can't answer these questions. Yeah, prices only change rapidly in unregulated markets. No, prices would be very most likely flat in unregulated markets because you don't have all this fiat currency fucking with inflation.
the banks can suffer the consequences, potentially failing and bringing down the market with them. Without a government to oversee investment and lending behavior, these kinds of crises would occur over and over again.
Yeah, again, it's almost like the Hobbesian argument that everyone's so brutish that we need a government to oversee them. Except his argument is everyone's so retarded that we need a really big industry to see over them. It's like, well, if all these free market investors are retarded, what's to stop the government from being even more retarded? And then the government, since it's in charge of literally everything, if it makes a mistake, its mistakes will be much bigger. And so now the government makes a mistake and it's fucking huge. At least even if I accept the premise that these corporations will be making all these irrational decisions all the time, at least only that corporation goes under. If the government makes an irrational decision, which I see no reason as to why it wouldn't be doing that every once in a while, all the time, realistically, but even if we grant his premise, right, I think it would be much worse. So his solution doesn't even work. It's complete non sequiturs.
Until it becomes so bad that the whole capitalist system collapses globally. But of course, crony capitalism also refers to something else, which is when companies profit by a close relationship to government, i.e., policies that benefit specific companies, subsidies, and so on. Libertarians insist that intervention of this kind leads to market failures as well, but that isn't really obviously evident.
It's pretty evident. It's pretty obviously
A
evident.
good example of what I'm talking about is the current state of agriculture in the United States. The real market value of agricultural products is actually very low, so low that farmers would not make much profit, if any, if they sold their crops at market price.
No, I mean this is just obviously incorrect. Is there a demand for food? Yes. So would people be willing to pay for food? Yes. Okay, then you can have profit from it. I mean, what? I mean, this is just completely incorrect. It's just completely incorrect.
Perhaps with the exception of cash crops like tobacco. If the government stopped subsidizing crop prices, then there would be little, if any, incentive for people to actually become farmers.
Do people not want food? Am I supposed to accept the argument now that people just, without the government subsidizing food, people just wouldn't want food anymore, right? We just wouldn't want any farmers because we just don't want food. I guess apparently, like the only reason I actually buy any food from the store is because the government subsidizes the prices of food. The thing is, in the evenly rotating economy, individuals are incentivized to make prices flat, as changing prices indicate misallocation of resources. Yeah, in the ERE, there's no uncertainty, so you're going to have just pretty flat prices.
To produce food. Farming is not a very prestigious job in an industrialized service economy.
Like, what is his argument? Like, is his argument really that without the government subsidies, like, you wouldn't be able to profit as a farmer? I mean, that is just the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my entire fucking life. Like, what? What on earth is this? Did you think at all when you were making this argument? Like, did you use your brain? Like, I don't know. I mean, this is incredible.
It requires specialized education and is never paid very well. It's also rather precarious since harvest can fail or there might only be a partial harvest.
Yeah, that's why they make so much fucking money. Farmers are pretty damn rich, and they make money because it's a hard job. No one's claiming no one's claiming that farming is easy. The argument of food being unprofitable, he's not entirely incorrect. Many farmers are massively subsidized by the Fed. Yeah, but it would still be incredibly profitable if it wasn't subsidized. This government subsidies are just changing they're like fucking with the supply and demand curve. But like, am I meant to believe that people would not be willing to pay farmers for food? Like, let's imagine that. Like, no, like for some reason, people just won't pay farmers for food. Okay, so everyone's just gonna starve to death now? Like what? This- I don't see any of this at all. This is just, I mean, nonsense.
Historically, in agrarian economies, during droughts or bouts of blight, people could literally starve. That's how mercurial conditions are in agriculture.
Uh-oh, we heard the material conditions. It's like, so I guess we're just, I mean, maybe he would bite this bullet, but I guess we're just completely rejecting supply and demand. It's like, why would supply not meet demand? Like, clearly, there's a huge demand for food, so why would no one produce it? Like, why would no one produce it? I don't see it at all. No one would produce it because it's not profitable, but people want it. I mean, what? Like, um, yeah, it is painful, Purity Spiler. Also, hello. Um, if farmers stop being subsidized, then prices will go up, which doesn't actually change anything because those subsidies are just money coming from taxpayers. Yeah, pretty much.
Things have improved greatly with the advent of modern herbicides and disease resistant GMOs, but there's always the possibility that you don't get a great harvest. Why would anyone want
Yeah, exactly. Farming is very risky. It's challenging, which is why farmers get paid a lot of
to
money.
take this risky job under capitalist conditions?
Okay, what is a capitalist? A capitalist is someone who subsumes risk. Every single job, every business owner is subsuming risk. So because it's risky, that's one of the reasons why the capitalist gets paid so much. And with farming as well, every business, it's low time preference. You're getting essentially you're reaping the benefits of your subsuming of risk and foregoing of present consumption. That's why. So a low time preference person, they would be happy to be a farmer because they'd like to subsume risk and forego present consumption for potential amounts of greater future consumption. So I think you'd have more farming under capitalism, or you'd have the correct amount of farming, but more people would probably want to be farmers under capitalism because there'd be a lower rate of time preference, and farming's very low time preference. Um, Keep it up, good work of content. I thank you, Purity Spiral, I appreciate it. Farming subsidies effectively reallocating money from the upper class to the lower class. Yeah, pretty much. That's what a lot of reallocation does.
If there were no monetary incentive to do so? How do we get people
If there were no monetary incentive to do so. Yeah, I mean, no one would want to subsume a lot of risk and take this really and forego all this present consumption if there was no incentive. But there is. People want it.
to produce food, something which is the essential underpinning of any economy?
Yeah, so it's an essential underpinning, but apparently there's no monetary incentive to produce it. I mean, do you guys hear this?
Agricultural subsidies, as it turns out, are a really good idea because the invisible hand would have made the profession appear obsolete.
Yes, the invisible, like the market just doesn't care about food. Like as soon as people are capitalists, we just don't want to eat food anymore. Like we just like starving to death. I mean, this is like this is insane. This is actual insanity.
Farming would be a job left to poorer, less advanced countries, and all food would be imported.
Oh, okay. Well, if you think farming would be done by poor, less advanced countries, why is that bad, right? You have to justify what's bad. If his argument is that farming wouldn't be done by really rich countries, maybe that's the case. Yeah, maybe really rich countries, they would just invent like machines to automatically farm for them, or they just import a bunch of crops. Why is that bad though?
In a truly global world, it makes some rational sense to carry out this kind of neo-colonialism.
It's true. Ancap's photosynthesize. Yeah, I bathe in the sun for like 12 hours a day to eat.
But the problem
Because I don't believe food is profitable, or I don't believe in food.
is that food insecurity is quite dangerous under circumstances in which politics, in Schmidt's sense, has not ended.
Okay, so if food insecurity is like dangerous, and then someone will come in and start producing, right? Someone will come in and start producing the food to negate this insecurity. Very easy. Yep, still going. And we're getting there though. We're about 3/4 of the way there. It is a long video though, but yeah, still going.
It is for a very good reason that governments use subsidies to encourage people to engage in agricultural work. Subsidies
Yeah, I guess they just wouldn't do it. Again, I think we've said enough on this point. It's like this is just completely ridiculous.
in other fields serve the same role. We need missiles, so the government subsidizes R&D companies. We need satellites, so the government subsidizes.
Yeah, so like this is just a complete rejection of you know, supply and demand, pretty much everything. Like literally all of this. It's like, what is a subsidy? Right? Well, on the free market, people are going to spend money on the things they want, right? There's going to be a natural like equilibrium of resources, right? People are going to spend money on things they want and not spend money on things they don't want. Now, the government comes in with a subsidy and it takes some money from some area that people were going to spend their money on and puts it in another area that people weren't going to spend that money on. So a subsidy is actually a forcible redistribution away from the most value productive area for those resources. It's a redistribution away from the most profitable area for those resources to be to a lesser productive area for those resources. It's literally the opposite of what he's saying, right? It's the opposite. Because if all of these things are demanded by the market, if they are good things, we should have these things. Why won't people pay for them? You have to justify why people won't pay for these things. No, anarcho-econ, as we all know, food isn't affected by the laws of supply and demand like literally every other product. Yeah, and apparently like missiles and satellites aren't either. Like just in fact, he's probably like on his premises, just everything should be subsidized. And if everything's subsidized, what's that the equivalent of? It's an equivalent of a completely communist society where the government determines exactly how many resources should go to everything. So we once again, like we did earlier in the video when we were like back here, we reached the conclusion that on this guy's premises, he has to adopt full communism. So, I mean, again, just be a communist, dude.
Space Act. Consider this government investing funds into companies and receiving in return power and security. It's a great deal, and in fact, many economies have supported themselves by more or less nationalizing military production.
No?
This was true in Nazi Germany as well as the Soviet Union.
And how well did they do? How well did Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union do? Like, these are really your examples of like just the successful subsidization of industry, just really doing a great job, like communism and Nazism.
But a libertarian might ask, if it's wrong to initiate force, then there should be no states. If there are no states, then there's less of a need for security and defense, and so there is also no need for.
But there would be the correct amount of security and defense provided on the market. It's a good just like all others. So why would you not have missiles, right? If there was a need for missiles, if you had like, let's say you had Ancapistan, like this voluntary commune society, and then you just had this violent, aggressive state, right? I would say, yeah, there's probably a pretty big want for missiles because this state, they're unpredictable. They might try to like invade Ancapistan whenever. So why would people just say, hey, there's this big, violent, aggressive state, but we don't want any military against us for some reason. We just don't want it. Like, why would they do that? That's ridiculous. No, they're going to be like, hey, guys, there's this big state that's like, planning an attack right over here. Let's get some missiles. Like, what?
This kind of crony capitalism. They, however, are just shifting
I'm using my clairvoyance. This next section is going to be who will build the roads. It might be.
the burden onto statists to justify why we need defense in a world of hostile states, rather than to accept the burden of proving how defense could work in a stateless society.
And we've already talked about how defense could work in a stateless society, right? Again, the risk of aggression. That's what you need defense against is aggression. Well, it's a risk. And so how do we handle risk? Insurance. Like I already said earlier, are all risks insurable? No. But the risks that are insurable, well, insurance companies could just get defense agencies. Why can't you have a defense agency? I see no reason why a couple guys can't get together and say, hey, you guys, you look like you need protection. If you pay me $1,000, I'll go be your bodyguard. Why can't you have that?
Which presumably would not be devoid of war. Hans Hermann Hoppe published a collection of essays on this question called The Myth of National Defense, which I have read, and I'm telling you now that he did not solve the question whatsoever, did not solve the free rider problem, and simply ended up concluding that private nuclear weapons are the only way to create a world peaceful enough such that national defense is unnecessary.
Well, I mean, I don't know specifically what Hoppe said here, but I do know in the private production of defense, he argues for insurance companies handling all this, and that's, I'm sure, what you would see. And the free rider problem, it's no problem at all. We'll talk about that if we get there, if he brings it up. But yeah, no, I mean, Hoppe certainly did provide a great answer to this problem, but fundamentally, we don't need to do that. He went an extra mile there by actually providing an argument as to how you would handle defense. Because all we're saying is, you know, insofar as you have a market in a given resource, you're going to have the most efficient allocation of resources with respect to that resource, and defense is no different, right? So it's very easy to handle this. It's not actually a problem. It's just, how would the free market handle hamburgers? I don't know. It would find out the best allocation of burger buns and stuff. Like, yeah, remind me again, who is responsible for war? It is the states. Yeah.
Basically, his conclusions were Ancaps can pay for defense insurance, which doesn't solve the free rider problem.
So let's talk. So I think Robert Murphy addresses this pretty well in the what's it called, the chaos theory, which is like this quote unquote free rider problem is this quote unquote free rider problem with respect to these defense agencies. So it's like the problem is conceived like this. It's like, okay, you have these different insurance companies and they're insuring people in the same area. Okay. And let's say one insurance company's like, hey, it's going to be a lot more profitable if instead of we just let people blow up this area and then pay out all this insurance claims, we just hire a defense agency and then we just pay them and this area doesn't get blown up. Okay. So if one agency hires a defense agency, or one insurance firm hires a defense agency. Sorry, I'm a little my brain's it's been a long stream. Let's say one insurance company hires a defense agency, right? And then there's another insurance company in the same area insuring the same property. Well, the argument by the free riders is like, okay, well, then this other insurance company, since they don't have to pay for defense, but since this defense company is still operating in this area and defending against aggressors, even though this insurance company isn't actually paying for this, they're going to be a lot more profitable. And then the other insurance company is going to go out of business, and this new insurance company, they're going to make all the money. And how do we respond to this? Well, we respond to this. Well, first, generally speaking, learn how to create more privatized defense in the sense it's like it only applies to one person. Like create, instead of using bombs, use like specific strikes that only defend one aggressor or only defend against like one aggressor. So it's not like you can have different claims in the same area, but you can defend specific like houses in a neighborhood, so you don't have to defend the whole neighborhood as such. But secondly, it's like clearly for both of these insurance firms, there's a massive incentive to have defense here. They're going to have defense. So what are they going to do? Well, really, they're just going to figure it out amongst themselves. Like let's say this first insurance company who was paying for the defense, they go out of business, and now the second insurance company, since they weren't paying for a defense, there's no defense now. Well, clearly the second insurance company, now they need to pay for a defense, and instead, maybe the first insurance company says to the second one, they say, "Hey, you know that I'm bleeding money right now. I'm gonna go out of business if I keep paying for this defense. And then once I go out of business, you're gonna have to go out of business, or you're gonna have to start paying for defense. And then someone else is gonna come in. You're gonna go out of business. Instead of doing that in this endless cycle of you going out of business and I go out of business, how about we just split the bill, right? We both pay for defense." You pay 50, I pay 50, or even, my firm is bigger than yours, so I'll even pay 60% when we come to this agreement. Like, this is really easy. It's just completely like, forgetting that firms can come to an agreement. And at the end of the day, there's a huge incentive for defense. So there will be defense. So there you go. The problem's already solved. Now the specific problem is who's paying for defense. Well, I don't know. These firms can come to an agreement amongst each other, right? If these two firms are agreeing to split the bill of the defense, and then a third firm comes in and they're like, "Hey, now I'm going to outsell all of you guys because I'm more profitable," they can say, "Hey, both of us, we're going to go out of business unless you split this bill." Or they can come up with very many solutions to this problem, right? It's very easy to solve this kind of thing. It's like this isn't really a problem. And at the end of the day, maybe one firm will get kind of fucked over, right? Maybe one firm, they'll be a little bit less profitable. They'll split the bill 60-40, and one guy's paying more. But I mean, who fucking cares, right? The problem's already solved. Someone's paying for defense. So the entire contention is already like it's already it's gone, right? Their entire contention that there won't be defense, well, it's gone. There will be defense. Now, who specifically is paying for it? I don't know. It doesn't matter though. The free rider problem is who will build the roads, but for midwits. Yeah, I mean, exactly. It's supposed to be this big gotcha, but at the end of the day, we can just say, hey, maybe these firms won't evenly split the bill, but since there's such a massive incentive to have this thing, someone's going to pay for it. like why am I supposed to expect that these insurance companies are just going to supposed to be so irrational that they're just going to be like, no, I won't pay for defense. No, I won't pay for defense. And then all of the property they're insuring just gets blown up while they're like arguing over who's going to pay the defensive bill. Like, no, this is not going to happen. They can split the bill. One guy can pay more. They can just not split the bill, and one guy can just outcompete the other guy. But fundamentally, there's going to be defense.
Ancap's going to engage in guerrilla warfare, which would fail against organized states.
Oh yeah, this is just a meme. Oh, you're against central planning? How will you solve every problem ever? Yeah, exactly. It's like, I don't know, the free market. I mean, why am I supposed to expect that the free market can't solve this problem? Why is this even a problem? It's like, oh, but in this contract, like how is the free market going to handle like burger restaurants, you know? It's so complicated to build a burger. You need all these toppings, you need to figure out which orders to put, you need to make all the like special burgers every once a week. It's like I don't fucking know. Someone will solve it though. It's like if people actually want this, like maybe the insurance companies are so retarded that they can't get together and agree on any defense agency. And so like the people just come together and say, "Hey, these insurance companies, they suck. We're just going to get together and we're going to pay for defense for our properties."
And finally, private nukes. When you have to rely on a pie in the sky sort of argument like Raytheon should have nuclear weapons, I think you've already lost the plot.
Like, would there be private nuclear weapons? Maybe, but probably not. And certainly, like, not every other guy would have a nuclear weapon, right? Because we've already established, right, these insurance companies, they're going to insure specific behavior, right? You can't, not all risks are insurable. And so these insurance companies are only going to extend insurance to specific people who are abiding by certain rules of social conduct. And I suspect that owning nukes and being like an evil person wouldn't be within the bounds of these rules of social conduct. So, yeah, I mean, this isn't really a problem at all. And, you know, maybe would these big insurance companies have nukes? Yeah, maybe they would have a nuke or two. But I mean, would they ever use them? I don't see why they would. Why would they ever use this nuke, right? We can already establish that there's almost no incentive at all to go to war for these firms. So why am I to accept that, you know, they're just going to be blowing each other up all day, right? I mean, this is just ridiculous. And states have nukes, and even they hardly ever use them. And we already know they're 1,000 times more war prone than firms. So why would I think that states would use them? I mean, firms would use them if even the states don't.
I won't even go into the other issues with private defense, like the warlord problem.
The warlord problem. It's like, oh, what if one guy gets a lot of power? Then I don't know. Like, what if a state gets formed? Pretty much. Like, then I wish it didn't happen, right? But the magical wizard, he's just gonna make sure that no one ever does anything bad. It's like this isn't a problem. This is just all about the philosophical theory of history, right? It's like it's like how do you say, it, right? If people want there to be warlords, there's going to be warlords, right? If you have a really evil populace who wants to be subjugated, you're going to get subjugation. But if you want liberty, if you have a society that wants freedom and non-aggression, that's what you're going to get. You could argue that building nuclear weapons is inherently a violation of the NAP. I mean, I wouldn't say that, but I mean, there is an argument there. Like Rothbard's like world-destroying nuclear weapon. But yeah, I mean, it's certainly it's not really a problem at all.
Issues with privatized defense are obvious enough, let alone the fact that it would simply end with a reconstitution of a territorial monopoly on force.
Why? Why does it end with a reconstitution of a territorial monopoly on force? Again, if you're criticizing libertarianism, you have to work within the bounds of libertarianism, within the bounds of people obeying the NAP. So he's essentially just saying, hey, if people are obeying the NAP, the logical conclusion of that is that people will eventually not obey the NAP. It's like, no, people will continue obeying the NAP if they have the proper philosophy, right? If they have a good philosophy that says they should respect the NAP, then that's what they'll do. And if they're very evil and they support territorial monopolies, then they'll get territorial monopolies. This isn't a problem, though. It's just stupid. The question about who would pay for defense should be answered with who will pay for the attack. Or just who will pay for anything, really. It's like, oh, who will pay for this? Who will pay for that? Like, I don't know. Someone. This isn't the problem.
When I said in my John Stossel video that libertarians will drag you into the zone of vagaries and beat you over the head with hypotheticals, this is what I mean. Libertarianism is not informed by history, and because of that, most of its analysis is hypothetical and can simply be dismissed as a non-argument.
No. A hypothetical can't be dismissed as a non-argument. A hypothetical is a test of your principles. I went into this. Oh yeah, peace out, Phantom Cool. Have a good one. But yeah, a hypothetical isn't a non-argument. It's a principle test, right? It's essentially saying, hey, do you actually believe in this principle? And when libertarians ask principles or ask hypotheticals, we're essentially trying to establish the non-aggression principle via, testing people's principles and seeing if they're actually willing to bite these bullets. So no, you can't just dismiss libertarianism because it's not directly accessible through history. If we have a deductive hypothetical argument, you actually have to reconcile with it. State could have a scenario where a nuke was used, a firm would never. Yeah, it would be a bankrupt firm because all the collateral damage would cause. Nukes are the only. Exactly. Nukes are collectivist weapons. They're not useful to firms whatsoever.
Now, let's answer the question of whether monopolies are enabled by the government.
Okay. The myth of natural monopoly.
One problem that opponents of libertarian.
Actually, this is probably going to be a longer point. Before this, I'm going to use the bathroom really quick, so I'll be right back. All right, hello. I have returned. Um, Here we go.
Often raise is that the free market is monopolization. Without government intervention, corporations are free to establish monopolies, which increase prices and reduce the quality of products whilst depriving small proprietors the opportunity to survive financially. In response, libertarians refrain that monopolies can only be established by governments and thus are not a problem in free markets.
Yeah, pretty much.
This, however, is a claim which is pretty obviously false on its face.
Okay, let's see how it's false on its face.
There exist a couple of types of monopoly, but what is most important here is the natural monopoly. Natural monopolies can form in a few ways. Companies might have exclusive control over a certain natural resource, such as water or oil, or there might be a situation in which the cost of production of a commodity becomes so low.
Okay, so let's say there's a corporation with exclusive control over oil or water. Um, I mean, first of all, create more oil, right? I mean, or find more oil, or synthesize more water, or really anything like that. Hello, what'd you miss? Well, you missed quite a bit. We've gone into a lot of stuff. We're 56 minutes into this video, but thanks for stopping by. Yeah. First of all, yeah, try your best to synthesize new shit, right? And if you can't, then I guess you do have a sort of like a corporation that's controlling one resource, but you have to actually justify why this is like this really bad thing now, because uh, assumingly, this resource wasn't really being controlled before. Like they stumbled upon this massive oil reserve and there's no other oil. It's like, well, no one else was using it, so it's just their property. Like this is just one guy who has a bunch of oil, right? I mean, it doesn't really appear to be a problem to me, right? But if we look at like the general case, like let's say you have some like resource that a corporation's creating. Like they're creating cancer vaccines, they're creating computers. Well, how do you actually establish a monopoly over this? Well, you need someone to be blocking you to be able to produce these other things. And it's like this this sort of like, oh, the resource kind of thing. Like, oh, what if one corporation stumbles into control of the entirety of like the supply of one resource? It's like, okay, what if a government did that, right? Like this is applicable to any system. It doesn't actually establish anything. So I don't think it's really a criticism. I mean, it's just like, yeah, sometimes all of the resources are in like one area and one guy can control all of the resources. But if we're taking the general case, which is just a resource that can be produced, then yeah, I mean, you can't get a monopoly over it. How are you going to exclude every other person from it? And if you have like a big oil giant who's like going out and like they've stumbled over all of the supply of this oil. I mean, yeah, they could be incredibly irrational with their use of oil, but if they do that, they're going to be less profitable. So you don't really get all of the problems with monopoly, even still, because people are going to start developing alternatives. You don't have like the state putting regulations like, oh, you can't use nuclear energy instead of this oil energy or whatever. Like, so it's not that hard of a problem to solve. Like, just if one person truly has control of all of one resource, just find alternatives. Like, what is the market good at? It's good at solving problems. So if you have this problem, what's the easiest way to solve it? Well, the market.
That it is more efficient for a single large company to produce it than for many smaller companies who cannot profit.
And that's true. I mean, it's more efficient for I mean, it's more efficient for a bunch of companies to be producing something, mainly because they don't face the ECP, right? One large company is going to face the ECP.
Leading to a large company drastically outcompeting the smaller companies. Additionally, monopolies can form when a larger company merges with smaller companies.
That's not a no. That's completely. So if a large company merges with a bunch of companies, you're not going to have because the real problem with monopoly, the thing that people complain about is the pricing. Right? You can't get the monopoly pricing here when you have just one company merging with a bunch of other companies because you don't have intellectual property. You don't have any restrictions on people from creating specific goods. So if this company just merges with all the competitors, another competitor can just come up, right? I mean, you don't have a barrier. There's no preventing another competitor from just springing up and saying hello, right? And selling their goods. So, I mean, this doesn't actually establish anything.
Now, natural monopolies have existed already. Today, states make a nominal effort to try to prevent them from occurring.
No, what the state does with specifically like the antitrust laws is they take really, really big companies who are doing good. And they're big because they do good, and they say, Mr. Capitalist, you're doing such a good job producing so much resources and fulfilling so much demand that we're gonna stop you from being good. Right? Just being a good I mean being a big business doesn't imply that you have a monopoly, right? Just being big, if you've gotten really big, truly by your own merits, then we should continue letting this person get big, right? We should continue letting this uh, quote unquote monopoly get bigger because it's doing a really good job satisfying demand, right? Historically speaking, a monopoly was always just understood to mean a grant to one company to prevent other companies from being able to actually sell other products of the same nature, right? Like the problem with monopoly is specifically when one company has this exclusive privilege so they can jack up the price to whatever they want. So even if there's only one company selling something right now, like let's say in this moment there's only one company selling some specific good, I wouldn't really call that a monopoly if it's a free market because someone else can just come in and undercut that guy if he starts trying to raise his prices too much. Like it's I don't think that that's really what is being addressed when we say monopoly. It's definitely some sort of exclusive privilege. Yeah, intellectual property and regulatory capture creates monopolies.
But in the past, when economies were less regulated, natural monopolies did end up forming as the scale of
Where?
capitalism intensified. A very early monopoly was in the salt trade, where only one company controlled access to the sea from which salt was produced.
Now let's ask though. I mean, how did only one company control access to the sea? Did they have like a state grant that stopped everyone from getting to the sea? And if they didn't, I really don't see how other people couldn't just walk over to the sea and then just start capturing all the salt. Like what stopped them from doing this? What stopped someone else from just coming over to the sea and grabbing salt? This is really easy to do. So I don't see how this is establishing this at all. Monopoly is the exclusive right given by an authority. A natural monopoly has never existed. Yeah, it's you just don't get that. It's not possible in the free market. And I mean, if you have like some sort of situation, really, excuse me, really the only solution where you're gonna have some sort of like monopoly is like when you have what he brought up in the beginning, where it's like a company discovers some rare deposit of resources and they just they're not giving it to anyone else. But I mean that's not really an exclusive privilege. It's just the fact that resources are scarce. And yeah, sometimes one guy is gonna get all the resources in a specific area. But you don't have to trade with him, right? Like no one's forcing you to trade with him. So I don't really think it's that bad of a thing that this one guy has these resources. Certainly, it's better that this guy has these resources than if they just weren't appropriated by nature at all. Like if one guy finds this huge oil reserve that no one else had found before, and thereby quote unquote gains himself a monopoly, it's like, well, at least now someone has found this oil. Like if you don't want to use it because it's too high of a price, don't use it. But it's better that someone has found this oil instead of nobody, right? But if you have like this dynamic market where there's like a bunch of oil reserves and whatnot, and they're all like being used by different companies and whatnot, then I don't know how the hell you're going to establish a monopoly unless unless you literally have someone aggressing against other people and like taking all of their oil. Or I mean, again, like you said, like, oh, they're consolidating, but I mean, that's not really that big of a problem because it's like again, you've consolidated, but no one actually has to buy from you. Like, just produce alternatives. It's not that big of a deal. Like these things aren't that hard to solve. Like, just use nuclear energy or something like that. Like, try to get a monopoly over nuclear energy. Um, it's hard as a libertarian to navigate which big modern companies are good and which companies are essentially. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty challenging to figure out which ones are which. Dominant high margin big companies create an incentive to bypass their entire production chain and find alternative production steps. I mean, yeah, certainly. Yeah, like again, you don't have any intellectual property on the market. You don't have anything like this. So it's incredibly easy to just you know, come in and say, "Hey, you're selling for a ridiculously high price. I'm going to undercut you." I hate being late because I was low-key debating a communist for 6 hours. Well, 6 hours is pretty freaking crazy, but um yeah, I'm glad you're here.
Later, this became less of a problem, but other natural monopolies have formed, such as Standard Oil and
So Standard Oil, that wasn't a monopoly, right? They got to a really big market share because Rockefeller was really, really good at refining oil and whatnot. He was really good at extracting from the earth, and so he did a really good job. And before the antitrust laws hit in, because eventually his company got so big that he faced with the economic calculation problem, his company started shrinking. Like it was down to like 60% market share instead of 90% from its peak before the antitrust laws actually kicked in. So his company was shrinking, right? Because eventually he hit the ECP, and his company got big enough that it just couldn't sustain itself anymore. It was too big, and that's what happens on the market. So it wasn't actually a monopoly. Like other companies chose to consolidate because it was more profitable. They were making more money. They were having a good time. The consumers were having a good time, right? The prices of oil continuously started falling down. Like the prices of oil were going down significantly the entire time. Big companies can improve their operations by creating internal markets and create interfaces and media products so they go on. Maybe internalize. I mean, you can't solve the ECP with internal markets though, because again, it's not an actual free market. Like an internal market is, and like to the extent that you actually have a free market, then you're not really a big company anymore. Because you're not actually directing all of these resources. Efficient slash affordable production process. I mean, yeah, I know. I don't think the internal markets really does anything.
US Steel. Both utilize the size of the company and the scale of its.
Yeah, and again, U.S. Steel, like, same case as Rockefeller, like exact same shit. Um, yeah, the internal bureaucracy will eat them up. That's what happens with these big companies. They get so big, then they shrink because they can't sustain the size anymore. It's just not possible. And that's good though, because while they were growing, they were being really productive. And when they stopped growing is because they couldn't be profitable anymore, specifically because the economic calculation kicked in.
Operations to undercut competitors, and eventually they held around 60% of the market share in the United States. Standard Oil was broken.
Yeah, but market share doesn't mean monopoly. You, you can have 100% market share. I don't think that establishes that you actually have a monopoly. Maybe you're just really the best guy at producing this thing, and you can do it the cheapest. I mean, I really don't see how that's bad, right? I mean, there's certainly, I think there's another step that's necessary in this monopoly, which is the actual barring of, of competition. That's what the monopoly is really getting at.
Up under the Sherman Antitrust Act, and lawmakers attempted to do the same to U.S. Steel. However, eventually it had fallen off in market share, so this attempt failed.
Yeah, it fell off in market share. So it didn't like, why did it fall off in market share? Because of the economic calculation problem.
Another common sector for natural monopolies is utilities, and for
You can have competing teams for the same production steps. Yeah, but I mean, it's still not the same as like an actual market, like someone's still at the top, like directing all these resources and whatnot. And if there is no one at the top directing these resources, then it's just like you don't even have control over them anymore. Like you just have like a situation where it's like like I can ask the same economic calculation problems. Like, how many competing teams should I have? How many members should be on each team? How many resources should each team get to play with? Like, these are the same questions that only the market can answer. Now, I will say, yeah, it's probably a better business model to have these competing teams to some extent, instead of just letting one guy do all the work. But it's it's certainly not like it's certainly not solving the ECP. It's just negating its effects a little bit. NVIDIA had an almost 100% market share for high and effective AI hardware, and there was no government intervention, and it was justified because there were no competitors. I mean, I'm sure there was some government intervention, but yeah, I mean, they had a good product. They were making good shit. Same with SpaceX. Like, find me someone else who can land their own rocket, right? You can't because they're actually providing something useful.
pretty obvious reasons. The amount of capital required to establish the infrastructure for utilities is huge, and a smaller company would not have the opportunity to enter this industry.
Yeah, so when you come to like utilities and stuff, like these problems could easily be crowdfunded with like investors. Like, let's say you have a big company who's essentially what's it called? Sorry, you have a big company who's like charging crazy high prices for like utilities or some high cost of entry thing. Well, clearly there's going to be a demand for lower prices. So why can't some investor just come in and say, "Hey guys, this is actually these prices are really high and you'd probably like them lower. And so if you guys invest in my company, we'll provide some competition to this guy and we'll be able to lower the prices." Like that's a very easy problem, and I guarantee you people would start investing in this because it would be very profitable. Look at YouTube; they probably have almost 100% of this kind of video sharing market. That does not mean they can do whatever they want, like charging prices to watch. Yeah, like I think the fundamental thing is i- is whether or not you actually can just charge whatever price you like, right? And the only way to get to that kind of situation is if you have some sort of actual government block, like some government blockade preventing other people from competition. Um, Even if you had this perfect internal competition, the overhead costs would still prevent you from having the most competitive price. Yeah, I mean, yeah, and also like, again, you have the economic calculation problem within this internal market as well. But how's it going, CD?
It has kind of a natural barrier to entry. Comcast is the largest telecoms company in the world.
Yeah, there's a barrier to entry, but why can't investors start collecting money? And, stuff like that. It's like it's there's no intellectual property, so it's much easier to enter these markets. There's none of these fucking regulations, so again, much easier to enter these markets. I see no reason to suspect that it wouldn't be really easy for investors to come in and say, "Hey, I'll go undercut this guy if you give me like $1 million."
World by revenue, and it has a monopoly in Boston and Philadelphia, as well as other places. AT&T was also at one point a monopoly.
Was there? I'm sure AT&T has tons of government grants. Like, come on, dude. You're pretending like there's no regulation in these industries. Like, come on, dude.
Before it was broken up by the government. I might also point out that the majority of media companies in the US are owned by just 8 companies. 12
Why? Why are they owned by just 8 companies? Maybe perhaps it's what the Ancaps have been saying this entire time, which is that regulations actually prevent competition, meaning that only a couple of select big companies who are friends with the regulators can consolidate. That's what's happening. Having 100% market share does not equate to being able to do whatever you want on the market. For that, you would need to use aggressive means. That's why all monopolies must come from stealing and status. Yeah, I mean, exactly. Certainly the case. Um, but yeah, I mean, let's keep going.
companies also own over 550 consumer brands. In
Yeah, I mean, again, like I was saying, like, why is this the case? It's because of regulations. Regulations are coming in, making it harder for competition, artificially blocking competition, and giving these companies the ability to consolidate more. That's what's happening. He's reversing cause and effect. He's saying these companies have made the monopolies, so we need the regulations, when in reality it's there are these regulations, so these companies can form the monopolies. The monopolies don't exist in a void.
Video games, Microsoft and EA are reaching near monopoly status by buying up all these other companies. And if we didn't have antitrust laws, I can easily see one company eventually merging with all the others to form a true monopoly.
Why wouldn't someone else come in and undercut them? Why? They always just make this assertion. It's like, oh yeah, one company would just come in and buy everyone else. Like why would no one else come in? Right? And if this other person couldn't produce at a cheaper price, then maybe they would get bought up or go out of price. I mean, go out of business. But that'd be good because then things are still being sold as cheap as they could. This is like what is going on here? AT&T is almost entirely state funded. Yeah, exactly. And it's like why would no one else come in and undercut them, right? You haven't addressed this. It's because it's like here are the possibilities, right? There's a big monopoly, and it's selling at monopoly like huge, massive, horrible prices, right? Okay. Someone else comes in and tries to undercut them. Either they're inefficient and can't undercut them. Okay, well, someone else can come in and do a better job then, right? Or they're more efficient and they start actually stealing customers from the big monopoly, right? Like, why can't investors just handle this? Why can't people just say, hey, this big monopoly, they're charging these really high prices. I can undercut you. Gotta hit the hey, thanks for the long stream and chat and conversations. Have a nice one. Yeah, peace out, man. Have a nice day.
In the digital game space, Valve obviously has a natural monopoly, although not because it has merged, but rather this is more or less just a founder's effect. The reason
is there intellectual property? Yes. Okay, then it's not a natural monopoly.
Behind much of this concentration is the practice of mergers, which can occur without any government intervention.
Why wouldn't other companies just come up and compete with the mergers? Why?
Whatsoever, since it's literally just a company buying other companies. At some point,
good. If that's more efficient, justify why that's not good.
One company will buy up all the other companies, and we will have a true monopoly.
Like, when one company buys up all the other companies, do the other companies have to sign the contract? Maybe they don't, right? Maybe one company wants to buy up all the other companies, but one company is like, no, actually, I don't want to do that. I want to outcompete you because I know I can sell for a cheaper price, and I'm going to steal all your customers. It's really easy to do this, and really easy to imagine these scenarios. These people just close their eyes.
But even if that doesn't happen, a near monopoly or an oligopoly can be just as detrimental to consumers and prospective small proprietors as a genuine monopoly. There's even the problem of companies.
You know what's really bad to prospective small proprietors? Regulations that allow these massive consolidation things in the first place. What's really bad for small proprietors is all these fucking state-backed regulations that come in and stamp out any prospect of having any business affairs whatsoever. That's what they do. Only these massive firms can front the bill of all these regulations and the violations and crap. So, excuse me. So all these little companies, they don't even try. They don't even exist. Yeah, they would, but they don't because these regulations are there.
Creating many monopolies through proprietary control of product ecosystems. Sony has recently announced that they are going to discontinue physical releases of games in favor of purely digital game.
And again, he hasn't even said the words economic calculation problem. Like, how can these companies escape the economic calculation problem? Like, if a company's so big, it's just becoming the world monopoly, right? How is it not applying? How is it not getting the economic calculation problem? How is that not causing it to fall apart?
Releases, and they've recently created a check-in system in which you lose access to games you've purchased if you don't start them within a certain period of time.
Is there intellectual property? Yes. Okay, then it's not an example.
Since people who own a PlayStation cannot use other digital services,
does Sony have intellectual property?
They must comply with the rules, limitations, and let's be frank, scamming that is the PlayStation Store. We are all familiar with companies that lock down their platforms, disallow third-party apps or homebrew.
Do they have intellectual property?
Require you to buy additional hardware or subscriptions to access features.
Do they have intellectual property?
And so on. These are all consequences of the tendency of capitalism towards centralization, anti-competition, and monopoly.
Or maybe it's because of intellectual property.
It appears that Richard Stallman was right all along, and again, as Bertrand de Juvenel said, capitalists always become securitarians once they acquire wealth. So let's address the question of whether central planning always fails. I don't want to address the arguments anarcho-capitalists make.
Sony ditching physical releases follows the trend go from physical to digital assets. I mean, yeah, it's like, who cares about that?
Against communism in much breadth, because there are so many of them, like when they break out microeconomics in a facile attempt to debunk socialist economics.
It's really easy to debunk socialist economics, actually.
But there's one which is rather pernicious and wrong, which I think is worth refuting. Libertarians argue that centrally planned economies always fail. Probably the first argument of this type was advanced by Ludwig von Mises, which is the calculation problem.
All right, let's see why the economic calculation problem is false.
Basically, he stated that the government under central planning has so many prices to set, and the information required to make these changes rationally is so limited or incomplete, or there is simply too much of it, that you will inevitably get shortages and misallocation of resources.
No. Mises' argument is specifically that under a centrally planned economy, there are no prices, and so you can't perform profit loss calculation. It's not that there's just so much profit loss calculation to do that you can't take care of it. It's that you literally can't perform profit loss calculation. You just can't do it. It's just not possible. That's his argument.
On the surface, this seems to be true. The Soviet Union in its early days faced a great deal of economic hardship, which prompted Lenin to establish the new economic policy, or NEP. It broke away from the nationalization of all businesses and instead allowed small and medium proprietors control over their enterprises on a for-profit basis. Lenin described the aim of this program as a temporary measure intended to bring Russia into the capitalist stage of development, after which point the pursuit of socialism could begin. It wasn't so much a break from
Yeah, that was complete freaking fucking cover by Lenin, by the way. It's just his system failing and capitalism need to bail it out.
historical materialism or a sign of the weakness of socialist economics.
Yes, it is. Materialism is not the case. No. I'm sorry, but dialectical materialism is not true. Like, come on.
As a manifestation of its doctrine, which states that socialism is a subsequent stage of capitalist productive relationships and cannot occur in backward countries, such as those that existed immediately surrounding the Russian Revolution.
No. Capitalism is not a stage in history. Socialism is not a stage in history. It's not the synthesis. Come on, dude. I mean, are we really doing this? We're really doing the dialectical materialism? Seriously?
Stalin eventually broke with the NEP in the beginning of his rule and began rapidly collectivizing the economy. Russia was still
And how did it do?
comparatively backwards under Stalin, and it still faced famines and shortages, which libertarians often point to as evidence that socialism doesn't work. However, by the 1960s, these problems were ironed out for the most part, and the Soviet system was nominally working pretty well.
Why did it fall apart then? Why was it was just doing so great that there was all of these starvation and all these people died. It was just doing so great. Like, come on, give me a fucking break. Like, we've all seen the image of like the Russian guy comes into the capitalist supermarket and sees all the food and he's fucking amazed. Like, come on, dude. Are we really doing this? We're really doing this. We're defending Soviet USSR Russia. Really?
It wasn't as prosperous or productive as the West, of course, but measures of the average calorie intake
Did this guy say how he used to be an Ancap? Yeah, he said he used to read Ancap theory and stuff. Apparently, like he read some of the authors. Like he's read Hoppe and I think Rothbard. I don't know about Rothbard. Apparently he's read Hoppe at least though. Now, do I believe that? I mean, I guess maybe, but did he understand it? Probably not.
by Soviet citizens were well over what was required for adequate nutrition.
I mean, so we're just using like the Soviets fucking like, oh, the Soviets data is apparently just so reliable, and the amount of food they produced was like enough for nutrition. Like, these are the questions that the Soviets were dealing with, whereas the U.S. was dealing with like, how do we make fucking rocket ships, and like, how do we make like, you know, fighter jets and shit like that. The communists were still dealing with how do we even produce enough like potatoes. You know, like that's the difference. So I mean, come on, like this is just really pathetic shit. And you're using evidence from the communists. Like, or maybe it wasn't from the communists, but even either way, it's like statist evidence and it's really low level stuff. And also like just use your eyes. Like just look at the USSR, just look at the CCP. It's not a good place. Like, why are we defending this? You should just bite the bullet and say that this wasn't what you want or something like that.
Notion that Soviets were always in
You're at the voluntary. How does bad part and the causality didn't even enter this guy's head? Like, how does he think? Yeah, I mean, it's just like there just is this wealth, and we just need to redistribute it. Is pretty much what they
a
think.
state of deprivation and starvation is nonsense. Now, this period in which the Soviet economy functioned was short-lived. By the late 80s, shortages were back, shelves were empty, and there were long lines in front of grocery stores and bakeries, what you might typically envision when you hear the phrase Soviet economy. This dire situation was not caused by central planning, however.
Yes, it was.
According to Vladislav Zubov's book,
Yeah, some random Russian guy. I have no idea who this guy is. Maybe he's a great guy, but he sounds like some random Russian guy who's probably like a apologist for the Soviet Union. So of course his book says good things about the Soviet Union.
The beginning of the downturn was when Mikhail Gorbachev started decentralizing the economy.
No, it wasn't. I mean, this is just so ahistorical. Like this is just so ahistorical. I mean, this is just painful. Like, we all know that the USSR farm collectivization led to the death of millions of people. Now, you can say that that wasn't real communism, and we can have a debate there, but when you're defending this crap, I mean, oh my God. Like, this is just, like, obviously false. And he hasn't given one theoretical reason why the farm collectivization wouldn't lead to this. Because we have plenty of reasons. Like, we have the economic calculation problem. He hasn't reconciled the economic calculation problem. He's pretty much just said, hey, look at what this Russian, probably Soviet apologist said. That totally proves that this one instance where the ECP would apply doesn't. Or are socialists even human? I don't know, man. I mean, this is just ridiculous.
Economy. His efforts at quasi-liberalization were preceded by Brezhnev's policy of glasnost, which opened up the policy of internal criticism of the Soviet system, as well as later political opposition to the Communist Party. Records from the Stalinist era were opened up. Historians and journalists could now peer into them to reveal the scope of Stalin's depredations against the Russian people. Glasnost led to a wave of de-Stalinization.
Pretty sure the USSR imported grain from the US. Yeah, pretty much. And like 90% of the production or some shit like that from the Soviet economy pretty much just came from like internal like capitalist like markets that were kind of like hidden and illegal in the economy. Like that's where the production came from. It came from like capitalist black markets. I mean, it's just completely ridiculous. It's just so ahistorical and just so just completely insane.
Mainly inside the intelligentsia, and as such, there is now a chorus of voices proclaiming against the totalitarian aspects of the Soviet political system. Gorbachev, who had spent most of his life among the intelligentsia, along with his wife, was the foremost manifestation of the change Glasnost created. His first acts as
I'm gonna be completely honest though, I don't really care about any of this really at all. Like it's just Soviet Union apologencia. Um, but that's not the fundamental argument, right? He's trying to debunk the economic calculation problem, and he hasn't disputed a single premise. So, I mean,
a leader were to delegate control of industries to local councils, in effect demolishing the command economy. This led to economic chaos as information was not properly allocated, and as such, industries could no longer efficiently acquire resources nor understand how much and what to produce. Second, Gorbachev, who did not understand how Soviet financial systems worked, began collapsing the wall between the two Soviet currencies, leading to an inflation crisis. To understand why, you have to know that there are two kinds of currency in the Soviet Union.
again, I don't care about any of this. It's like more like Soviet apologencia does not interest me at all, but I absolutely promise you that what happened in the Soviet Union was the fault of communism. Or at least it was the fault of the farm collectivization. Again, you can argue that it wasn't real communism. No, real communism would handle this differently. But like, come on, dude. At least just admit that this was the fault of a government collectivization. Like, it obviously wasn't the fault of privatization. There was no fucking privatization there.
Yezhno, which was used by businesses to acquire materials and the means of production, and the ruble, which was for use by individuals, such as their wages, pensions, etc. These currencies were, before Perestroika, separated. Yezhno was a virtual currency, and the government created it merely by adding on some zeros on pieces of paper.
Yeah, the government created this currency, and apparently it was just the evil private sector that led to the inflation crisis. It totally wasn't the fact that the government fucking created this currency and probably just printed infinite of it to try to solve their crises. I'm sure that's not what happened.
Rubles, on the other hand, had to be printed. In this way, the Soviet state bank could control the supply of currency in order to avoid inflation.
Yeah, that's how you avoid inflation. You get fiat money and then just print it whenever you need it. That's totally how you avoid inflation. I mean, come on, dude.
Raise Biesnol so as to facilitate production while not touching and thus not inflating the ruble. The price of consumer goods would not increase if the Soviet state decided to invest in industry through increasing the available funds. After Perestroika, Gorbachev, who, as I've stated, did not understand how the Biesnol system worked, deregulated the financial system, which led to a gradual interpenetration of Biesnol and the ruble.
I mean, again, this is all like just statist currency. None of this is a representation of like the free market at all. I'm pretty damn fucking sure that the Soviet Union, what they probably just did is he probably just printed a ton of money. That's probably what actually happened because that's what always happens. That's where inflation comes from. You don't get inflation from like breaking the block down between the two different currencies. It's like no, you get inflation from increasing the supply of money. That's how you get it. Um, so I'm sure that's what happened. I guarantee you. Now I don't know the actual specifics here, but I mean, like, let's be fucking honest. That's what happened.
Businesses now sometimes bought things in rubles. Consequently, if the government wanted to provide money for industry, they now had to print rubles, which obviously would cause inflation. This continued until it reached a crisis level in 1990.
Yes, they had to print rubles, which would cause inflation. But like, okay, so the whole problem is that they had centrally planned currency though, because this wasn't deregulation. This was just switching where the regulation was, because you still had government planned currency, and he just admitted that the inflation that he's complaining about was caused by the government printing the government currency. So how is this the fault of the private sector? This is still government fiat. I mean, what the fuck?
90, eventually causing the economic downturn that contributed to the downfall of the Soviet Union. So as we can see, the main reason why the Soviet economy imploded had nothing to do with a system of central planning.
Yeah, nothing to do with it. The government printing more money had nothing to do with the inflation. Dude, you just admitted it had to do with the inflation. You just said it. Oh my god, this is so ridiculous. I mean, this is just insanity. I thought this guy was smarter than this. I mean, when we started this video, I was like, okay, at least he's talking about the non-aggression principle. But now
Rather,
this
it
is
was
just complete ahistorical nonsense that's supposed to refute the economic calculation problem? I mean, what the fuck is this?
the deliberate demolition of that system by Gorbachev which caused it to collapse. As it turns out,
Yeah, so why was it doing so fucking horribly when it was actually in existence? Because like, oh, the demolition of this system is what caused it to collapse. Why the fuck was it doing so badly before the demolition? It did horribly.
when you try to demolish the way the centrally planned economy works, and when you end the central command in a
Works. LOL.
command economy, it does indeed start to fail. However, given that it was working and apparently pretty stable in the 60s and
No. The Russians were in abject poverty the entire time. They didn't catch up with the West whatsoever. They had a horrible time, and they were barely getting by. Like, the standard of working used here is not starving to death, because that's what they were doing a couple years prior. Like, in the whole earlier Soviet Union, they were, like, literally starving to death the entire fucking time. And then it's like, now, as soon as they start not starving to death, once World War II ended, now apparently it's just working great. It's like, no, they just got one rung up the entire ladder that the West had already climbed.
70s, I don't think we can conclude from the historical evidence that command economies always fail.
Yes, we can. And anyways, we don't need the historical evidence. We have the economic calculation problem, which is theoretical.
Just like capitalist economies, they fail under certain specific contextual circumstances, but we cannot just declare they never work. Despite the
Yes, we can. If working means being an economy, right? You can't economize centrally planned. You're playing market. You're not it's not a real market though. You're just literally randomly allocating resources around. It's not an economy.
calculation problem, they were able to provide Soviet citizens with enough food to eat, and they're
Hardly. Not after like only after like 20 million of them starved or some shit. This is really the debunking of the economic calculation problem.
also
Yes.
capable of fielding the world's largest army as of 1980,
It wasn't a very good army.
replete with cutting-edge armaments and technology for
No.
the time. Soviets even had enough money and resources to orbit the Earth and launch satellites, as well
Because they put all of their fucking resources into it. That's while their people starved to death. Yeah, sure, they had a dinky little space shuttle up. Soviets are fucking poor. They have a horrible time. Commie blocks were miserable. I mean, I can't believe this video has just turned into an apologencia for this.
as to develop nuclear weapons. It's rather absurd to say that the economic system of what was the world's second leading superpower during the Cold War didn't work, or
It's very easy to say that. Because all of the other countries in Europe were also under super fucking communist dictatorships. That's what was going on there. And the Soviets, they were just under a lot of communism, and there was a lot of them, so they had some amount of capitalist black market production, and eventually the government stifled it all out and it collapsed.
always fails. On the other hand, the shock therapy advocated for by economists like Milton Friedman always led to monetary crises for the countries that
When did they do this?
implemented it, and we can see how rapid liberalization and austerity is working out today in Argentina, which
Argentina is doing exactly what we would have expected it to. What do we say? Boom bust cycle. When you have this massive artificial stimulation of the economy, you're creating this eternal boom. Well, when you cut out all the resources, no shit, you're gonna get a bust for a little while. But that's not actually responding to our argument that eventually this will stop. Eventually, you're gonna get a rational allocation of resources. In the meantime, while people are reallocating these resources, No shit. Of course it's going to take time to do this. The counter argument is essentially just, oh yeah, we should live in permanent boom bust land where the busts just keep getting worse and worse because we don't want to face reality. And we're just so high time preference that we can't imagine taking a temporary loss for a long-term gain. Argentina is doing exactly what the capitalists say it will. Exactly what it will.
Just to say, it produces lackluster, even negative GDP growth, as well as, shocker, a monetary crisis. Margaret
Yeah, again, because there was this huge artificially propped up government-backed fiat system, and they got rid of a lot of that, and so it takes time to reallocate resources. Again, these people are so high time preference that they can't even imagine taking a small amount of present discomfort for a massive amount of future growth. They can't even imagine that. They'd rather be in eternal poverty, but never actually, leave and be a little worse off than just take a small downturn for a little while and then have massive growth later on. It's incredible.
Thatcher's neoliberal market reforms in the 1980s led to record unemployment, as well as placed the UK on the verge of a monetary crisis.
Again, I don't really know much about what she did, but I guarantee she didn't do a good job. I guarantee it. It's all just strawman statist bullshit. Interact with the actual theoretical argument. How about you? How about you actually interact with our argument? But they can't. They can't interact with the argument. Yeah, he's not arguing with the principle. He's arguing from pragmatism with an arbitrary standard of what works. Absolutely. I couldn't have said it better. No interaction with the principle at all. He said what the economic calculation problem said, then never brought it up again. It's like what works is just taken as a given. It's like no argument with the principle, no interaction with it whatsoever. Just, oh, clearly this works. Because it's like, I don't agree that an infinite boom works. Like, I think that's horrible. I think we should suck up the bust and then have our actual capitalist growth. But apparently that's what works. It's like just I mean, this is just disappointing.
The reality of the economic situation is not that capitalism and free markets are flawless and proven to always work, and socialist economic
Yeah, like what works? If working means like, oh, there's like no inequality and like everyone's in this communist utopia and there's no quote unquote labor exploitation, then yeah, capitalism doesn't work. If capitalism means an ethical system in which people aren't having their rights violated, then capitalism works fantastically, right? It's like they're just taking arbitrary standards.
mostly to poverty and collapse. That's a nice story, but it isn't in reality that clean. Both economic systems work under the right conditions and policies. Under the wrong conditions and policies, they both fail.
No.
Now let's address the question of human nature. Libertarians have a very specific view of human nature, which is an extension of bourgeois liberal individualism.
Oh God, he's gonna bourgeois stuff. Oh my God. Ugh, this video is getting painful.
Traceable back to Thomas Hobbes. They argue that humans are
No, we do not take the Hobbesian approach that everyone's a natural brute that just needs to be enslaved by a government, or else we'll just continue in our brutish ways. This guy is clearly has no idea what Thomas Hobbes said. No idea.
rational, egoistic individuals who always seek to maximize their own individual self-interest.
No.
The whole basis for the stateless theory of capitalism rests upon rational choice theory and egoism.
No. That's not what the whole basis comes from. And we don't think that people are always rational. We don't think that people are these gods who are always rational. No, people are very irrational very often. Most people right now are incredibly irrational. Now, we believe that people can be rational and that to function as a man, the correct ethical code is to be rational and to use reason, but that doesn't mean that people always are rational, right? We've never made that claim, and if they did, they're wrong.
For example, Ludwig von Mises' concept of praxeology, which is the
Praxeology doesn't rest on people always being rational. The axiom of praxeology is that men act, and you can't dispute this. Okay, and from men act, yeah, men have to make choices about what they act, how they act. Okay, I mean, this is just a fact. It's not like saying, oh, men always make rational choices. It's like men always make choices. Okay, how do they make these choices? They make choices with their values, right? They have specific values that they use to act upon their choices. And blah blah blah. Then they go down. He's not saying people are always rational or people always make rational choices. He's saying insofar as this is the case, insofar as people are making these choices and people are acting, these consequences must be the case. That's what he's saying.
Study of human responses to incentives assumes that humans are selfish and always seeking to reach their own self-specified goals.
Well, you are always acting towards your goals. I mean, that's the case. You literally cannot dispute that.
In this process, they are
Act against your goal right now. I mean, try. Seriously.
exposed to incentives and disincentives, which modify their behavior by way of rational calculation. The real question
Yeah, not everyone engages in rational calculation. Praxeology has nothing to say on that, at least if it's formulated correctly. It's just a factual science. It's not making like value statements or anything like that. It's just saying, if this, then this. Right? If humans act, then they must make choices about how to act. Then they must have something to guide their choices, namely their values. Then blah blah blah.
then is whether this anthropology is accurate. First, I'll start with the question of whether humans are individuals. I wrote about this question in my book.
Are we individuals? Let's see if he goes complete Hegelian or if he's leaving any of his brain cells alone.
National Monarchy, which is available in audio form on this channel, so I won't belabor my point here. Basically, humans have identities, they have qualities, and they participate in a social life, which shapes and partially determines their behaviors and characteristics. As such,
so I mean, I don't know. Maybe he's subscribing to some sort of determinism where it determines their characteristics. I don't know, though. Maybe he means that more of like a colloquial.
Humans are not individuals, but rather persons, embedded in and preceded by social life. Thus, the proper level of analysis is always holism. And
no, people are individuals. Yes, certain societal aspects can influence them, but if you're evaluating a person, you're looking at a person. A is A. A person is limited to a person. Like, what?
Individual is that which differs only quantitatively in terms of number. The individual is a liberal abstraction that bears no relationship to reality and lived experience.
The individual bears no relation to reality. What? If he's a materialist, then he likely doesn't. Well, yeah, you really can't believe in free will if you're a materialist. At least, certainly not in the way Marx conceives of it. But individual is something that bears no relation to reality. What the fuck? So he's just going full Marxist. The collective is the really real thing. The individual is impotent. The individual is just a segment of the collective. It may seem like you're, tied up in your own selfish bonds, but really you're just a member of the collective. It's like, this is just all complete nonsense. I mean, like just actual nonsense. This is, I mean, it's just full Marxism. I don't really feel like we need to completely just go in and refute Marxism, but I mean, the claims that the individual isn't real are just completely just baseless. I mean, it's like obviously the individual is real. You have your own brain. Your brain is limited to its own contents. You can make your own choices outside of the collective. The collective can't exist without the individual. The individual can exist without the collective. I've never understood people who don't believe in free will. Like, you just have to, yeah, seriously. Again, it does seem like a pretty obvious presupposition towards any knowledge. Like, if you want to say I know something, you need to presuppose free will. So yeah, I mean, it is interesting people who they're essentially just admitting that like you just float around and make decisions based on your whims because you don't believe in justification. I don't know if you're talking about me or this other guy that I'm responding to, but if you just heard my tangent about like the individual is not the really real thing, I was essentially just paraphrasing what Karl Marx and like Hegel believe, which is complete just utter nonsense. I don't even think it warrants a response. I mean, it's obvious that individuals are real.
And any analysis focused on the individual is always going to result in only an internally consistent simulacra, such
Internally consistent? It sounds
as praxeology or rational choice theory.
Like, how do you do anything outside of the individual? Like, how do you evaluate the collective? Like, the collective isn't real. There's no such thing as a collective. A collective is just a set of individuals that we're kind of simplifying together into one group and saying, okay, yeah, these people are they collectively decide are bargaining in this way, or they collectively have this cultural predisposition. But that doesn't mean the collective is really real. The individual is really real. The individual is the unit. You cannot have a collective without the individual. It's like just, I mean, this is just complete nonsense.
Second, we have to reckon with whether humans are selfish. Given that humans feel natural attachment to relatives, to members of the same race, to members of the same country or social group, etc., I think it's rather obvious that people are not all that selfish.
Well, this first of all, he's misconstruing what selfish means. You can like other people while being selfish because other people can be of value to you. And secondly, no, human beings are not naturally selfish, but we don't need to claim that. Praxeology doesn't claim that humans are naturally selfish, right? Praxeology just claims that if humans act, then they must make choices, then they must have values, blah, 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 blah. That's what it's not claiming. Oh, if humans act and they're really selfish. It's like, no, humans can be altruists, humans can be selfish. They can choose these things, and they should choose to be selfish, but they may choose to be altruists.
People regularly give gifts to each other with no expectation of return. We get together and celebrate holidays, or go and dance at the nightclub, because we have fundamentally social instincts. When people are isolated from others for too
Yeah, and selfishness doesn't just mean you're isolated to yourself. Like, he doesn't understand what selfishness means at all. Complete just conflation of selfishness with whim worship. Just, oh, being selfish, just doing whatever you want. Like, no, that's not actually what selfish means.
long, they feel lonely. If they were purely selfish beings, then we could not experience loneliness. The completely autarkic individual
No, people can be of value to you, right? You can find a value in a person and be unhappy without this value and express that unhappiness in the form of loneliness. There's no problem with this.
of libertarian and objectivist theory, Robinson Crusoe, does not exist. As Peter
Yeah, apparently Robinson Crusoe just doesn't exist. So like, it just doesn't exist. It's just apparently, you actually watching this video, you're probably by yourself right now. You just don't exist, actually. Um, you're just a figment of this collective mind. I've met people like this before. They claim that the individual is not real because the environment and society will influence the individual. This follows from their deterministic and dialectical materialism. Yeah, I mean, it's like this is such a non sequitur. It's like, oh, the individual can be influenced by things, therefore it's not real. It's like, what? Like, oh, this rock can be influenced by my pushing it. Therefore, this rock is not real. And really, every rock is just a segment of a super rock that's just a massive collective of all rocks. It's like, this is a complete non sequitur, a complete just horrible chain of reasoning. And I know, I am aware that on dialectical materialism, you might be able to find some of these conclusions. But if the argument is just what this guy is presenting, or just what the first part of your message presents, then it's like, yeah, that's like, it's a horrible argument. It doesn't follow at all. It's a complete non sequitur, and it's like I, I don't know. It's just ridiculous.
Kropotkin argued in mutual aid, the basic tendency is toward mutual support and solidarity. There are, of course, reasons why we have conflicts. We have natural in-group preference, and not everyone is a pro-social person. But nonetheless, humans tend to be more gregarious than libertarians let on. More than
Mark, again, this doesn't refute anything we say. Um, we don't say that humans can't be friends with each other. You should react to Second Thought's video about Zoran Mondani next. I mean, it depends on what specifically it is, but I don't really want to like read into specifically like what Zoran Mondani did and like, oh, did he do this? Did he do that? Because that's like my problem with all these like historical things. It's like one guy will just bring up like, oh, back in 1943, X country did X random policy and this had this effect. It's like, I don't know if that's true or not, you know? But I mean, if it's more of like a general like, oh, Zoran Mondani is good because he's like being a socialist, it's like I can react to that maybe.
accidentally altruistic, so to speak. Third, are humans naturally prone to rational calculation?
No, they can be. The nature of man, if you want to live as a man, you have to be rational. Does that mean that all humans are rational? No, we don't have determinism.
Or are our decisions subject to a preponderance of irrationality? I did a whole
Our decisions are subject to our values and our philosophy and our beliefs, right? We have free will. We can choose our decisions. There's not this, oh, are people perfectly rational or are people entirely irrational dichotomy. No, it's people can be rational and they can choose to be irrational. Is their belief of the collective being the only real thing a stolen concept fallacy? If there's no such thing as an individual, how could a collection of individuals be real? Honestly, like most of this stuff is coming from Hegel, and Hegel's so like uninterpretable, it's so meaningless that I couldn't tell you. It's just such nonsense that like not a single person on earth understood what went on in that guy's mind. I mean, even Hegel himself said like I have no idea what I'm saying. Like he was just going on about just complete just nonsense, and it's like I, it could be a stolen concept fallacy, maybe. Again, they believe like contradictions are real, so that wouldn't even pin them down. I mean, really, you just have to look at these people and point at them and say, like, what the fuck is this? Like, this is just crap.
video on this, so again, I'll make it short. Most decision making happens in the preconscious mind. We often make decisions just because we are expected to by society or our close relatives, or simply
Just be if you make a decision because you are expected to by society, that's not that doesn't prove that like the collective is the really real thing. It just means that you have a value in being accepted by society, so you conform to society's general norms. It doesn't prove that the individual isn't real or like this isn't like these are bad arguments.
because we had a certain vibe. A lot of our behavior is irrational, like brand loyalty, trends and fads, bandwagons, etc. There's also a whole irrational part of human experience, which we tend to find very important, such as art, love, or music.
Art doesn't have to be irrational. Love is perfectly rational. Let's say you have a person who's really great and you like being around them, right? Love is perfectly rational. It's perfectly rational to feel a strong attachment to something that is very beneficial in your life. Or art, like finding beauty in art and music, like right? It makes you happy. It's rational for like how is this irrational? Like any positive effects from Mamdani's policies come from the fact that the state decided to kick the financial can down the road with an $8 billion grant. This is just to fund services, not the econ. Oh, yeah, probably.
How many books and songs have been written about people doing stupid things because they fell in love? How many people
Yeah, but love itself as a concept isn't irrational. But again, I mean, this isn't contesting any of our claims. Our claim is not that people are always rational. People can be irrational.
have deliberately impaired their rational faculties by drinking or binging on drugs just to feel a bit of euphoria? The central tragedy of the human condition is that, despite being the only creatures with the ability
Yeah, so how again does this refute libertarianism? The fundamental belief, if any libertarianism matters at all, is that free will is true, right? So if people were bound to be rational, that would imply some sort of determinism, because people would always make the rational decision, and so they would always be bound. So they couldn't choose, they couldn't make choices. So you'd be bound, you'd have full determinism, right? So for libertarianism to have any weight at all, or for any ethics to have any weight at all, there you must have free will. And so this isn't contesting any of our claims. This is actually just confirming them. It's saying, yeah, we have free will, therefore we need an ethics. Or therefore there's a possibility for an ethics. How does one even argue with someone who believes contradictions are true? That's just whim worship. You don't even I think Leonard Peikoff makes this in his Opar. It's like if you like can point to these like, existence, consciousness, and identity. Essentially just the fact that existence exists, you're conscious of it, and A is A. If you can point to these facts and then just have someone directly just reject them and be like, no, I don't believe that. He just says the best way to argue with them is just to not. Just to say, like, all right, whatever. Like this person's just completely irrational. They're a lost cause. Let's try to convince the people who are still like using their brains, you know? Like, because at some point you just can't argue with someone anymore. You just have to hope that like they start using their brain. They start coming to their senses.
to rationally think, we tend to flee from irrationality and seek refuge in sensations. Libertarianism requires this to not be the case, but the reality
No, it doesn't. It requires this to be the case. Well, not exactly what he said, but it requires free will to be the
is
case.
that we are an assemblage of 100,000 years of irrational and primal instincts accumulated over the course of evolution.
Not all of them were irrational. There was tons of rational instincts. If they believe contradictions are true, they're forced to agree with your argument as to disagree would also be. Yeah, I mean, pretty much.
There will always be incels and idiots. There will always be losers and drug addicts.
Not necessarily. Now this is determinism. People can choose to be incels and idiots.
Trying to incentive them into an upright bourgeois lifestyle just ends up marginalizing
Like, you can teach them the proper philosophy, and then they can choose to have an upright life, and they can choose to be productive. It's not that challenging. None of this conflicts with libertarianism at all.
them, pushing them out of sight, not solving the human tragedy.
There is no human tragedy. Like, again, just teach people the proper philosophy, and they will act on their philosophy that is correct, and they'll make good decisions. If you don't teach them the right philosophy, if they have a bad philosophy, they'll make bad decisions. Wow. But no one's determined to make bad decisions.
Libertarians want a human philosophy without the humanity.
No.
We see constantly how the supposedly rational incentive structure of the free market fails to produce rational economic outcomes.
Well, we really don't. But again, the free market is just people respecting each other's private property rights. Like, there's the free market doesn't like it doesn't come embedded with all of these incentives. Like the incentives come from what people demand. But the free market is just, if we have the free market, it's just the conditions upon which we can start satisfying this demand while being capitalists, right? Like, but it doesn't, the free market, we're not arguing that, like, oh, the free market has like all of these incentives encoded into it. It's like, no, I mean, the incentives come from like, oh, if you're a company, you're incentivized to raise the quality of your product and lower the price because you'll get outcompeted if you don't. But that's like, that's just that's not an inherent value in the free market. That's just the fact that people like higher quality things at lower prices. It's like, so none of this is, again, it's not criticism of what we're saying.
I already spoke about the 2008 financial crisis.
You didn't prove anything. This was the role of the church back then. The peasants were taught liberal ethics through tradition, acts of religion, depending on the religion. Blah, blah, blah. I mean, I don't think the church does a very good job at that, but I mean, yeah, I mean, it's better, it's good if someone's teaching them some correct ethics. It's like, it's good if like you have a bunch of these homeless people and drug addicts. It's good to teach them how to be productive members of society. And if they are really just that horrible, they just kick them out.
Is it rational, on the whole, to dump waste into rivers and pollute the atmosphere? It is in the short term, not the
Okay, so it is in the short term, not the long term. So why would we expect this to happen on the free market, right? It's not rational, right? And for people, like, we can't just have this ethical cold open, though, where it's like, oh, we just have a free market. It's like, well, to get to the free market, we need people to first be rational, right? You're not going to get to the free market in a rational, whim-worshipping society because the free market requires that people actually abide by certain property norms, right? So we need them to be rational to some extent. So why should we expect that they're just going to be dumping all the shit into rivers and ponds and not caring that be low time preference, like whim worshipping brutes, when to get to the society in the first place, they had to be rational. This is just complete ridiculousness.
long term. Even perfectly rational people can have short time preferences. In fact, the supposed connection between high IQ and low time preference is kind of bunk.
No, it's pretty fucking obvious.
Sperber et al. 2024 redid the marshmallow test and found that there is not a strong correlation between the results of the marshmallow test and adult outcomes later in life.
I mean, I don't know that whatsoever, but I will say you don't see very many retarded business owners and retarded, people who produce a lot. Most of them are pretty smart.
So it turns out there are probably a lot of high IQ people with high time preference, which might explain why stock traders and banks gamble.
I mean, some stock traders are, but most of this gambling can just be explained by like the state giving out all these artificial fiat credit, right? But I mean, some of them, they're making investments in stocks. I mean, that's not necessarily high time preference, right? It can be low time preference.
Much for the 2016 Molyneux era discourse on time preference, which keeps being reheated by libertarians.
And again, whether or not there is a correlation between high time preference and low time preference says nothing of if low time preference values are actually good. Like, maybe there is no correlation, but that wouldn't change the fact that all of our conclusions are still true.
In current year. Now let's talk about covenant communities, which is going to be our last topic.
Okay, let's see what he has to say about covenant communities. I'm sure this is going to be wonderful.
As I've said, most anarcho-capitalists are not very conservative, so they don't really care about what others on the right might call degeneracy.
I don't know about that. I think a lot of anarcho-capitalists have pretty conservative values, but we just have a proper understanding of what is legal and what's not. We understand that there's a certain set of actions that you can justify, and they fall within the domain of law. And then there's other actions which aren't justifiable, and they aren't a problem with law, but you can still have ethical views outside of them. Yeah, Selfish, you're a little late, man, but we have like 4 minutes left in the video or something, so yeah. Risky investments is a low time preference activity because most young investors have the age and capital to take losses as any. Yeah, I mean, it can be, right? You can make an argument for that.
Hans Hermann Hoppe is one of the more conservative ones, and he conceived of a concept called social costs, which aim to incorporate immoral behavior into the calculations of anarcho-capitalist theory. Basically, certain actions like prostitution, drug use, or gambling do not violate the non-aggression principle. However, they do induce negative effects on other people, such as by lowering property value, reducing their propensity to save, which affects the economy overall, and also just plain being a nuisance in public.
Yeah, pretty much.
Obviously, these behaviors cannot be regulated by a state, so Hoppe invented a means of regulating personal behavior under private agreements, which is called the covenant community. Covenant communities are small societies in which members have to sign an agreement to live and work in them. This agreement is basically a set of laws which they must abide by, and if they violate them, then they can be physically removed. The covenant community is supposed to be compatible with libertarianism and totally
It is.
not a state because membership is voluntary and
It is.
one can leave at will. However, it is just a means of producing a territorial monopoly on force, which is
It's not a monopoly on force. It's just again, this is why you have to have the correct conception of monopoly. It's not just monopoly isn't just when like one person's doing something. It's when there's an actual like block from someone from them being able to do something, right? It's like a government coming in and saying you can't produce this or you can't do this in this area, right? Like in a covenant community, it's just a bunch of people getting together and being like, hey, we like these rules, or like a bunch of insurance companies saying, hey, if you want to be insured by me, you have to follow this certain set of rules, right? That's all it is. That's really all it is. It's not a government. Now, you get a lot of similar things. Like, yeah, you probably wouldn't have a lot of high time preference retarded brutes um, in these covenant communities, but that's just freedom of association. Like, what is the alternative? Well, the alternative is that someone's forcing these people to live with brutes, right? All we're saying is that people should be able to create societies without these brutes and agree, hey, if you become one of these brutes, you can't be in our society anymore. The alternative is that the state forces you to be with these brutes.
contingent upon consent, in which case it is scarcely different from pre-existing liberal theory. Such
How is it not contingent upon consent, by the way?
societies have actually kind of existed, and they're called city-states. Hoppe has reinvented the city-state and called it a covenant community. These communities would be run by a single
Yes, and they are anarchist. City states are anarchist.
proprietor, who's basically a feudal baron. And other than the non-existence of ownership over humans, covenant communities differ little from feudalism.
Not really, because they're actually competing with each other, and you actually have complete autonomy over your body, like you're not being like a slave to the king or whatever. Like they're quite different than just feudalism, but there are some aspects, like the fact, like monarchy, for example, like instead of having the covenant community communally owned, even though that's the contradiction, like pretending that it's communally owned, instead of doing that, well, you have a single person owning it, and thus the time preference is lower than it would have been if it's communally owned, because only one person's making the decisions, and they actually reap the profits and losses from this, which lowers their time preference with respect to this specific piece of land or community or city or whatever. So it's a lot better.
In fact, reading Hoppe convinced me that anarcho-capitalism basically is just a materialistic and cynical version of feudalism with a version of serfdom whose only caveat is merely that it is a voluntary wage relationship, which
Well, no, it's just the caveat is that people must abide by the NAP. But yeah, if you're abiding by the NAP, um, insofar as you're being anarcho-capitalist, you can do whatever you want, right? So if a bunch of people want to get together and say, hey, we're going to abide by the NAP and sign this contract that says we won't do this stuff, then they can do that. This isn't refuting the NAP. This isn't refuting covenant communities. Yes, you're pointing out a fact that people probably don't want to live around a bunch of degenerate bums, and so they can just come together and say, hey, we won't let any bums in our society. How does this contradict the NAP again? It doesn't. It completely doesn't.
I've refuted already.
And you didn't refute any of that at all, by the way.
Murray Rothbard's definition of monarchy is privately owned government, so we must conclude
That's not I mean, privately owned government, I guess, yeah, it's a decent definition, but the covenant communities aren't a government because they're not aggressing on anyone.
that the covenant community is a species of monarchy.
No, it's not. It's not a species of monarchy because there's no aggression in this covenant community. It has zero aggression. There's no taxation. There's no compulsory levy of funds. There's no, like, if you want to go leave the covenant community and then go do whatever the fuck you want somewhere else, the covenant community can't come in and start like enslaving you. They can't force you. Like, let's say you're unhappy with this covenant community. You're like, hey, I want to make a better defense firm. Then you can just go leave the covenant community and go do that, right? Would you be able to do that in the U.S. right now? Like, let's say I'm in the US and like there's like some US like intellectual property company or some shit. I'm like, hey, I want to do this better. And so I go and I just go make a I go start quote unquote stealing their intellectual property. Well, it's like this is the US government will not be happy with me, right? They're gonna probably try to like take me over. They start bombing me and shit. Like they're not gonna be happy with this. Or if I make like another private defense agency and like start defending my own land or like go out into the frontiers. Like they won't be happy with this at all. I'm questioning this guy's reading comprehension skills because no way you read. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's completely ridiculous, and it's like just because like it's like this is the problem with people's not understanding anarchy. They understand anarchy as like just oh, there's no rules. So as soon as us anarcho-capitalists come in and say, hey, we can have Ancap and have rules. I mean, Even aside from the non-aggression principle, we can have rules. They're like, oh, so clearly you're just a statist now. It's like, no, rules don't have to come from the government. Rules can be voluntarily agreed upon. It's like the LARPers that claim Hoppe is an absolute monarchist. Yeah, I mean, they clearly have no reading comprehension.
not libertarianism. Why not skip the pretenses and just become a monarchist?
Because a monarchy entails aggression. If your conception of a monarchy is that everybody, literally every person in the monarchy, signs a contract and says, yes, we agree to every single thing that's happening in society, and on the event that I do this, I will physically remove myself from the society, and I agree, like, that, not a single state in the history of the world has ever established itself like that. So if that's your conception of monarchy, then I guess Hoppa's a monarchist. But no one else thinks of monarchy like that. What is monarchy? What typically happens? It's a king comes in to a specific domain of land and starts imposing laws upon the unconsenting citizens and saying, hey, if you disagree with these laws, I will come, I'll get my guards and they're going to come and kill you, or they're going to come and put you in a cage. That's what a monarchy is. That's what it entails. Is you're going to go put everyone in a cage who disagrees with the king. Now, is this a covenant community? No.
Anarcho capitalism, in the end, is just a moral theory with an economic arrogance attached.
It is a moral theory, and we can get economic conclusions from this moral theory. So, what is your problem with that?
Its bases are very flimsy, and its pronouncements on economic
You did not attack the non-aggression principle at all. You did a horrible job refuting the non-aggression principle, dude. A horrible job. You did not attack the actual argument for it. You strawmanned argumentation ethics. You strawmanned what estoppel actually is. You, I mean, I don't know about, there was a third argument that was supposedly proving the NAP, and I don't care about that one, so maybe he addressed that one. But you strawmanned two of the biggest arguments for it. You didn't cover Liquid Zulu's argument for the NAP. You didn't cover Murray Rothbard's argument for self-ownership. You didn't go over the Ayn Rand conception of what's it called? Like the non-initiation of force principle, which is really just the non-aggression principle, but she messed up a little bit. You did not debunk the non-aggression principle.
are so hypothetical that they basically enter fiction territory.
Oh, I'm sorry that we use hypotheticals. I'm so sorry. Like oh my God. I guess because we're using hypotheticals, we're just lying about everything. Right? You don't need to take us seriously, I
It
guess.
gets the proper prioritization of social systems flipped on its head, and in such a way, it is as cynical and desiccated as Marxism.
Dude, you're a fucking Marxist. Go admit it. You want full communism. You love Marxism. You love materialism. You used half of your arguments in this entire video were just straight from Marx. So what are you talking about?
Throughout all human history, save for the years that have passed since the advent of capitalism, men have valued the non-economic aspects of life more highly than the economic.
This just means nothing, by the way. This is just completely meaningless. Um, and it's not really true either. Like, what are the fucking economic means of life? Like, our libertarians don't claim that men must value whatever the economic means of life are more. No one claims this. It's meaningless claptrap slop.
The most important reason why we should reject libertarianism is that economies are not the raised arbiter of life, rather, they are merely the basal precondition for what is really valuable and human.
It's completely meaningless.
Animals can find the means of their subsistence, and to reduce human beings to the production of the necessities of life is to reduce us to animals.
We don't do that. We just say that this is how a rational society should function. We don't say all human beings are economic units that, like, no, we don't do that. But when we're conducting an economic analysis, we do, because let's take let's take a guy, right? A guy, and we're trying to do an economic analysis of, like, or a company. We're trying to do an economic analysis of the company. It's like we look at all the factors, we look at what it's producing, its profit margins, and then am I also supposed to look at the fact that this guy really likes Beethoven, or all the employees of this company really like rainbows and unicorns? Like, no. I'm going to not talk about any of the other aspects of these people and this company aside from the economic ones when I'm conducting an economic analysis. But, excuse me, does that mean that all I care about is economic analysis? No, it just means that when I'm doing an economic analysis, all I care about the economic factors. Oh my God, wow.
What is really important is everything that libertarians and Marxists consider superstructure: culture, philosophy, sociality, religion, art, music, even entertainment.
Yeah, and then he just gets this complete nonsense from all of this, which is like, oh, it's really just like art and all that culture and stuff. It's like I don't know how, like, how did you get from libertarianism that like you can't have culture or like, oh, we hate culture. Like, no libertarian has ever claimed this. It's a complete straw man. None of this addresses the actual libertarian case. Just complete straw man.
Both libertarianism and Marxism militate against the human in favor of an impersonal regime of labor, and in the case of libertarianism, profit. Capitalism
No, no libertarian says all that matters is profit. The only thing that matters is profit. No one claims this. You're just sounding exactly like a Marxist. So it's like capitalism is a system which is driven by the profit motive. The capitalist system is malleable and has no identity, and it can claw onto whatever system it needs to make as much profit as possible. That's what you sound like. You sound like a fucking Marxist. That's not what capitalism is. You don't know what it is.
has atomized us enough. The problem
It's all atomized. So clearly, the collective is the really real thing. This guy actually believes that the collective is real. The individual is not relevant to reality at all, according to this guy. Like the individual doesn't exist. The collective is the really real thing. Yeah, it's all complete nonsense.
cannot be fixed with more of it. What I've said against liberalism on this channel also applies to libertarianism. We cannot continue to have a society attached as a vestige to the market.
We don't attach society as a vestige to the market. All the Ancap is doing is saying what is the objectively true legal things. We're saying insofar as we want to be rational and we want to act as rational men, this is the legal code you have to subscribe to. We don't say that you can't have culture. We don't say that you can't have art. We don't say you can't have fucking music. You can have your art and music, okay? I don't care.
Should be the other way around.
All right, well there we go. Um this stream is pretty much 6 hours long, but we got through the video. Yeah, I mean, if anyone's left in chat, yeah, I mean, cool. That was apparently every anarcho-capitalist argument refuted, and as we saw, he didn't really refute a single one of our arguments. He pretty much just strawmanned them, misrepresented what the anarcho-capitalist case was, misunderstood our arguments, yeah, failed to understand what we're even trying to say. So yeah, I mean, video overall, I don't think the video was too great. He just used a lot of the standard Marxist and just yeah, Marxist claptrap. And so I think we did a pretty good job of really going over this and kind of refuting it and showing where this guy went wrong because he certainly went wrong a ton. Like it went wrong. It pretty much every claim this guy made was wrong, which was why this video was 6 hours long. But hey, you know, that's all right. So yeah, I mean, yeah, if anyone else is here, anyone else has anything else you want to say, I'm probably gonna head out pretty soon. Maybe I'll hang out for another minute or two. But yeah, I mean, I think it was a pretty good discussion. I enjoyed it. Thanks for the stream. Well, yeah, I mean, thank you for what's it called? Stopping by and watching this criticism of your video. Um, yeah, there you go. Hopefully, you can take some of this criticism and maybe try to reconcile it with your communism, essentially. I don't know. Thank you, Anarchist Stone. Thank you. Appreciate it. Very good to listen to. Yeah, I like doing that too. I love these long streams. I like when people make these kinds of things. So hopefully we can do more long streams in the future. Thanks for the stream. No problem. Path of Exile Mania. Thank you for stopping by, man. Yeah, I appreciate everyone for stopping by. We had a ton of viewers in this stream. There's a bunch of people in chat and whatnot. So it was really cool. Yeah, I mean, I think at one point we had like 30 viewers or something like that. That's definitely more than I expected, but yeah, it seems like a lot of people are coming by. Thank you, CD. Appreciate that. Yeah, I think it's really cool though that so many people have stopped by and whatnot, and we got yeah, we did get a ton of people, ton of commenters, a ton of good conversation and whatnot. Um, yeah, I mean, really, it's a good discourse. I do think like yeah, I think this video as compared to the last stream, I mean, I do think this video actually tried to address some of our arguments. Like at least it understands what we're saying in a sense. Like at least he understands that anarcho-capitalism is a legal theory, and he gets that you know, yeah, the NAP is our the root of our legal theory, and he kind of he does know that like for example like we think argumentation ethics is like an argument for it, but uh you know it did kind of misrepresent us in a lot of key areas, but yeah, that's why we're here. Yeah, no problem. Van Olingo, not sure exactly how you want me to say your name, but yeah, thank you for stopping by. Yeah, yeah. Any other videos you guys think I should react to in the future? I do have a pretty good amount of free time this week, so if anyone else has any other good video ideas to react to, I might even do another stream this week, which might be cool. Yeah, so if anyone has any ideas, just feel free to go put them in the chat. Yeah, I mean, I was thinking of reacting to the videos from the King Critical guy, but yeah, he also clips people out of context, but I don't know, I'm not really too concerned with that. It doesn't really matter that much to me. Uh, yeah, so that could be good. Or the other guy I reacted to in last stream, like the sheep in a box guy. I think he had a video where it was like billionaires shouldn't exist. And that was like that would probably be a pretty good one. King Critical would be a good react. Yeah, I mean that definitely could be a good react. Um yeah, there's he has a couple of videos. Let's see. Um oh my God. King Critical. Like what does he have? Does anything strike my interest enough to react to? Because I know he has a libertarian video. I wrote the first ever. This looks like an Ancap video because it has like the Ancap guy, but I'm not sure if that's exactly what it is. Um, I know it's somewhere here. Oh, my problem with libertarian response videos. I think this is the time where he like pretty much just like strawmanned a bunch of us, which is like pretty bad. But then he also has yeah, wasting my time with a Mentis Wave video. That's like, I mean, come on, man. And then he also has I know there's another one. Libertarianism is inhumane. Yeah, that one. I mean, that would probably be this one. This dude once said holidays should be enforced by the state. Yeah, I mean that sounds like standard crap that these kinds of people believe. Yeah, I mean there's also another one on billionaires, but yeah, if anyone has any stuff they want to send me, my Twitter at is anarchoecon on Twitter. So go follow that. And oh yeah, I mean I have a Ko-fi if you enjoy the stream, you want to donate, that'd be cool. But yeah, I mean yeah, if you want to send me videos, do it on Twitter probably, I guess, or tag me on Twitter or Discord or something. I don't know. You can find me. Anyways, I think I'm gonna head out. Peace out, guys. Thanks for stopping by. And yeah, everyone who's here, have a nice rest of your night. So peace out.